And here I go again on my own, going down the only road I've ever known. Like a drifter, I was born to walk alone. 'Cause I know what it means to walk alone the lonely street of dreams. Hey guys, welcome back to another stream of Work on a Dream with me. I speak English. Oh, great job. Okay, save. Let's listen to this.
Hi, Stan.
Oop. Oof.
What's up, Marshall?
Hi, Anthony. Are you there?
So far, it looks like this. Can you see it?
Wow. Impressive setup.
Yeah.
Anthony, you do this all the time, right? You record your voice and do stuff like this?
No, I was trying to be a YouTuber because, watching Proco, I was like, I gotta do this too. And I go, I had the setup and everything, but I never really got to really keep on doing it. You see, when you check out my YouTube, I have some, but,
Yeah.
I tried.
The first one on there right now is an ASMR video.
Yeah, that was...
I enjoyed that one. It's you cleaning your art bin. Marshall, do you watch ASMR videos?
No, I don't. I didn't even know what ASMR was until just last year when people kept saying it about some of the stuff I was doing, but it's been around way before the label was put on it.
Yeah.
But, Anthony, you did an ASMR video? Or Sean calls them ASMR.
I didn't think I was gonna actually like listening to ASMR, but later on I was like, oh, okay, I like hearing the pencil on paper,
Yeah.
Soothing. Yeah. Puts you in a meditative state.
Yeah, it does, actually. It's interesting.
Well, good to meet you. You're the one who designed Baby Groot and also great big muscled green characters. And you got a whole spectrum of characters you've designed.
A lot of costume design in Black Panther too. I think that's a huge one. What are you most proud of? Which designs?
One?
Yeah, you got to pick one.
That's hard, yeah.
I know it's hard, but come on.
I guess it would be Baby Groot.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, a lot of the designs there, inspiration came from my kids. So that's
right.
If you saw my son and you saw Baby Groot, you'd think, oh, they're kind of similar. Because I used pretty much his body type for Baby Groot. When I was trying to design him in the beginning, they wanted him to feel like toddler-like, right? But I couldn't find a toddler picture that would do the dance moves that they wanted to do. And if you feel like you're like off balance because you have that diaper on and it just didn't feel right. So I had to look for the right body type that would do those moves. And I remember my son, when he was younger, he would do these break dance moves. And that's why I was like, oh, I should just use him. But, sometimes you're like, I can't use my family. I don't know why I had that in mind. But then Andy was like, Andy Park, he led the Guardians of the Galaxy 2 team for that show. And he was like, hey, doesn't your son do breakdancing? Because he would see videos in our Facebook and stuff. So my son, he has the ability to move the way Baby Groot could move.
That's cool.
So yeah, so it's perfect. So then I use this like 3 or 4 year old picture.
This is an argument for raising kids.
Yeah. Hey guys, welcome back to the Draftsman Podcast. My name is Stan Prokopenko.
I'm Marshall Vandruff.
Yeah, that guy.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Marshall and I are we're artists, but we spend most of our time teaching.
It's true.
So we're more so teachers than we are artists. But we have a guest today, Anthony Francisco. He is a senior visual development artist for Marvel. So there's another one.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's a big deal. senior visual development artist. That means you work on movies.
That means I'm old. That's
What?
all it means.
Oh, Marshall, what does that make you?
Let's keep it on Anthony. This is Anthony's show. Anthony is the smoking professional of our
Yeah.
three people here. So let's focus on him.
Okay, so yeah, Anthony's been with Marvel for 8 years now, working on big box office movies like Guardians of the Galaxy, Black Panther. But you started with Bubble Boy.
Yeah, I started with Bubble Boy. Actually, I started with a spec show that never came out. That's where I started.
Okay, I'm happy with
So,
this.
That was pre.
I think.
Boy.
That's pre-Bubble Boy, and I was given a chance to work on something, and I had no experience, although I lied, I had experience, just so I could get the job.
Oh wow,
But remember, with
that's
art,
what it takes.
well, you have to have a portfolio, though, right? You have to have some work to show, and just say you worked on a few other things that's never come out. Show your
Oh
stuff.
dear. Oh dear.
Oh man, are you sure?
It's now out.
Are you sure you want this in the podcast?
The statute of limitations is a certain amount of time before you can say that, and then everybody says, "Oh, okay,
Yeah.
now it's
Yeah.
fine."
Oh,
Oh, I was talking about my first job
Before Bubble Boy.
before Bubble Boy, the spec work.
Oh,
How I got that job.
Do you want to tell us about that job? Did it, when you say it was spec, does that mean they didn't pay you?
No, they actually paid me like $12 an hour, which is more than what I got at Costco, which is $6.75.
man.
Anthony, that's interesting that you went from $6.75 an hour to $12 an hour. And some people would say, well, $12 an hour is not enough, but it was a step up and a step into the world that then later paid much better,
Yes,
right?
definitely. And they were already paying good that time, but since I had no experience, well, Pulp 50 was amazing for me already. That was like, wow, and I don't have to give hot dogs to customers. Yes, sign me up. It's like,
Can I ask how old you were when that transition from Costco to a spec job happened?
I was 23, 24, somewhere there.
While you were working at Costco, were you working on your portfolio?
No, actually, I ended up quitting Costco first. Since we were going back that far, I actually went from Costco and I went to the Navy for a couple years.
Well, that's a big deal.
Yeah. And then I got out of the Navy, and then I was working 2 jobs, Kentucky Fried Chicken, Blockbuster, actually, and an inventory specialist, saving money until I just quit everything and just go, okay, this year, I'm just going to do this.
What's this?
I went to Associates of Art.
Oh, okay.
And-
So you went back to school.
Yeah, I went back to school. So Associates of Art
In LA, right?
in LA, yeah. And that's when I took the chance, just, put together a portfolio. And as I was taking classes and building my artist skills, I met Jerdu, and that's when I realized that there was such a thing as creature design, and I didn't know this at the time. I thought it was just for comic book stuff, but I finally met someone in the industry, and when I went there for his open house, I met Alec Willis from ADI, and he was introducing another friend of mine, but he was a little more. He's taller than me, and he's just a little more not shy, I guess. And I'm like in the back, but Alec kind of saw me, and are you with him? Are you an artist too? And I go, yes, I'm an artist. Do you have a portfolio? I didn't have one, but I just said yes, I have one.
Be right back.
Wow.
But it's at Art Center being reviewed, and it won't come back for 2 weeks. I thought 2 weeks was enough time for me to put something together.
Okay, so what did you do?
So that
Did you
and
put
then-
together a portfolio in 2 weeks?
Yes, kind of. So the story goes, So he says, "Oh, I want to see your portfolio," and I go, "Whenever it's ready." And he was not kind enough to ask that. I don't know why, but I'm glad he gave me that chance. So 2 weeks, I drew all day, all night, just like designing my creatures or doing like figure drawing stuff that I would put in there, and nice and clean, right? But of course, before the portfolio, I had my sketchbooks of my ideas and all that stuff that I'm
Right.
practicing on, right? That's why when you guys were talking about sketchbooks in one of your podcasts, it's like at that time, it's important to keep one with you all the time to keep your ideas, right?
Mhm.
So anyway, so I kept on drawing, put together a portfolio, really nice, clean artwork. Bought like a little portfolio binder thing, put the stuff in there, and then they never called me for a while. And they're thinking, oh no, they don't like me. That's the first thing, right? And luckily, I was able to fight that and go, let me just call them up. Maybe they're busy. Maybe that's kind of that insecurity you need to
Okay.
fight. So I called him up, and he goes, oh, we were just busy, but can you come next week? So when I came to show my stuff the week after, he looked at my work, and he looked like he wasn't impressed really, because it was just 20 pieces and they were all clean and not as, I don't know, it just felt like he was just looking through it. And then he asked me, hey, do you have your sketchbook with you? Because I want to see your ideas. And luckily, I brought
Ah.
it with me. So when I took that out, that's what got me the job. When he looked through my
Ah.
sketchbook, looked at my shapes, my designs, and my notes on the side, and he said, can you start next week?
Wow.
Yeah, great.
So you didn't need to do any of that those 2
I-
weeks where you're putting your portfolio together.
But it did help me know how to like cram for an exam, right? I was like,
Yeah.
yeah. In a way,
That's cool.
kind of did help. And it did show me that I was cleaning up my stuff too much, where it was not. I was not taking risks in those designs. I was making it so safe.
Yeah.
And my designs in my book, in my sketchbook, were not safe. They were just like all over the place.
So they were more interested in process than product.
Yes. The first question he asked me was, do you believe in reference? And I said, yes, I do. I always research. I always watch like the History Channel or, Planet, Animal Planet, that kind of
Mhm.
stuff. So he liked that I derived some of my designs from nature, because I was supposed to design something that's a creature, something creaturey.
I wonder why he asked, do you believe in reference? Do you think that he'd have people say, no, I don't believe in reference, and that he would not hire them?
There's some people that don't care about reference. They go, oh, I never use reference in my stuff.
Yeah. If somebody asked me that question, I would think that they're hoping I say no. I think it's like, it
Yes.
seems like that's the correct answer. It's like, no, I'm just a genius that just
Yeah.
creates everything out of imagination, and
Yeah, and
all of my ideas are original.
it seems like that. I think when you're younger, you almost want to brag that, oh, I didn't use reference for this, and you see
Yeah.
the arm all messed up. I could tell you didn't use reference for that. So first thing you have to learn is use reference. I mean, that's when I was teaching. The reference was the first thing you need to have before you
Yeah.
start a project.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine for your job specifically, for designing characters, it's like you need to know, you need to develop a story that's based on reality, and do your due diligence here and like research things.
And is this an art director or a production designer?
He's the owner of the special effects shop. So
Oh, special effects shop.
yeah, that's where I first started, just doing monster designs. So they like worked on Starship Troopers and
Mhm.
there are a lot of like horror films, I Am Legend. But I was there for Bubble Boy when they got me back for that. They liked the
Okay.
way I worked and the speed at which I worked. And the easygoing nature, I guess. When you give me an idea, I'll go with your idea and I'll put my idea in it. I never like say, "Oh, that your idea is not good." I never do that. It's more like improv. You never, you always say yes, right? You always go off with what the other person's saying.
Yes, and.
Yeah.
So you're a good collaborator, and you established yourself that way right away. Is that if we've got Anthony on the team, he's going to be easy and fun to work with, and you give him something and he runs with it.
Yes, I try. Collaboration is what makes things unique to me. It's not just my ideas.
Now, okay, I've got a personal question then. Do you
Yes,
have
yeah.
siblings? Or were you raised in a family of siblings?
Yes, I have two sisters, and I'm the eldest, so
And did that help you to be a good collaborator?
No. When I was younger, I don't think I collaborated much, but I think because I played sports and basketball a lot, maybe that's
Okay.
what helped teamwork. Because you gotta
Yeah.
know how to pass the ball to win the game. You can't
Yeah.
just hog the ball the whole time.
Well, great. Yeah, that says a lot. That when people work with you, they like you enough to want you on the team.
Were you born in the United States?
I was born in the Philippines.
How old were you when you came here?
I came here at I think I was turning 18 already.
Oh,
That's right.
wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I came here.
Oh, wow. I
17.
thought
Yeah.
you were young when you came here. Well, then, damn. Tell us about the Philippines then. I mean,
Yeah.
that's a big part of your life.
Yeah, I think being in the Philippines and growing up with these, because I love listening to horrors, like scary stories by my aunts or uncles, like spirits, ghosts, and all that stuff. That's like a
Uh-huh.
big part of growing up for me. And because we're very superstitious, you got these
Mhm.
fairy type creatures that lurk in the forests and stuff like that, and that's why I love doing creatures. That's why creature design was. I was like happy that there's a job like that.
Yeah.
I still remember my grandma telling me, "Why can't you like draw flowers or anything pretty?"
So you would draw monsters or?
just monsters and skulls and just crazy scary stuff that
Yeah.
one point my mom was like, "Are you possessed? Maybe you should talk to a
What
priest."
was that?
And she brought the priest over and we were talking.
Oh.
It's like, "Oh no, I'm just designing a bad guy for my good guy. That's all." That's
Ah.
all.
What did the priest say about that?
I don't know. He looked worried.
But you didn't try to put it on your grandma for telling you scary stories when you were a kid?
No, I think they forgot to say that part. That's yeah. Or my aunts, But yeah, if I follow what my grandma wanted me to, like paint pretty stuff, I wouldn't get my job and be in the industry if I did do that. So but I'm glad
Yeah.
I stuck to my guns.
Now you get paid to make monsters
Yeah,
and cute characters.
and cute characters. Well, after a while in special effects, only doing monsters and stuff, I think eventually I wanted to do more, and I started doing environments and then characters, and then eventually I got to do a lot more stuff than just monsters. So I haven't done a creature design in a while, until Baby Groot, and then the beginning of Gardens 2, where the big tentacle monster comes down from.
Mhm.
So I designed that guy too. So that's like
Oh, cool.
Really?
yeah. So that's
Nice.
like so much fun because it's been like 2 years since I designed a monster. When that came along, I was like, oh man, I forgot how fun it is.
Anthony, what an exciting job. I mean,
Yeah.
you're making your living designing characters for the movies, and it's real. It's like this must be a childhood fantasy come true.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've been a Marvel comic collector ever since I could remember when I was younger, and to come full circle, it's because back then you couldn't make these kind of films, right? Until the technology caught up with the comic ideas. But yeah, I'm glad. I'm happy that I got to work in this industry now.
Anything you wish you would have had to make it easier or different going into the industry? It sounds like it happened through taking some risks, a little gambling going on. Give me 2 weeks to get my portfolio back. You've got some of that that put yourself out on a dare quality.
It all worked out, but I think the part that I didn't really get to do was formal, like art education, which I'm catching up now, like watching, your videos and other. Well, I have to always talk.
The formal
have
art
to-
education part of it.
I have to always talk about your anatomy premier course, the anatomy one. That is my favorite. It's just, I wish I had that when I was figuring out
Yeah.
muscles.
Oh.
So
Proko.com/anatomy.
That's right.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not getting paid for this.
It's a legitimate plug, though.
Yeah. So in a way, I learned through the industry when I was getting in, and I met other industry professionals that way, but I never met like other artists coming into it with me.
You know, Anthony, you've taken chances that some people wouldn't dare to take. And I just had a conversation yesterday with a student whose family and instructors have been talking about you're jumping the gun trying to get into the industry too quickly before you're ready. And I heard this student out and then said, they're right. You are not ready to go into this industry, and it's evident. Student didn't want to hear that. But then I pulled back from it, thinking there are people like Anthony who, when they set out for it, the lack of preparation does not stop them. And often enough, you take a chance. I'm going to try to get this job. I'm going to try to get this company to hire me. I'm going to open up this YouTube channel. And it may be that 9 times out of 10 that's going to fail. But that 1 time out of 10 that a person has the audacity to do something they weren't ready for, it's not altogether a bad quality. In fact, it may show, especially if it fails, and then you bounce back from it and try again and try again. It may show a quality that safety freaks don't have and that Anthony does have.
Yeah. I don't think anyone's really ever ready to enter. It's like the only time you're ready is after you've had like 5 years of experience in it. So you have to just jump in and make a bunch of mistakes. You're going to learn the most on the job.
The thing is that some people would not dare to put themselves in a position that you put yourself in, where, you know, in 2 weeks I'll have my portfolio back, and you got that pressure on yourself, and yet you were willing to do it, and it ended up making the difference between going into the industry and not going into the industry. So you are a risk taker.
Risk taker is a good way of saying it, but at the same time, maybe it's more like I was just being brave. 'Cause
Yeah.
there's nothing to risk. I'm not risking anything aside. You know,
That's right.
That's
What you got to
true.
lose?
yeah, there's nothing to lose.
That's a good point.
Great attitude.
Well, you are risking something. You're risking feeling or getting rejected or feeling, you know, getting your emotions hurt, right?
Yeah, yeah.
That's why people don't put themselves out there, or some people don't even want to get critiqued just because they don't want to be insulted
That's
or
true, yeah.
feel put down.
There was that fear in the beginning, but since I think if Alec wasn't so inviting, I guess, because he just put me on the spot. He just went, "How about you? Do you have a portfolio?" And I don't know why I said yes. I mean, I was preparing a portfolio, but you know, I don't even know what it's for. I just said yes. Yes, I have one. What are we talking about? Who are you? I don't even know who you are. And then later on, my friend, oh yeah, he's the owner of this ADI. Like, oh. It's like, okay. Now I got 2 weeks. I mean, I drew till 4 in the morning. Just and that's the part where I think it's important is after you take that jump is you gotta follow through. You
Yeah.
know, prepare the stuff, because I have to tell you, I have other friends that I am trying to help them, right? And they have the opportunity, but then they didn't prepare for the opportunity, which is hard when I see that happen, you know. And sometimes when students ask, here's a question, right, for you guys, that I get asked sometimes, actually often, is it who you know or what you know?
We've answered that. It's both.
Yeah, it's both, of course.
Because if you know people and you know people more than anybody else, but you're no good at what you do, it's not going to be, you know, why would they take you on? And if you're great and you don't know anyone who can hire you, well, maybe now you can do it.
But would you think that more priority is it's what you know, it's your skills, so that you could get the people to find.
Yeah.
Anyway, you did have a conversation about. I remember that. I guess I remember that.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely get your foot in the door only based on who you know. But then eventually you're going to have to just back it all up. And in order to really create good work, that is based on what you know.
Yes. Yeah.
You could be the son of the director, and they're, you know, and the director's like, well, I'm just gonna have my son do it. I don't know why they would do that, but then you design a really bad character, and then what you're known for the worst character in the movie. That's not going to get you anywhere. Yeah, of course, the priority there to create great work and to be known for great work is on what you know.
Or another thing I thought of was, well, the particular person that asked me that, I had to ask her, are you just asking that because you want to give up on your art and because I don't know anyone? You know, so just ask yourself, do you still want to draw whether you know someone or not? It makes you happy, right? So just keep on doing it.
Hey, Draftsman listeners, you know how often I talk about the Great Courses. Well, now I want to tell you about our newest sponsor, the Great Courses Plus. It's a streaming service where you get access to all of their courses, and with the Great Courses Plus app, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere. Now, let me tell you about the Psychology of Performance, How to Be Your Best in Life. It's one of the best courses I've ever taken. Dr. Eddie O'Connor is a sports psychologist who has so much to offer creators of music, dance, entertainment, podcasts, painting watercolors, anything you can put a timer on and say, go. This is the science of how to do it best. Even chapters I didn't expect to find interesting, like fan psychology and being a sports parent, I found fascinating, even though I'm not a sports fan and I'm not a sports parent, but they were so full of insight I took notes on them twice. I highly recommend Dr. Eddie O'Connor's Psychology of Performance to anyone who considers their art a performance. Now, here's the big deal. They're offering our listeners access to their entire library for free for a whole month. Sign up using our special URL, thegreatcoursesplus.com/draftsman. Don't wait. This limited time offer won't last. Go to thegreatcoursesplus.com/draftsman and try them. I think you'll be happy with what you learn. thegreatcoursesplus.com/draftsman.
Before we continue, I need to give a quick shout out to BetterHelp for sponsoring this episode. BetterHelp can match you with a therapist online in no time with their simple questionnaire. With tons of qualified therapists, BetterHelp makes it their mission to put you with a trained professional to help you with a variety of issues: depression, stress, anxiety, relationships, sleeping, trauma, anger, family conflicts, LGBT matters, grief, and self-esteem are just some examples of what they're trained to help with. The BetterHelp app makes it easy to schedule appointments, have sessions, or message your therapist. Traditional therapy can be great if you're willing to drive to an office, but with BetterHelp, you can always relax knowing that you can conduct as many or as few sessions as you want from the comfort of your own home. Right now, BetterHelp is offering all Draftsman listeners 10% off your first month with discount code DRAFTSMAN. To get started, go to betterhelp.com/draftsman. Simply fill out a questionnaire to help them assess your needs and get matched with a counselor you'll love. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/draftsman.
You said you teach?
Yes, I used to teach. I stopped
Where?
already. Concept Design Academy.
Hey, I teach there too.
Yeah, yes, I know. Actually, Marshall, I took your class a while back. And,
Of course he did.
Did you really? Which class was it?
not in Concept Design Academy. It was in LAFA, I think.
Was it a composition class then?
It was a composition class. It was me and a friend of mine, a tall friend of mine. I don't know. I don't know if you remember us, but
Now that you looked familiar to me right away, but I did not associate it with having taken a composition class at LAFA. Okay, well, I'm glad to hear that.
we came from a game studio, NCSoft. I was working at NCSoft at that time we took your class.
Okay.
But we met before that. We met in Justin Sweet's. You were
Workshop.
yeah, one of his workshop in Fullerton. I didn't have a career yet.
My goodness. Okay, so that was 2005
2004.
that we had Justin as artist in residence at Fullerton Community College. You were there then, and we met there. And then you
Yes.
took a class from me at LAFA shortly thereafter.
Yes.
And then when you came back to teach at CDA, what do you teach at CDA?
At CDA, I taught creature design just for one semester. Yeah, because at that time I was working for Project Offset, and then our company got bought by Intel, and I had to move up north for like 3 years.
You had to move up north. Okay, so that was up in where, in Washington?
No, that was up in just San Jose.
Oh, okay.
The game never came out. 3 years of my work is never coming out.
Ah,
Are you going to teach again?
No, it's been really busy lately. Aside from work and just my personal IPs, I'm like developing and family. My kids, it's just so busy.
Hey,
When I
Hassan.
teach, I just spend so much time.
Yeah, we're doing feet.
Because I
We
actually
gotta go viral on Twitter,
put
right?
so much time in it that it takes away from
Also,
other
welcome.
stuff.
Right. Now, and so if you're not going to be in a classroom again soon, and right now you're in front of a number of people who watch this podcast because they want to learn about art and about the industry. If you're able to say it so that it's recorded and it goes out to the world and stays out there, what are some thoughts you have for people who are trying to get their skills up, get into the industry? What are some of the main things that you'd share with them?
I would probably say learn perspective.
Learn perspective. Marshall.
It's one of the important things.
Well, it's so practical. I know.
Because with perspective, you have scale. You have, when you compare objects beside each other, so your character sits in space. And when you do character design, you have to learn perspective of the arms. The way things, like sit on each other. I think that kind of helps it feel more solid. So that's one. And in terms of getting in to the stuff I do, doing costume design, it's good to know materials. How certain materials fold, how leather crinkles, how armor shines. And try to find a good shorthand, I guess, for that, so it feels like a different material. So you don't have like a character that looks like all plastic, including its skin, right? You don't have to properly do the rendering that well. So that's something to practice. So still life would be good. So these are the things that I didn't quite learn when I was starting up, because creature design, I didn't need perspective and all that stuff. So I had to like learn as I worked, because I realized, oh, this doesn't fit right.
And then you added materials and textures to that too, for what something is clothed in.
Yes.
What else? Keep going. This is interesting.
Yeah, I definitely would be disciplined to have a schedule every day to draw, right? And figure drawing was actually really important, even though I didn't get to go to school like years of figure drawing. I would just draw on my own figure drawing and head drawing. Also, one way I learned was tracing over photos to learn the structure, and I really love the abstraction. Like I learned that helped me a lot with rhythms. So with my creatures, I try to put rhythm like in it as much as I can. So the head abstraction of Fred Fixler. I think that's what I learned that from. Where so there will be a pleasing way things could align, I guess. And when I do creature design, when you do the rib cage, you take like study a dog and then find the rhythms that go in it. So you take those rhythms and you put it onto a creature, then you could kind of stretch it out but still following the rhythm, the abstraction, so that it still feels like a dog.
Anthony, where is your lavalier mic?
It was on the floor.
Does that mean we lost it?
No, the camera is pretty good in getting.
The camera will get that audio.
So sometimes when I teach students, I have them imagine a slider where there's a werewolf on one end and a human on one end, and the evolution between, like, after a million years, how would that look like? Maybe not a million, but let's pretend, right? So if you watch a lot of nature shows, then you could see what you would keep, what you wouldn't keep, and in between the evolution, you'd come up with what's the design closer to humans, so they'll be standing up with traits from werewolves. And the werewolf, if it's closer to the werewolf side, he'll feel more on fours, but with like a human face, and that makes it even creepier. So how is that? How can we use that to help design stuff?
So evolution, as if a werewolf were to evolve into a human, or the other way around.
Yes,
what would it look like on a? in that transformation.
Yeah, that slider.
Yeah,
And you could do that with anything. Crab human. How would that look like?
crab werewolf.
Crab werewolf.
But you're-
Exactly. That's even more like. And then you put in a third element to it. So, I like looking at like a pie chart where 80% the dominant form you want, which is human or wolf, let's say, and then 15% the secondary creature, and then 5% would be like just the details, like a crab armor or something like that.
Mhm.
So then you distribute the details that way.
But you're looking at things through different lenses and also getting up over them and seeing how over time they change and looking for the
Yes.
simplest ways, like the basic shapes that they change and how their posture changes.
Yeah.
So you're really seeing things imaginatively and from different angles so that when you come up with your ideas, you're saturated in how they evolved and how you're going to design this world. And you've gotten insight from observing it.
Yeah, I think it is what from watching a lot of the Animal Planet stuff,
Mhm.
because
Yeah.
how they change through time, through millions of years, and you're like, wow, that's amazing. Some animals just had a certain type of jaw, and they kept that for a while until it didn't work, and then that disappeared, and then they started having different parts of their body that worked, and then they developed that.
This is great insight, though, for people who are going to be character designers. It shows you that a character designer cares. A creature designer cares about creatures, what they're made out of, how they change. That you're combining being an artist with something you love anyway, which
Yeah.
is Animal Planet and the history of animals.
If you think in those terms, it helps with also coming up with concepts for just big ideas. Let's say for Infinity War, I was tasked with coming up with a battle between Thanos and Doctor Strange, but a battle that you've never seen before. It's like epic, like really huge epic battle, and Thanos needed to have like at least 4 of the gems. He was in Titan, and he was fighting Star-Lord and Iron Man and Doctor Strange, and he brought down chunks of the moon, and he rained down rocks on them.
We'll show the clip.
Yeah, show the clip. Yeah. So
Yeah,
that's
if
based
we
on
want to be
on-
demonetized.
Yeah, that's right. But yeah, so same with that. So I had like an overall idea, and then I just slowly 20% of the black hole, 10% of fire, and trying to mix that together to come up with something like looking unique, even though it's familiar.
Anthony, you are inspiring. You've got the energy of a creative kid with the skills of a grown up that fuse together admirably. I mean, there's just hearing you talk about it, it's like what you do when you were going to invent monsters as a kid. Only now you're really able to do it, and then people put millions of dollars
Yeah.
into turning it into
We're back.
a reality. It's thrilling.
It almost feels like the little tips you give, like even as a creature designer, when I say, learn how to paint folds or materials, right? Those little things may seem so simple, but when you're doing the job and you don't know how to do different materials, it's hard for them to know what your costume's about, and the story behind the costume is also important. One example I guess I could give is when I was designing Loki for Thor Ragnarok. Uh, I know Loki's dad died and his mom died and his sister's after him and he's in mourning. So inside, like he's just
Hey, good
sad.
morning,
So
gamer.
when I was
How's it
designing
going?
the costume, I put purple inside the armor just to represent death or sadness.
Ah.
And I had all the cut lines going diagonally because he's so imbalanced with his mental state. He doesn't know if he's gonna be good or bad. So I kind of add that to my design.
Oh, that's cool.
Story.
That's really interesting. Yeah, I guess I know
Yeah.
very little about costume design, so that's the kind of stuff people think about, huh? Is like, how does this costume express the personality or the current storyline of this character?
Yes, sometimes
Yeah, that's cool.
not everybody does it that way. When I was explaining my process for that particular one, because not all costume designs end up like that. That just happened to be the one that felt
Right.
like right. But I would suggest to do that in making costume designs because it just brings out something more, and that guides you on designing stuff too.
Cool.
Oh, one more thing when designing costumes, you could think of three things: your budget, right? A very cheap costume, a middle value costume, and the most expensive costume. You get more jobs that way if you have more of a variety. An
Perfect.
expensive looking costume, a medium looking costume, and the cheapest costume you could find. So that you would have your job longer and they need you for
Not
more other
bad.
costumes
Just
and not
waiting
just
for the
that
stream
costume.
from GGG in 12 hours.
As
Wait,
far as
what's
getting into
GGG?
the industry, because I think that's what most young people probably want to know the most about.
Yes.
Is this even good?
How much of just being good at the craft do you think it is? And what are the other characteristics of someone who the common characteristics you see of people who do work for big companies like Marvel?
I think it's most of his work ethic.
Okay.
Definitely easy to collaborate with. That's another trait that's important, and to always explore ideas
Gear
that
grading
sound
games?
stupid in
What's
the
their
beginning,
stream about?
to explore it.
Like, what are they streaming?
And I know in the beginning when you're just starting out, every idea seems stupid, especially when talking to someone that also doesn't know better, and both of you are just saying, "Oh, your idea is stupid, mine's better." It's like you never let go of those. You just try to, okay, it sounds stupid now. Maybe this stupid idea could help with something better later. You never know. No, my daughter
Oh,
is
cool.
bothering us. This is my daughter. Hi. Okay, what are you getting? She's just grabbing something.
Okay.
Hey,
Okay, this
since
is dumb.
I have to go, why don't I
The
send you
release
advice
of
so you can
the new
carry
league
through with this?
next week.
Yeah.
Oh man,
The
Marshall.
name
It's like-
for
it's so
next
cool when
Path
you
of
do-
Exile
let's
League
do
is
another one.
Scourge.
Anthony, it
Ah,
is a
okay.
privilege
I see.
to know you and have had a chance
Fair
to talk
enough.
with you on this podcast. And yeah, it's also a great feeling to know that we were in
Man,
class
feet are
together
even more
and I
difficult to
didn't-
draw than
I
hands.
didn't remember that.
Marshall, you were in class together with pretty much every professional artist out there, which
Yeah, but today it's
But we need
Anthony
them to get
Francisco.
to get
Yeah.
viral on Twitter.
It's a big deal.
it has been proven, by the way. I said it in the first season that remember when I first introduced you, I think
Yes,
in the
you
first
did.
season where I was like, we walked around Comic-Con and literally every single person said, "Hey, Marshall." And now
Yeah.
it's been proven. The first two people we had as guests on this podcast have said to you, "Hey, I was actually in your class." And you're like,
Well,
"What?"
It's a great feeling.
Yeah.
Well, Anthony, I admire you. I admire your work. It was a great opportunity to talk with you. Thanks for doing this with us.
Thank you for having me. It's great. It's great to talk to you guys, and hopefully
Luckily,
we do this
shoes
again.
All
exist.
right. Thank you all.
They
Yeah.
do.
Oh man, I didn't get to tell Marshall his
That is
composition
true.
classes.
But
Is
the reason I'm
let's
doing
see
her is to
composition
study
in a
anatomy.
whole different way.
Oh,
So that
really?
would kind of
Yeah.
defeat the
Yeah, we
point.
just recorded how to learn composition podcast episode. It hasn't aired. Well, by the time this episode airs, the composition episode will have aired by then. But while we're recording this, it has not aired yet. I think it's a good one. I mean, Marshall pretty much carries that whole episode.
I think I forgot most of it, but the one that stuck with me the most, that I apply a lot to everything, and it also fits the other idea I had when I do creature design, is when he said that where the yin and yang, where it's black and white, and a little bit of black is in the white, a little bit of white is in the black.
Mm-hmm.
And now when I do my keyframes, I usually do that, but I have a dominant, whether it's black or white, and then I put a little bit of the white in the. It's like, wow, that's, and I've been using that ever since. And I remember learning that from Marshall.
Nice. Let's continue with that conversation about the characteristics. Were there any others that you know of or you can think of? What kind of people do you want to work with?
When you have a brainstorming session, you're not shy to put yourself out there because everybody's inviting. So that's one thing that.
Be right back.
that is prevalent, I guess, with our team is that no one has egos. I mean, everyone's confident. I mean, we have our ego, right? But when you're brainstorming, it's like, okay, let me hear your idea, and what's your idea? And it's just, if we do need to brainstorm with someone, it's easy.
You mentioned easy to work with.
Yes.
And Neil Gaiman, in his commencement speech, mentions this that being a pleasure to work with is one of the three qualities that you need to make to have a career. Well, I'm curious though, is like, do you know if there's any people who are not a pleasure to work with, but because they they challenge certain ideas and they actually bring really good work to the table, that they still make it in, or if you still enjoy working with those kinds of people that maybe aren't like easy to work with, but because
Yeah.
they kind of bring you up by challenging you constantly.
That's the name of the game, is you challenge each
Right.
other's ideas, but it's not confrontational.
Right. So you could be a pleasure to work with, but still challenge people's ideas and
Yes, yes.
and not make the work easy, but make it fun because it's challenging
Yeah.
and you're
And when I say not a pleasure to work with, it's more like the attitude where they're very bullheaded with their design and they don't want to hear other ideas, or when they come in, they take out everyone's ideas and put theirs in. That's what I mean, I guess, when I say it's hard to work with.
yeah. Okay. That makes sense.
But if it's just difficulty in coming up with an idea, or the challenge of the idea, that's actually fun. It's difficult, but it's still fun.
Mhm.
Which is like coming up with Marvel ideas. It's getting more and more difficult the more it goes on, because we try not to do what we already did. It's like, okay, well, it has to be more epic than this epic thing we did. How will we do that and make it unique? But people would still accept it as cool. Because if it's too unique, it won't appeal to audiences.
Yeah. Well, Anthony, it's been a pleasure having you here. It's good to have some insight from people who are actually working in the industry. Um, what what do you what's in store for you for the next decade or so? Are you just looking forward to working on more big movies, or do you have any personal projects that you want to share?
There are definitely more movies from Marvel. We have so much stuff
Yeah.
on the pipe. And on the side, I'm like trying to figure out how to learn to write, so possibly take more classes on that. And my personal projects, like I'm trying to develop the stuff I grew up on, like Filipino folklore, try to do an idea with that as a story.
Okay, so do more writing stuff.
Yeah, because I
Be
feel
right
like
back.
you
Be
like
right back.
creating.
Be right back. Be right back. And I'm back. Backity back. Samurai Jack. I want to do some Rajax studies, to be honest. I don't. Maybe I should work a minimum of an hour on something. Wait, what? There we go.
Worlds, and in
Yeah.
the worlds there are stories. When I design, I have stories behind it. Why don't I start writing them?
That sounds fun. So, are you taking classes, writing classes?
Just YouTube videos or watching the Neil Gaiman one. I watched that
Oh,
master class.
how is that? Is
Yeah.
it a good one?
But the way he just talks and explains stuff just sounds so cool.
He's a good speaker.
It's like a 1-day workshop
Yeah, one day workshop. That's what. Yeah.
to begin it, but to really get into it, you'll need to take a longer class or something.
Right.
but
But it's a good. It could be a really good start, though, huh?
Yeah, no, definitely. It would definitely inspire you. It inspired me.
Cool. Yeah. Thanks a lot, man.
Yeah, it's been fun. I had a lot of fun.
I'm sure the aspiring creature designers are gonna enjoy this episode and be really thankful for all the insight. So, if people want to follow you, where can they follow you?
If you want to follow me, you can hit me up on Instagram, YouTube. It's for Instagram, it's Anthony_Francisco_art, and on YouTube, it's just search for Anthony Francisco Designer, I guess.
I just searched for Anthony Francisco and it came up. So
Okay, just search for that, and
it looks like the username on your YouTube is UberMonster20.
Uber Monster 20. Oh,
Nice. Yeah.
my horror film days when I wanted to direct a horror film. It's like, maybe it'll come up.
Yeah.
I could possibly do a short film soon.
Well, thank you everybody for listening. Go check out Anthony's stuff. And if you've never heard of his movies, go check them out. Look up Marvel. See,
Look at Marvel, yes.
yeah, you'll enjoy the movies. All right,
Thank
thanks,
you,
guys.
everyone.
Can you tell people to give us the TikToks?
I actually have a TikTok.
You do have a TikTok.
Yeah, I do have
Oh,
one. That's
okay,
why I
cool.
thought you found my TikTok.
No, I haven't found it, but I will definitely go check it out after
No,
this.
don't look for it yet because it's nothing interesting.
There's
in
nothing
it.
in there. Yeah, mine doesn't really have anything in. I have like 3 or 4 posts.
It's all in my drafts. All my lip syncing and dancing. It's all in my drafts. It's never coming out.
And that, like, until you get drunk one night and accidentally publish them all.
Yeah, and then-
Anthony Francisco, he is setting up to record a Draftsman podcast with Marshall and Stone. He will be
So I didn't
our
really
special
do
guest
anything
here
special
on
today.
The Draftsman episode here with
Man, I'm
the
tired.
Anthony Francisco who designed Baby Groot among the other things he's done. Bum bum bum.
Okay, let's move on to other studies, I guess. Let's move to animation, maybe. I'm tired. Damn. Should I do a 4-hour stream? 5 hours? Because we're doing 1 hour each for each study. Maybe. Okay. Let's move on. How much stuff do we have? It's 4, right? Okay. Drawing practice.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. Oh, my son just came in.
Hey, Cooper, it's you and I again. Do you remember me?
Mama.
Maybe I have some qualities in common with Mama. Is he mistaking me for Mama?
No, Marshall says Marshall does something with Mama. What does Marshall do with Mama?
Boy, this is getting dangerous. Wow. I have never been the mailman nor the milkman there.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Bye, and good seeing you.
What a cutie.
He is. We're ready to go with another Draftsman podcast
Let's
on this
do animation.
beautiful June day in SoCal.
Tell the viewers, the listeners, what Draftsman podcast means.
Oh, the Draftsman podcast is a conversation between Marshall Dandruff, that's me,
That's Stan Prokopenko.
that's him, and we talk about all things having to do with being artists and making one's living in the arts. Granted that a person wants to do that, we talk about stuff that may help.
If they don't want to make a living off of it, should they just stop listening?
No, I think that if you want to listen to people who take it seriously, that you want to do it for the joy of it and the fun of it and not for money, there's a lot in here for you too.
And if they're not artists, should they still listen to it?
No.
Yeah, they should. We need the
No.
listens. We need the numbers, Marshall.
Oh, yeah, sure.
What if they're just here for the entertainment of our humor
Yeah.
and the
Ooh.
and the pleasure of hearing your voice?
If that's the case, their standards are very, very low. But it might be good to have your standards low and then gradually lift them up. You'll outgrow this podcast. That inevitably happens.
I didn't know you were going to start insulting our audience that quickly.
No, I was not insulting our audience.
You said that their standards are low.
If anybody comes to this podcast for our humor,
I think some do, Marshall. I think some do, and you're insulting them.
yeah, going out to the dry desert to pick up those buckets of. Let's just change the subject.
Yeah, there you go.
Mm.
Oh, off to a great start today. I'm glad that we started this by talking to our audience, because this whole conversation, this whole episode is going to be about us talking to our audience.
Yeah, well, it's our high standard of humor that keeps people coming back.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. So you really want to make this a good one. Let's just break all the rules. Let's insult the audience, and let's just go right into eating right afterwards. What's next? What are you gonna
Hey,
do
friends.
next, Marshall? You stay tuned to find out.
First sip of coffee for the day.
Oh, that's right. This is the episode of the day that you start drinking coffee.
Hey, but we did one episode where you spent 6 minutes on talking about coffee. You explained to me,
Yeah.
you and Sean explained to me a year ago that when I was so bent out of shape, this podcast is so filled with fluff. And you guys said that it's a buddy simulator.
Sean said that.
So yeah, I can think sipping coffee and talking about coffee and simulating buddiness.
I also don't agree with you that it's filled with fluff.
Well, that's because Charlie cuts out most of it.
There's still an hour of non-fluff left over after he cuts it up. So
Well, it remains to be seen whether what we just said will be left in.
yes, we'll see, and they will never know,
If it's not left in, yeah, it's gone.
because there will be something. There will be something before we
Yeah.
said this, but they won't know if something was cut out or not.
What do you want to do today?
I want to answer people's questions because there's a lot of them.
Oh, well, then let's get to it.
And we keep running out of time in all our episodes, and we can't throw in a voicemail question at the end of our episodes anymore because all our episodes go over an hour now.
Let's take care of those voicemails then.
We care so much about our topics. We just can't stop talking. Okay, Marshall. I'm going to play it.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Hi, Marshall and Stan. My name is Ian White.
Hi,
I've been an
Marshall and
artist
Stan.
professionally for about 17 years as a tattoo artist. And about 6 years ago, finally broke the seal and started oil painting and fell in love with it. Those early days, I took in a lot of online instruction and felt like it really helped me grow. And then once I really started putting paint to canvas frequently, I was able to start selling on a regular basis and just kept painting and painting and painting and painting. And my question is, trying to find that balance of input and output I found to be difficult. And I don't want to fall victim to a plateau of skill. And I'm curious of your opinion on whether just painting and painting often is enough to build that, or if there's a certain amount of time that I should look at myself and maybe reach out for critique or instruction, or just putting the brush down for a little bit and reevaluating myself in that. Any advice you might have on that balance of input and output would be great. Thank you very much for all you guys do. Bye.
I think it is input output. This is one thing that I've kind of wondered about as well. I don't know if I have the correct answer. What about you? Do you have the correct answer?
No, I want to hear what you say first.
It depends. We're back on that boat.
Yeah.
No, actually, well, we just had an episode on the War of Art, where we did that review of the book, and a lot of that talks about resistance. And I feel like input could be a form of resistance. It could be there as an excuse for not outputting, for not sitting down to create. And you have to be the judge of it, of where that balance is for you. How much input do I need until the amount I'm inputting no longer gives me any extra benefit?
Yeah.
Because I'm inputting so much, I'm forgetting most of the stuff I input. There's a balance, and I think it really depends on you where that balance is. But you have to be honest with yourself about where the balance is. And if you know deep down that right now, the most important thing for you to do is to go do that painting that's on your mind, then go do it. Stop inputting. But if every time you go try to create something, you struggle with perspective, you struggle with anatomy, you just keep running into the same problems over and over again, you're going to need some input to solve those problems, because your craft isn't there yet in order to create efficiently. So it depends on where you are at. You know, students need more input than professionals. I think that's my answer.
Here's my thought. Ian, if you've been at this for 17 years as a professional, then you've got a good understanding of how it all works. And you mentioned, is there a certain amount of time or percentage of time or whatever? I wouldn't go there. I wouldn't get that specific. I think that the better thing to do is what Stan was getting at. Listen to your instincts. If you are feeling dry, then you go to that rich well of resources of other people's work that fills you up. And if you are feeling like all you're doing is taking in, you've got to go out and exercise it. And that's the best analogy I can think of offhand, because I've used it a lot, is that input is food. Output is exercise. It's play.
Output is poop.
Well, actually, you could look at it that way. Granted that you're doing really bad work.
Or you're making just absolute sculptures.
Maybe.
Like just brilliant, genius sculptures.
Maybe I should change how I phrase it.
I like
Yeah.
that one.
A kid needs food and drink to supply fuel and energy. And then what does the kid want to do? Go out and play and climb trees and chase and do stuff. And at our healthiest, that ends up being balanced. When we become unhealthy, and it may be one reason why we become unhealthy is we do too much of one thing at the expense of the other. But I think, especially for you, that if you've been at it this long, that if you were to take periods of time throughout the week or the month to really assess, are you hungry for more or do you need to put more work out? You'll probably get a good insight into it. You're at least asking a good question. When you're on a roll, don't stop to analyze. When the work is coming out and coming out well, don't figure, well, I've got to have different or better input. But sometimes you start to do the same things over and over, and that's where you pull back and go to great masters whom you admire, new masters, ones that you haven't paid attention to before, and see how they can inspire you. But one thing I think, though, in response to your question, since I gave you a simple answer, but for everyone else, if you haven't been at it for 17 years, is that everybody thinks of the work as work. Everybody knows that producing in the studio takes energy. What they don't sometimes think about is that genuinely absorbing good influences also is work. It takes energy. It's enjoyable work. It's fun. But it is actively looking, noticing what this person does with line and tone, noticing what they do with edges, noticing how they simplify and how they spread out things that are kind of chattery and kind of smooth. All of the other discoveries that you can make as your knowledge of the elements of art increases and as your familiarity with the principles of art increases. You get greater appreciation the more you look, and if that looking is active, it becomes more practical, more, hey, I could use that in my work.
Move on to the next one?
Yeah, let's do another.
Hey, Marshall and Stan. People usually say Stan and Marshall, so that is a power move if I've ever seen one. I'm part of a bunch of different Facebook anatomy groups for young artists, and I notice a lot of beginners that really sexualize women in their anatomy drawings. I don't even think that it's a conscious thing that people will do, but they'll just make ridiculously sized, like melon boobs, huge butts, skinny waist. And so maybe you could talk about that. But I was also thinking about, that got me thinking about the message that you want to send in your own art, I guess. I know that you guys talk about the craft mostly, hence the name of the podcast. But what kind of messages would you want to give in your own artwork, or do you try to, or how much do you just focus on the craft as opposed to the message? So thanks so much. Bye-bye.
When I was a student, I cared very much about what my work said, what message it was getting across. I cared too much. I think that in the first few years, I cared more about my artwork as a vehicle for teaching, for making a point than I should have, which is part of the reason why I became a teacher. I found that when I watch a lot of fiction movies, which I do, and I read a lot of nonfiction, it's not when I just read a lot of nonfiction and I watch fiction movies. But as soon as I start watching documentaries, if I go for 2 or 3 documentaries in a row, I start to get hungry for fiction because I think it's a need for balance. And I am so involved in making a point as a teacher, so involved in sending a message that I try never to think about that when I'm making a work of art. I'm just trying to get the proportions accurate and see if I can do it with some sense of ease and effortlessness or whatever else. But my mind is not on art as message at this point. It might be a better question for an artist who is concerned with that, making statements, so to speak. Stan, where do you fall with this?
I struggle with it. I don't think I have a message in my art. And I've recently thought I needed to have one, and I've been just trying to search for one. I haven't found one. again, going back to the book we just read, The War of Art, he talks about in there that you need to focus on your craft and because if you focus too much on the why and the art, it can hypnotize, or not hypnotize you, it could paralyze you. And I think I found that kind of to be true for me. I don't have an answer to that, but I do want to say be careful if you put too much pressure on yourself to create art that is only filled with some kind of life-changing message that's going to change the world. You're going to create a lot less art. Some art is just worth creating just because it's art and just because it's beautiful. You like how something looks, I'm going to put it down on paper. But art is also a language. You know, the visual art is a language. It's a form of communicating. And so when you communicate, you have to have some kind of message, right? So there is both of those, but I might have a better answer for you in 10 years.
Yeah.
I don't have one right now, unfortunately. As far as sexualizing women in art, this is a discussion where I wish there was a woman here to offer a woman's side of it as well, right? Because it's really difficult to really have a meaningful conversation about this where it's just two guys talking. It's just us.
I agree.
There's no way we can make a fair analysis of the situation. Hey, real quick, this is Future Stan. We are working to bring on a female guest to talk about this, so we will revisit this question in an upcoming episode.
Now, back to messages in our art.
Okay.
The fact that you and I are not that concerned about it is precisely one reason why there are people who will watch this podcast and say, yeah, it's rightly called draftsman. It's rightly called draftsman because they are not artists. They are draftspeople. And there's a difference between artists, real artists, and draftspeople, is that these guys have nothing to say in their art.
Sure, that could be a fair argument.
It would. I had my stuff in a show in Irvine that was all fine artists, but the stuff that I had in there was stuff I did for Mad Magazine.
Oh, okay.
And the kids liked it, but the newspaper article on it singled me out to say that I was the one artist in there who was not an artist. It was just lowbrow entertainment to this reviewer. And I remember reading it and feeling a little bit proud of that label.
Oh, wow.
That I don't feel like I need to be considered an artist with a capital A. I go a long way with what Stephen Pressfield talked about. I'm not trying to be an artist. I'm trying to practice good craft, make a good piece of furniture, make a functional house, cook a good meal. And if it's art, according to the people who are up above it looking down on it and being able to say, this is art, this isn't art. If mine doesn't get designated as art, I am happy with that. I would be much more bothered by being called incompetent or pretentious or fake or whatever else. But I don't want to think too much in making a picture right now at this stage in my life about what it means. More about whether I like it.
Marshall, maybe one of the book reviews we could do is on the book Kitsch by Odd Nerdrum. Have you heard of it?
No, I know who Odd Nerdrum is, but I'm interested in the book with the title Kitsch.
I haven't read it, so I don't want to even attempt to summarize it. But I think it's related to this about art and with a capital A and this sort of thing.
Yeah.
Being proud to not be an artist with a capital A, I think. But I think maybe we should read this. This is one that's been on my list, and I'm really excited about it.
I would read that with you.
What?
You know about Robert Williams, the guy who founded Juxtapose and is quite a respected artist, lowbrow artist, very lowbrow artist in his own right. referred to Big Daddy Ed Roth as the greatest artist of the 20th century or something like that. I haven't been able to find the quote, but he's taking a guy who did hot rod art and monsters and that kind of thing, the kind of stuff I loved as a kid, and calling that the great art of the 20th century. And part of this, I think, is flying in the face of the highbrows. It is a conversation. What is and what is not art is a conversation that interests me little to participate in. It could interest me as a battlefield to watch who wins the war, but I also don't know how relevant it is. I think that the attitude that Paddy Chayefsky had, he's a great screenwriter of the late 20th century, is just to do the work, and if it's art, it'll be art. And if it isn't, it won't be. But it's going back to the Stephen Pressfield attitude. Just do the best work you can do. Try to make it come alive. See what happens. Other people will decide whether it's art.
Yeah.
Stan, one of the books that we did start to deal with John Gardner's The Art of Fiction, in which he deals with those deadly sins, one of which was pandering, one of which was mannerism, one of which was didacticism, as I recall. Didacticism is where the art becomes propaganda, that I'm doing this specifically to get people to change their minds. And that's where the danger is. But I will recommend Spike Lee's masterclass trailer, where he talks about having the person you're rooting for and the person you're rooting against both be right, so that it is not a piece of propaganda, it's a portrait of a battle. And Ken Burns does this also with his documentaries. He has opinions, but he does everything he can to not push one side too hard, not make the message too heavy-handed, so that you are, as a viewer, are left with the opportunity to think it through yourself. More questions than answers.
Cool. This episode is sponsored by NordVPN. Use their VPN to browse the internet without being tracked and spied on. The dirty truth is that advertisers love it when you don't use a VPN, because then they can use that info to sell you stuff. A lot of people value their privacy and don't want their info being shared with companies. And so that's where NordVPN can help you out. With NordVPN, you can select one of 5,500 fast servers in 60 countries, and you'll anonymously browse the internet as if you're in that country. They also have a strict no logs policy, which means they will never track, collect, or share your personal data. You can utilize NordVPN on multiple devices with different operating systems like Windows, macOS, Android, and iOS. My personal experience using NordVPN has been positive, mainly because I don't even notice it running in the background while I'm browsing the internet. Get 68% off NordVPN, only $3.71 per month. Plus, you get an additional month free at nordvpn.com/draftsman, or use discount code draftsman. Again, for 1 month free of NordVPN, go to nordvpn.com/draftsman, or use coupon code draftsman. Today's sponsor is BetterHelp. With BetterHelp, you can quickly get matched with a therapist that helps meet your needs. It's all done through their smartphone app, which provides you with a detailed questionnaire when you first sign up. Are you religious? BetterHelp can match you with someone who shares your faith. Do you feel more comfortable opening up to a female therapist over a male one? BetterHelp can take that into account as well. The criteria in the BetterHelp questionnaire is designed to match you with the best counselor for your needs. Before BetterHelp, you'd have a limited amount of therapists to choose from based on where you're located. Now you can be matched and have sessions with a therapist you really connect with that could be on the opposite side of the country. That's pretty cool. Right now, BetterHelp is offering all Draftsman listeners 10% off your first month with discount code DRAFTSMAN. To get started, go to betterhelp.com/draftsman. Simply fill out a questionnaire to help them assess your needs and get matched with a counselor you'll love. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/draftsman. Next one?
Sure.
Hey, Marshal Vandross. This is Johnny Bulldog, your landlord. If you listen to me, I'll tell you something. You get me laid on one more ring check, I swear to God I'm going to shove your big bulbous nose right to the back end of your skull. And if you don't figure out what that looks like, have Stan Pinocchio draw you the picture. It'll be a
Stan
real
Pinocchio.
hoot.
What is that?
I know who this is.
What? I didn't understand what he said.
I didn't fully understand what he said either, but Mike Polinsky, beloved former student, now animation professional, I love you, but I don't know what you said. This is your landlord.
Should we move on, or do you have? I am confused.
Mike is one of the only people in my life who will call me up and sing to me. And I sing to him, and we always start our conversations with a song. He's one of the only people that will dare to do that. That's part of why I love him.
If you're looking for me to do that, no.
No, I love you for other reasons.
Okay.
Hey, fellas, this is Mike Polinsky, a former Marshall Vandross survivor. I mean, student. I've got a question that I've already built up a lot of opinions on over the years, but I kind of want to hear yours. So, how much showing off is too much? How do you flaunt your skills without obnoxiously rubbing it in people's faces with your art, assuming you are humble enough not to brag about it in words? To give an example, I see so much mannerism in my chosen field of animation, especially on the feature side, that it's beginning to be a little bit of a thorn in my side. Make me laugh. Introduce me to lovable characters I would never have thought up. Well, for the love of God, stop showing me how well you can draw a milk call style hand turning in space. The man has been dead 33 years, and y'all are still making him blush uncomfortably. Take care, Marshall.
That was harsh.
Wait. Okay. Summarize for us, please.
He's talking about mannerism. Mike, we just did a podcast on the War of Art where this issue of showing off was a thing. And I understand that there are animators who are going to show off how they can animate instead of just entertaining and telling a story. And you and I have had conversations about this. And again, it's part of what John Gardner touched on in The Art of Fiction, that as soon as the motive is to show the audience, look at how well I do this, that's not a good core motive. It can be done in little bits, as he pointed out. Sometimes we do show off, but it gets in the way. It's calling attention to, mannerism is calling attention to how well we do something, rather than what we're supposed to have on our mind, which for some people may be to get the message across, or the other that he mentioned is to entertain them, to make them laugh. It may not be art if it just entertains, but that's okay. If it makes the audience laugh, it succeeded on those terms. If it's a scary story and it makes the audience shudder, then it succeeded on those terms. If it's a documentary and it makes the audience wonder or enlightens them to some part of life that they didn't know about, then it's done its job. But as soon as it starts to show off, it's not doing its job. Now, I don't know. You don't seem like you're that pleased with this question.
I don't know. I haven't given it much thought. The first thing that comes to mind, though, is that watching people show off is entertaining.
Yes, that's true.
So where does that leave that argument? Does it kind of just destroy the whole thing?
No, because there are some things that are meant to be showing off. Don Richardson used to talk about it with choices of camera angles in movies. He pointed out that the best storytelling, nobody remembers anything about camera angles because they never thought about a camera. They were just involved with these characters. However, there is one kind of movie where the camera is the star. Look at this amazing camera work that we do, and it's pleasing to be exposed to virtuoso camera work. So yeah, there is a point where the camera work does want to show off because here's an analogy, and this may not connect with everybody. In the history of classical music, there is a semi-famous composer. He was the Jimmy Page of his era. It was Paganini. This would be the early to mid 19th century. And he played violin concertos. He composed violin concertos that were so difficult to play that practically nobody could play them but him. because he was the virtuoso violinist.
Hmm.
And there are recordings from the 70s played by Salvatore Accordo that if you want to hear number 1 and number 6, that'll give you an idea of what we're talking about. Well, there are people who say that on the echelons of classical music, he's down here low because he's showing off rather than doing what you're supposed to do with music. It never stopped me from loving those violin concertos and listening to them over and over. They really are exciting because they are virtuoso. To hear somebody go all over the place with that violin and make sounds like that. So, no, it doesn't throw it all out, Stan. It doesn't just trash the whole argument. It just shows that there is a time for showing off. But if you're supposed to be telling a story or moving a person's emotions into something other than awe and wonder at how great an artist this is, then it's better to subdue that, to restrain that.
So when the showing off hurts the main goal,
Yeah,
the showing off is bad.
well put.
The comparison of showing off versus entertaining, I don't think that works. Because I think almost all examples of showing off are entertaining as a
Yeah.
spectator. I can't think of a single example of someone showing off that isn't entertaining to watch. Whether
yeah.
we like to watch it because we think, oh my God, what an idiot,
Yeah.
or that guy's so full of himself, it's still entertaining to watch this person make an idiot out of themselves.
Or pull it off, like to put your fist through boards as a fighter or any kind of athletic achievement.
Yeah.
It's a marvelous thing to show off. Oh, that you are awesome.
Yeah, the parts in football games or basketball games where the athletes start showing off a little bit, those are the most entertaining parts of the game.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, that's where everybody turns to the TV and they rewind. And
The Gilbert and Sullivan operettas are filled with patter. And the patter is the most entertaining part of it. Patter is where you've written incredible lyrics. Stephen Sondheim does that a bit too, where he just does such incredible lyrics that all you can do is be in awe of how that person came up with lyrics like that.
but I get it. If the athlete starts showing off so much that it then affects the rest of his team,
Yes.
and they start performing worse because this guy is just taking all the attention, and then they start losing games because of this,
Yeah.
then the showing off is affecting the main goal here, which is to win the game.
Here's another one we got from Don Richardson about actors. Because in modern acting, which in Hollywood, that's any time after about late 1960s, one of the things that changed from classic movies to modern movies is that acting became more realistic, where it really does feel like a camera is in front of a real person who does not know that a camera is there. In classic movies, you got people doing incredible speeches and they're making gestures that seem more artificial, which is not necessarily bad, but it's more artificial. It doesn't feel like real life. As soon as you get into realistic acting, which is a special level of sophistication and subtlety, if you've got someone who puts on and starts to act artificially, it can throw it out of key because it's calling attention to, am I doing a tremendous performance or what? And we've been taken out of the illusion of believing that we're looking into real people's lives. And one way you know this is as soon as somebody does a performance that you feel like applauding. Wow, wasn't that a great speech? And it was not meant to be the character impressing other characters with the speech, then we have been taken out of the illusion. The dream has been broken. It's been called attention to as a dream. So, Mike, I guess the brief answer to this, I'm not even sure what your question was, but you are pointing out that there is a discrepancy between doing the job of entertaining the audience in an animation and showing that I know, like you know, that Milt Kahl was the greatest animator of the 20th century. And have I studied his stuff and watched me move my character just the way Milt Kahl would do it? I know that becomes a problem. It gets in the way of the audience's experience.
Ah, okay, cool. Next?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey Stan, hey Marshall, it's Jack here. I have a quick question for y'all. So, recently my friends have been asking me to do commissions for them, and I know they're probably in the same financial situation as me, aka we're not big ballin' money, you know? So, I want to know, what should I do if I want to put in the max amount of effort to please my friends because they're my homies, but with all this time, I feel like I'm not getting paid enough. What should I do? Thank you.
Wait, did he say that they're both rolling in money?
Not rolling in.
Oh,
money.
not roll. Okay.
Yeah. What was his name?
Chad or Charik?
Chad, maybe?
Something like that.
Chad or Jad? I'm not sure.
Jarek? Charik?
Jared?
Jared? Jared?
Maybe.
Or Charid?
It's Jack here.
Let's call him Chad.
Whatever your name is, I love you for your spirit of wanting to do well by the people that you are close to. And I trust that you will be a good comrade to them. But there does come a point where that spirit of generosity can be exploited by people. And Stan, I don't know, you might answer this better than I'm going to answer it.
Probably.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm just kidding. Well, you were going to ask me something, right?
I was going to ask you how you would answer this, because the tension of this is a tension between family and work, isn't it? Because your family are your friends who they want you to do stuff for them, but then you only have so much energy and you've got to do stuff to make your living, and finding creative solutions to that. Like, I'll do it for you for 1 year and we're going to work on this together to where I'm going to get up good enough to where I'm going to leave the family, that you're having me serve you. And then I'm going to leave the family to have a real career. And that means I won't be able to do anything for you for the next 2 or 3 years. And if I make this much money, then I'll fund our dinners. I don't know. I don't know how to handle this.
I've had a lot of experience with this.
Okay, tell us.
And I think that I'm going to guess what I'm going to say.
You're going to say, I know what you're going to say. I can predict the future. It depends.
Yeah. It depends, but I think that there's a time for both. When I was young, friends and family were my only clients. Nobody's going to hire a 14-year-old to do their family portraits except my parents' friends. Right? Come on. So it depends on your situation. If they're your only choice, and getting paid less than what you think you are worth is the only thing that you are going to get paid right now because you don't have any other clients, then I think, yes, you take that job and you treat it as practice with a little bit of money attached to it. Unless you're just not excited about doing it. If they're asking you to do something that doesn't align with what you already want to do, then you could say no to that because it's practice. It's the wrong practice. You're not practicing the thing that you want to practice. And then you're just doing it for them. And if you really love them enough, sure, go ahead, do it for them. Make it as a gift or something. But eventually, you're going to have to start saying no more and more and more. Because going back to the War of Art, we just read it. It's on our mind. I'm sorry, but it does kind of cover a lot of this stuff. It's resistance, man.
It's war, baby.
You might use it as an excuse to not do that thing that's probably harder to do that you know you really should be doing right now. That project that you've been trying to finish for the past 2 years and you're really stuck on it. Hey, I'll just take this break and do this thing for my friend right now. You're putting it off. Go do that thing that's really hard to do, but you know is more meaningful. Once I got to the point where I had my own projects going on, I was building my own companies, I had my own paintings I wanted to make. A lot of friends and family would look at me as like, oh, he's the artist. He could just whip something out real quick. And they would come to me with these things, not realizing what they're actually asking me to do, which is to say no to that thing that I feel is really important to provide them with this charity. And I would have to politely explain to them that this would take me away from all the other things that I don't have time to do that I really want to do. That I'm already saying no to things that are really important to me because I have too many important things to do and I don't have enough time. And so it's not personal that I'm saying no to them. It's that this is my job. This is the way I make a living. And I have to do the things that are going to grow my career, all that stuff. So that was what I was doing.
That makes sense. But hey, here's another thing about it. I know what you're feeling, because right now I'm saying no to more people than I've ever said no to in years, because there's just too many things to do. I can't get my work done if I say yes to everybody. But there's one good thing about it. I'm working right now with people of choice. Almost everything I'm doing, I'm working with people I want to hang out with. So if these are your friends that you want to hang out with, if they're your life friends, one thing you can do is get a whiteboard in front of you and say, here's what I want to do. Here's my goal. And then they put on there what their goal is also. And you look at these things and say, how can anything I could do for you or anything you could do for me take us to our goals? And in working on that together, you can see which ones of your friends really are on your side. Are they really pulling for you? Are they trying to get you there? Are they going to try to yank you to do something that's going to benefit them without considering whether it benefits you? But when you find, hey, I got an idea that could benefit me and you, and then you listen to it and you say, yeah, that could benefit me, and then you start to find ways that you can be travelers together. I've seen this happen even in the last year with some students that I'm excited about, where one has an idea and another one isn't really involved in that idea until they say, but I have this and I could help you with that. And my cousin's a lawyer and we need a lawyer in this. And this other person knows how to do this. And so teams of friends start to unite around common goals. And where they don't unite, or where someone has energy that they don't have everybody else's good at heart, then you know that's not one of my real friends. But I wish the best for you, and I hope that you prosper, and that your friends prosper along with you.
Yeah. And keep in mind, every time you say yes,
Saying no to something else.
bringing more of those requests to you. Because your friends will hear that, oh, you just did that portrait for her. Well, hey, then they get an idea and say, oh, I want to get one too, and it just spreads throughout all your friends as a thing that you do for people. Which if you like doing it, go ahead. There's nothing wrong with it. You just have to decide if you really do want to or not. And also, when you start saying no, that also has an effect. It brings less of those requests towards you. Eventually, my parents just started saying no to their friends. They didn't even tell me about it because they know I'm going to say no.
They were sparing the extra energy to,
They're just like, no,
don't even let him in the door.
He's not going to do it. Yeah. So.
Okay, it's a good question though, and I also know that it comes from experience that you'll work it out. I think you got a great heart, but you may be that your big issue may be boundaries, and boundaries are a way to test friendships to see whether they're really friendships. If you set boundaries and they are reasonable boundaries, that it can be clear, even if it isn't clear, that I'm setting this boundary to protect myself, even if that isn't clear to them, you still set the boundaries. But ideally, if they're really friends, look, I get exhausted when I'm trying to do this much. Help me out here. I can't do that for you. And if they are with you, they'll say, yeah. And then you've got even a stronger bond of looking out for each other.
You want to conclude it?
Well, thank you for your questions. And hopefully there's something in here useful to you.
Thank you guys for listening. We appreciate you. Thank you for your questions. And if you do want to ask a question, you could leave us a voicemail. The phone number is in the description. Or if you're in some, another country, not in the United States, you could just send us an MP3 or a WAV file of your voice to support@Proco.com. All right. Thanks, guys. Bye-bye.
See y'all. Bye. The Great Courses Plus is now Wondrium.com. One thing to take a look at while you're exploring Wondrium.com's vast library of content is Joel Sartori's Fundamentals of Photography course. I loved it, partly because I love reviewing the basics of light and camera and lenses and form and space and people and landscapes. But the big reason is that Joel Sartori is a really good photographer. If you want to expand your mind, take a look at Wondrium.com. You can get a 14-day free trial of unlimited access with our special URL, Wondrium.com/draftsman. That's WONDRIUM.com/draftsman.
It can be hard to squeeze time out for therapy sessions, especially if you're always on the go. If you're someone with a busy schedule, then you should consider taking your therapy sessions online with our sponsor, BetterHelp. BetterHelp does everything they can to match you with the perfect counselor by assessing your needs, and at a rate that won't destroy your wallet. Right now, all Draftsman listeners get 10% off your first month by visiting our sponsor at betterhelp.com/draftsman. Join over 1 million people who have taken charge of their mental health. Again, that's BetterHelp, HELP.com/draftsman.
Chris Applehans will be here. He'll be our guest today. You're gonna have a good time hearing what Chris Applehans has to say.
Hey, Sophie. Sophie says, hello, sorry it has been a while since I've popped in. Today was birthday, so was busy with that coordinating everything with my mom. So other than that, been doing a lot of studies. Oh, hey, I mean, you can come here whenever you'd like, really. There's no obligation, and I'm happy to see you, even if it's like once a year. I don't know. But yeah, good luck with your coordination, and I hope you have a nice birthday.
I had an office with Vance, and then you and I had an office for half of a summer, I think.
Yeah, and with Vera.
It's your birthday, right? If it's your birthday, then happy birthday.
Yeah, so it was sort of a social place, although I only worked there part-time. But that's where I met Chris. And then Chris went on to be a concept artist. You were a concept artist at Interplay, weren't you, at Black Isle Division?
Yeah.
Went on to be a concept artist for movies and animation, and you did the color key.
Yeah, I forgot to do this.
Is that correct? And you did concept art for Monster House, and there was even that stuff was in a book with Kang Lee, and then you illustrated children's books, and here's the big deal. Chris also wrote stories and pitched stories and sold a script and got to direct it and got investors to fund it and got to work with friends for, well, I'm going to let you tell the story from here. I want to hear how you went from being in Idaho where there was no art industry, coming to Southern California, getting hired quickly, having a career that built into success, and then turning into a film director. And he just finished a feature animation film called Wish Dragon with a budget of how much?
It's a small animated budget, so only $35 million.
$35 million. And I watched it last night, and it looks like it cost $100 million. It
Oh,
absolutely
thank
looks
you.
gorgeous. It's just beautiful.
Thank you. Making the movie for me was the end of a long road of assembling various puzzle pieces that made that possible, both as an individual artist and like understanding the industry and understanding the different skills that go into that. And each of those puzzle pieces came in a different phase with its own ups and downs and my own personal lessons learned from that. So if we just talk about the movie and then go back, we can kind of piece together that puzzle of how it was possible eventually and talk about some of those details too.
Okay, I'm very interested in that. Let's start by talking about the movie. And our audience includes people who are not in major centers of the industry. And to know that you came from an area that was not an art hub and that you've come this far, I think to hear your story can be encouraging. Tell us a little about the movie.
Yeah, so Wish Dragon is it's an animated film set in contemporary China, and it's essentially a retelling, a reimagining of the original Aladdin story. I don't think that people know this, but the Aladdin story is originally a Chinese fable. It's from like the far, far western parts of China, and it was a fable there that got kind of folded into the Arabian Nights at some point, and then sort of it kind of became the common understanding that that's where it originated. But it's actually this Chinese fable, and its components are very timeless. It's a peasant kid who lives alone with his mother and has essentially, real insecurities about himself as a peasant. And he discovers a lamp and he gets to summon a genie, and he's in love. He falls in love with a princess who's far beyond his sort of status. And it's the story of all the complications that arise from trying to kind of get what he wants through the power of these three wishes, and all of the questions that arise from that about what gives you value and what the value of status and money is, and all of those kind of essential questions about life are all in that original fable. And so that inspiration, we can talk more about kind of my personal inspiration for it, but that's the essential story that the movie tells, but juxtaposed into modern China, which is a really remarkable, dynamic, crazy place in which that world is changing really fast, and all those same issues of class and the meaning of life and the values that you try to hold on to in your family and all those things, they're all up in the air. They're all something people wrestle with every day there. So it's kind of a combination of a very timeless story and a totally amazing, fascinating modern setting to see if we can't speak to something universal.
Now, it seems a little odd that a guy like you would write a story set in China and direct the stories. Do you want to tell us about that?
Sure. Yeah. I do feel weird about it. I think because it's such a personal journey for me. And so on the surface, it seems odd. And for me, it's so personal. I never thought twice about it. But the origins are, I first went to China in 2005, 15 years ago, with Ben Zhu, the owner of the Nucleus Gallery. He and I were really good friends in college, and we were going to do some work, design work in China. And so we went to Shanghai together, and it was my first trip there, and I was blown away by just the things that I talk about a lot, the sort of speed of change and the dramatic kind of, a country has never transformed itself that quickly, I think, in human history in terms of modernization. And you could see, you just look around and you can see that all around you. When I got invited, Ben said, "Oh, you're going to love Shanghai. And we have this apartment and it's right on the river. You can see the river from our balcony. It's great." And so we got on a plane. He hadn't been back in 2 years, I think. It's like his family friends or his cousins, I think, apartment. Anyways, we went and we got in at night, the airport, and we went to his apartment, and we got up in the morning and we went out on his balcony, and I was like, "Well, where's the river, man?" And in the time he'd been gone, which was a little over 2 years, about 25 skyscrapers have been built.
Wow.
Yeah. And so in 2 years, I mean, that's more skyscrapers than have been built in LA since I've lived here for 20 years.
Huh.
So in 2 years, these skyscrapers have been built and you couldn't even see the river anymore. And right then, in that moment, I was like, this is fascinating. This is really interesting. This has got to be really hard to navigate. And it's a good and bad and complicated.
Mhm.
And then in the remainder of the trip, I got to meet his cousin, Michael, who's exactly my age. And basically, like, we're just clones of each other that are born on opposite sides of the world. We're just basically like, we think the same. We sort of finish each other. It's just like the friend you never had that you met all of a sudden on opposite sides of the globe. And so I got to know him. We became really good friends, and I got to learn all about his life. And he was in the middle of this very kind of Dickensian thing where his high school girlfriend, who they were madly in love, but she was from a really rich family and he was from kind of a lower middle class family. And they had broken up because it was just like not going to happen. There was an unspoken, like, this doesn't matter if you love each other, because there's I forget the actual phrase, but there's an idiom in Mandarin and Chinese about with two families, the doors need to match. The doors should be the same size, which is a way of saying be from the same class. So I would talk to him about that and the heartbreak of that and just the incredibly challenging life of being in high school, passing the Gaokao, which is kind of the SAT, but it determines almost everything about what happens in your life next in terms of education and the colleges you get into. And it's so competitive. It's so intense. It's so overwhelming. And so I was learning all about his life and kind of watching him navigate this, watching China change. And it occurred to me, I don't know, 6 or 7 years later, just a little light bulb went off. And I thought, how cool would it be to tell the Aladdin story in this setting? And essentially that's what he was living. He's living this. And so I pretty much set out to make this movie for my friend. I made this movie for Michael. And everything that I did in making the movie went back to, do I feel like I'm capturing any truth about the life he's living? Do I feel like I'm communicating to a world that doesn't know China, some of the things about China that make it unique? And that was kind of the personal inspiration that started the journey. And then it became an incredible, crazy roller coaster ride of trying to make it happen.
Well, I imagine, because when you say, I decided to make this movie, and it's sort of to tell a friend's story, it's sort of like, I decided to build a skyscraper. Have you ever built a skyscraper before? No. Do you have the money to build a skyscraper? No. You have construction experience? A little bit. I built some things. The hugeness and the unlikeliness of writing a feature film and directing it on first shot is just one of those rare stories ever told. So that's where my curiosity is.
Yeah. Well, to go chronologically from the moment I decided this would be a cool movie, and we can rewind at some point and talk about my journey of learning how to write, which was 10 years in progress already at that time, and that helped a lot. But from the moment I thought that would be cool, I wrote up the idea and I put in some of the specifics that were inspired from my kind of personal experience. And then I took that around town. And at that time, I had already written and sold a few projects. Unfortunately, they never got made, but I'd been through the ringer of like developing films. And I had a lot of relationships, and I'd been working in animation for 15 years, so I knew the studios, and I got a lot of excitement from those studios at the time, a lot of the big studios, but every meeting had a weird vibe to it, which was that they were interested in the idea of a Chinese Aladdin. They weren't particularly interested in any of the details that I was talking about, which were the personal stuff and what I thought the movie really needed to be about. And I also realized it was just, I don't know, I didn't think there was any chance that if I was going to make this movie and show it to my friend and have him say, holy shit, that feels like my life, I couldn't be making that in Santa Monica. It just wasn't going to work. And it would just never get to the essential anything. So at that point, a studio which was up to that point had only done VFX work, and they were a very good VFX studio in China, based in Beijing, called Base FX. I met with their CEO, and he had this team of young development executives who were 20-something, early 30s, mainland born and raised Chinese kids, and they were really smart, and they were really excited about the idea, and they were also like, by the way, here are all the things that you've got wrong, and here are all the assumptions about that you've done that, and here's the way you're thinking about this that's very Western. And I was like, holy shit, these are the people I need to make this movie with. Now, that was a very naive creative decision, because at that time there was no animated studio. So now I went from, do I sell this movie to a big LA-based studio and make it with all the money and resources, to we're going to make this in China, and we're going to have to build literally an entire animated team, studio, and pipeline from scratch.
Wow.
And that, again, I think if there was a running theme for me in this, it was, I should have, if I'd known what I was in for, I might not have ever left port. If you knew what the journey would be like, you might not ever get on the ship. But at the same time, I just really cared about it, and I believed in what could be accomplished. And so we just tried, we just set out. So that involved basically recruiting a team. And I think this speaks in a really interesting way to the future of animation, and I think to the future of artistic collaboration. We got Base involved, and then I made several trips to China and did a lot of research, and we did some really amazing interviewing and researching, and I'm happy to talk about some of those details. But I spent a couple months over there researching for the writing phase, and then I wrote the script, and then I was able to convince a producer here in LA named Aaron Warner, he's probably the best animation producer in the world. He did all the Shrek movies and worked at DreamWorks for a long time, and then he did Book of Life with Jorge. And he's just an incredibly wise, incredibly smart, incredibly grumpy, lovable person. And he had wanted to make the movie. At the time, he was running Real Effects, and he had wanted to make it when I was first shopping it around. And I said, sorry, no, I'm going to do it with this Chinese studio. And he was mad at me. And I came back to him. I said, okay, so please, can you help me produce this movie in China? And he, thank God, he agreed. This is like the moment. It's like if Gandalf comes to Bilbo and like tells him come on the journey, and then Bilbo rejects him, and then Bilbo has to go get Gandalf and persuade him, like, actually, you know what? I think I really need you and all your wisdom and your magic powers. So I persuaded him, and then we built a small team in LA for storyboarding and editorial, for kind of the creative front end of production. And then and that was wonderful. And we spent about a year and a half going through making an animatic, making a second screening, dealing with all the creative side of that, which is some of the hardest stuff. And then at about a year and a half point, we were able to bring that both to the Chinese side, that second or third screening of the movie. And we had character designs, and we had beautiful sequence paintings, and we can talk all about the sort of interior of the animation production, but we had all those pieces. And that's when we were able to get Jackie Chan involved on the China side. And with him came a big investment there, about half of the budget. And from the LA side, we met with Christine Belson at Sony, and they were wonderful and supportive and decided to join as the other half, kind of the two co-production parents of our movie. And that's the moment when we had the full $35 million. We had essentially the movie that we thought we wanted to make, and it became about moving to China for 2.5 years and building a studio there with local talent and animating and lighting and layout and every stage that goes into actually making these things, and trying to execute on this on a, what is it for me as someone who comes from big studios, and I don't think I'd ever worked on a movie that was even at Laika. I think Coraline was a $70 million movie. So this was all, and I honestly didn't know better. I thought, okay, we'll figure it out for 35. We'll make do somehow. So then it became a challenge of execution, and a challenge of building a team of people cross culturally that could make a movie together and make it authentic and make it good. And that was that's a whole other chapter we can talk about in more details. But the most satisfying part for me was that full circle journey of being curious about another country, having a personal connection to somebody there, wanting to tell a story that maybe could illuminate for everybody on both sides a little bit of something, and actually getting to spend 2 years in that country and make a family there.
Mm-hmm.
And then this January was kind of the end of the story. The movie was released in China, and I got just the best email ever from Michael, my friend, who said, I went to watch it. I really liked it. I went to watch it again the next day, and then I went to watch it every day for 2 weeks. And I always sit alone in the theater at the end, and I've had it's been a hard 10, 15 years, and I still haven't found the person I love, and I still haven't had all the career success that I want, but I feel when I watch this movie, I feel good about my values. I feel good about the things that I held to that I think are most important. And I was like, just tears pouring as I read this email. So that to me is as far as the rest of the story of the movie and whether people like it or they
Hey
don't, or whether
Pepsi,
it makes them
welcome.
money or not,
Welcome to the
really,
stream.
I hope it does.
How are
That was
you?
the end of my journey. I was like, I'm so happy I could die now.
Wow. And I'm hearing two big separate categories too. One is that you've got to build a studio and all the complications of that. Even if you weren't making a movie, you're preparing to make a movie, and then you had to make the movie.
Yeah.
And when you tell it in a short amount of time like that, it sounds relatively trouble-free, which I know that it wasn't.
Sure.
But they were also, it was stair steps on either side. You'd have to build something to get something done, and you get something done and you have another problem. So it wasn't like you just assembled the studio and made the movie.
No, I compare it to trying to, you just go to the Indy 500 and you just take some plywood and some nails and you just build a car out of wood, and suddenly you're on the track, and now you're racing, but you have to keep building a car while you're racing and upgrading it and turning it into a car that can compete with the Indy cars. To make a bike while you're riding it is really crazy. And the upside to building a movie this way, which is
fine, currently chilling in home while having school in teams.
I think is in some cool ways a
that's
model
fair.
for the future of animation. We were able to recruit
have fun chilling, Pepsi.
Basically like a gypsy tribe of world-class talent who came from other studios with way more infrastructure and higher paychecks and a lot more
How do you do
of
this?
sort of bells and whistles of feature animation. They came and joined because they liked the movie, they liked the story, they liked the talent that was involved, and they wanted to make a movie that they cared about. And so that was the thing that allowed us to survive the craziness of making a movie and building a studio, was that, for example, I recruited Aaron, and then Aaron he made a call to somebody who he knew who was had recruited for DreamWorks, and they helped us find storyboard artists that had been born and raised in mainland China. And I found one of my good friends from just the art world before that, Rad Seacrest.
Yes.
I sat down, I took Rad to lunch, and I said, "Hey Rad, I'm doing this movie and I don't know how I'm going to do it. I really like the story, and I'm wondering if you know anybody at DreamWorks," because at that time he had just become kind of one of the real top board artists at DreamWorks, and he's one of the best in the world, honestly. But he had just kind of hit his sweet spot there, and they really valued him and loved him. So I was like, "So is there anybody there that you could think of that might be willing to be a head of story?" We talked about all these different people. And I was like, "Okay, great. Thank you for the introductions." And I have my list, and we go to walk to our cars, and we get about 10 feet apart. And then Rad's like, "By the way, you wouldn't be interested in me being the head of story?" And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, I hadn't even occurred to ask you because I'm like, you're in this exalted position. Are you crazy? And he was like, oh no, I'm really looking for something new, and I want some freedom, and I love the story you talked about. I was like, holy crap. Okay. Yeah, yes, please. And so from Rad came a network of really talented storyboard artists that he knew, and that brought one of my other, who became his co-head of story, Josh Lieberman, who came from Blue Sky and from I think he was up at DreamWorks at PDI.
Mm-hmm.
He knew Josh and vouched for me, and he vouched for Josh. And basically, you could apply the exact same thing to the art department. You could apply it to the layout department. You could apply it to the editorial department. And that is the fundamental joy of animation, is that it's mostly made up of people who love the art form, whatever part they play, and they care the most. There's many exceptions, but for the most part, they want to make awesome animated movies more than anything. So if you can sort of connect to this almost nerve center, and all those tendrils reach out, and they just start pulling in talent that you could never get otherwise. And that continued. My Hoka, who came from Oriental DreamWorks, had spent like years at Oriental DreamWorks nurturing some talent in China, local animators who are really talented. And he had gotten fed up with the creative at ODW, at Oriental DreamWorks. And so when we recruited him, he brought 7 of the best young animators in China with him to our project. And that was transformative. So you can imagine that domino effect. And I think that to me was kind of the Hail Mary that I felt, was like, I think this is a really cool fucking movie. I would want to work on it if I was, a talented studio person, and maybe I wasn't that into the films that were at the studio at the time. I think other people will be, and that turned out to be true enough to build a team. And I think that will be true going forward, especially with the remote work and with the cross-site talents. I think that it frees us up to collaborate in ways that are more creatively pure. At the end of the day, you do need to get 150 people in a building to get through the crunch of production. That wouldn't have worked remotely. But I think just that ability to build teams around wonderful ideas is pretty cool, and maybe a little different than the more centralized studio thing that I grew up with.
Did you do a lot of pitching to investors? Was it multiple pitches?
Oh yeah. I can't even count the number of times I had to pitch the movie. I had to pitch it, in the original round, and then when I chose base, I almost had to start from scratch because we had to now go find specific investors that wanted to be co-production partners. In between all that, you're pitching the movie to every talented person you hope to hire. So the production designer for the first half was Arthur Fong, who's a great artist in the animation community, and on the second half is Shelley Wan, who's another amazing talent who came to us from Pixar. With Arthur, I made him have coffee with me, and I said, he was very comfortable. He was at DreamWorks. He's building his career there in the art department. I said, I think this movie, you would really like it, and it would mean something to you. And he was like, I don't know, Applehans. And I said, just read the script, and if you don't like it, you don't have to do this. If you really like it, you're going to want to do it. He said, okay. And then he texted me that night, and he said, I read your script. There were some parts that really reminded me of my relationship with my mom. Oh, fuck you, Applehans, I'll do your stupid movie. And he joined the team, and he left DreamWorks, and he came on board in production design for 2.5 years. And it was a very similar story with Shelley. She was at a conference, actually, like a concept art conference in China, ran into one of our producers, who's this amazing producer on the China side named Sophie. And basically Sophie was like, have you heard about this movie? She's like, I know Chris. Yeah. And we basically sold her on joining us to do the China side at that point in another Hail Mary. So just repeat that journey, that little mini journey over and over with every main leadership position. And you're pitching the story to talent. And then it became at some point, all right, now we're meeting Jackie Chan in a fancy hotel in Beijing. We have half an hour, and we have to sit him down with all the distractions as a background and pitch him the movie and see if he'll get on board so we can get our Chinese investment. So we did that, and it was nerve-wracking in the sense of like, we need this for the money side, but also he's a wonderful guy and a wonderful actor. So we pitch it to him, and he sits there when we're done, and he said, "Oh, this is a good movie. It's really hard to make a good movie. Okay, all right, let's do this." And it was so validating of my weird Hail Mary thing, which was, I think this is really special, and I think people will want to work on it for that reason. We didn't pay Jackie Chan, nearly as much money as he would get paid for some other voice acting work. But the most gratifying thing with him was he almost immediately, he loves movies. He comes from a background of, he was making movies in Hong Kong when literally you would get arrested because they were shooting action scenes in the street, and the police, like, he told us a story that they used to, I think it was one of his stuntmen told me this story over dinner. They used to need a scene where they were running from the police, and they would, without getting the right filming permits, they would just start filming, and then the police would show up and they would film themselves running from the police so they could use it in the movie as a free action scene. So he loves movies, and he did it long before there was a lot of money in it. He did it because just like anybody making home movies on YouTube, he loved it. He wanted to do it. He wanted to be in them. And so once you make movies, you are instantly humbled by how hard they are to make, and how many different levels of skill and talent go into any 10, 15 seconds of well-made movie. And so when you see somebody else do it well, or trying to do it well, and trying to really do all that stuff at once, you appreciate it. It's kind of when you really learn to draw or paint, and you see someone else who's drawing and painting at that level, you're like, dude, I know the journey you must have gone through to get to this point. It wasn't easy. Yeah. So that was a great affirmation of like, he understood this is a good film and he wanted to be a part of it. And with him came all the investment. And it was a very similar story with Sony. We sat down with their team. They watched the animatic and they said, geez, this is a movie we want to be a part of. So yeah, in a weird way, you're basically not ever done pitching the movie. And even now, if I was better at my job, I would be pitching the movie on this podcast in this way of, here's the tagline and you want to go see it because of this and this. And I forget to do that because I'm, it's been such a long journey, but you're never done, basically. You're a pitch man till the very end.
I never thought of you as a pitch man. And so that's part of what interests me about this. I assume you did it countless times, that you could not estimate how many times?
Hundreds of times, 1,000 times easily. Yeah.
Sometimes they're to people that you're hiring, and sometimes they're to people that you want to get them to invest money in it.
Yeah. Sometimes it's, will you work on this movie? And other times it's, will you give us money for this movie? And it gets as complicated as, will you, there were times when we were dealing literally with like the censorship board and saying, this is what our movie's about. And we feel like this speaks to like very humane values. And so even though you have a note here or a note there, maybe you can consider not doing those because we think that will mess up the movie. And we think really the core message of the movie is very humane and universal. So there's no moment of the movie is like an infant that you're carrying through a blizzard naked, and there's so many things that can kill it at any time, and the pitching of the speaking to why the movie should be made or be made at the quality you want with the amount of money you want, it's a never ending, at least in this way of making a movie. I think if you signed up to direct I don't know, Frozen 3 or something, they're making that movie, and the trade-off is the movie's going to be made, a lot of money's going to be spent. The question will be how much, as a director, how much of a voice do you even get to have in what that movie is? You're going to be sitting in the pilot's chair, but there's a lot of autopilot flying that plane too at that point. So it's an interesting trade-off. And I think, for me, the important thing was that I guess I, in a weird way, and I think this goes to the real learning experience of being a storyteller, that process of pitching is also incredibly revealing to what really hooks people. It's like doing stand-up. It's like you're doing a 5-minute bit to a new crowd every week, and you start to learn how to time your jokes, and you start to learn where to pause and what the setup is and what word actually makes it funny versus sort of funny. So, for example, my hook for this movie from the very beginning was, it's this contemporary retelling of Aladdin, and the story begins with these two kids who are two oddball kids who grow up in 90s China before it's changed, in the sort of old China, before the modernization. And they're best friends and they're weirdos, and they have this great soulmate chemistry. And then the little girl, her family becomes really successful. And that's what happened in China. You know, there were just overnight bajillionaires, and overnight part of Shanghai is transformed into luxury towers, and the old 90s Shanghai is right across the street. So her family is transformed, and she enters another world. She might as well be a princess at that point, and he's stuck in peasant town. And he finds a teapot, and there's a magical dragon, and he grants the 3 wishes. And at this point in the pitch, everyone's like, okay, that's cool. It's got some flavor that's unique, but it's like, I kind of know this story. And then I say, and this dragon shows up and grant 3 wishes, but he's got a rule. He has to serve 10 masters before he's free. And he's free to no longer be a genie, no longer be a wish dragon, go off to heaven where he wants to be. And this is his last master. Oh, okay, that's cool. And he's a fucking asshole. He is a terrible person. He is incredibly selfish. He thinks gold is more important than anything. And he's learned all of the wrong things about humanity over his 1,000 years. He's like Tony Stark before being redeemed. And that is the moment when the whole room sits up and says, oh, okay, tell me more about how this works. And that, I pitched the movie many different ways, many different times, and I eventually learned, like, it only works if you include that hook, because that is the thing that people, I think even if you're not thinking of the Disney Aladdin story, even if you know the Chinese fable, you kind of know how the story goes. Okay, this kid, he's going to face up to his own insecurities, but once you introduce the genie and you realize he's actually the main character of the movie, that he's actually the one who has the most change to undergo, who has, and that's, the movie is essentially a story of his redemption. Can he unravel the terrible values that he's acquired over the years and actually maybe do what he's supposed to do, which would be some kind of wise best friend to humanity, So to me, that's the value of that terrible infinite pitching process. You basically learn how to hook people on your movie, and you learn what does and doesn't matter to them, and that can really, in a weird way, it's like, when you're learning to draw a character, you draw it a lot, and eventually you get it down to like 7 or 8 lines, right? If you want to caricature one of your friends, it starts with this shape, and it's the 2 glasses, and then it's the funny lips, and it's the little goatee, and suddenly you got Vance Kovacs. But it takes years of distilling to get to that point, to be able to make that funny joke in a second, or to be able to capture that likeness. So it's a trade-off, but I think it's something that I learned in my early years of writing was really invaluable, was that you got to, essentially, that's the reckoning. You got to tell your story to people and see when they stop giving a shit, because that's when, if they can't make it through your 5-minute version without tuning out, there's no hope for the 90-minute version. You don't know what you're doing then. You need to figure it out. So
isn't that interesting also, that we get more interested when a character acts badly, when someone creates trouble, when there's someone acting immorally, everybody's attention goes toward that to see what's going to come of it.
Yeah. And when you say, "Oh, wise genie, here are 3 wishes," and the genie says, "Well, I would recommend a giant fucking pile of gold and like one of those Lamborghinis." What he's speaking to is a part of all of us that wants that stuff.
Yeah.
He's speaking, and that's Tony Stark, right? Who doesn't want to ride around in limousines and shoot off missiles and date supermodels and not care about the consequences? We all want to do that, and that's the joy of flawed characters. Is like their flaws are relatable. We're all a mess, basically. So it was that moment of realizing that's what made the character interesting, that really helped, and we would go back to it in every scene. And half of the challenge of the movie was to maintain the worst parts of, like, to maintain that Tony Stark quality to him as late into the movie as possible, because the minute he really kind of comes to a sense of closure and humanity and wisdom, he's a lot less interesting to be around, a lot less fun.
Yeah.
And they struggle, but you could see him struggle with that in the Iron Man movies, the second movie. It's like, well, this guy, he's not as interesting anymore because he's reformed, he's redeemed.
Some analysts have looked at every character as some manifestation of id, ego, and superego.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, it's id that connects with us on a base level.
Yeah.
A lot of the subtext of what you've been talking about, from my point of view, because I've known you for so long, one of the things that Chris got at Interplay was that when people would try to explain technical stuff to me and my colleague, it was just so difficult to get it. And we'd have to have it explained over and over and over, just really tech slow. And Vance used to tell me that when he'd explain things to you, it's like I'd say, "Okay, go here, pull this menu down, do that, okay, put into that, and Chris goes, okay, got it." And that's all he'd have to do, is that you would learn things on first exposure, which seemed to me like a gift. And when I see the arc of your career, that you're 40 and you've directed a film that you wrote, that seems like an easy arc, but I know that it wasn't. And I want to back up now. But one other thing about this, it was a lot easier for you than in fact, it would have been impossible for you if you had not had many relationships within the industry. That was it for 15 years that you were developing those relationships?
Yeah.
So that you had earned trust as a talent, as a collaborator, as a person who's reliable, all the other things. So there was a lot of buildup to this thing that happened in a relatively short amount of time. But let's go back, because you did not come from the industry. You are not every time I admire anybody whose movie I watch, who they directed or whatever, I go to their Wikipedia entry and I see patterns. One pattern, especially now, is how many people got into that TV show, that movie, that writing, that directing position, because they were born in Beverly Hills or Bel Air or Santa Monica, or they were born into the industry. This was not the case with you. Tell us about your origins.
Yeah, no. I grew up, also it goes to the thing we were talking about earlier of what generation you're from, like the pre-internet generation, barely. I grew up in a smallish town in Idaho. I like to draw, but not like, I wasn't an animation nut per se. I wasn't like, I think a lot of people in animation, they watched their first animated movie when they were 5, and they're like, and that's when I knew that I would be an animator. And I thought about nothing else until this day. I didn't have that experience. I liked it, but I like to draw, and I like to make up stories, and I like to play Dungeons and Dragons with my nerdy friends. And we had a very vibrant, creative life, but the idea that could be a job was like, whoosh, didn't even enter our minds. And I was very lucky in my junior year, I think. I happened to be friends with a family friend who had gone to Art Center down in Pasadena. He had gone for illustration. So I sat down with him. He came to our family and came to our house, and we had dinner, and he told me what it was like. And that was sort of the first moment where I was like, oh, holy shit, there's schools for this where you just draw at school. And and so that was my first connection to the idea of it as a career. And so then I tried to scramble to put together a portfolio for that and to study my drawing more carefully. And when I compare myself to so many of the artists today, it's unreal how advanced they are at 18. It's really amazing and exciting. But at that time, it was, I mean, go watch the NBA from the 70s. People are like doing these little weird jump shots, and everyone's 6'2". And that was the pool of talent. That was the level of recruitment that was happening. So from that point of view, I got lucky in the sense that I don't think I was particularly exceptional as an artist. I think it was talented, but nothing extraordinary. But I got into Art Center as a high school kid, and I came down and I majored in illustration. And as I did that, I just, most of the time I was drawing, it was because I had some story I wanted to tell that involved the drawing. So it took me a minute to realize that I don't actually like drawing all that much. I like telling stories, and illustrating is an amazing way to accomplish that. It's an amazing way to communicate some of the stuff that's in your head. And so as I was at that time at Art Center, there's no entertainment track, there's no animation program. And so we are basically learning from N.C. Wyeth, learning from all of the great illustrators, storytellers who freeze it in a picture for a single moment, And so that was really great in the sense that it forced me anyways to really dig deep and learn a craft, to devote probably those 4 years at Art Center, and then probably the first 4 to 5 years of my professional career was just about illustrating, designing characters, putting them in compositions that told the story of the movie with all the aspects of well, I call them sequence paintings, but that's what I love to do. That's what I did a lot on Coraline and Monster House. And so it was this bridge from being an illustrator at Art Center to getting my first real opportunity to work on films and tell stories with my paintings and that very quickly bridged into, well, this is really fun, the part where we get to like paint a part of the story, but I also have an opinion about the story. I think the story should be like this or like that. Mm-hmm. And I had some really embarrassing memories of going into directors in the early films that I worked on and giving them my thoughts on the story and what I would do. And I look back like, oh, so entitled, is so embarrassing, but it came from a good place, which was I really cared about the story and I really wanted it to be something that I believed in, and I thought maybe I could help. And so that took me to kind of my mid-20s, and that's when I really first started to kind of enter chapter 3, which was
You're back. You're back. And I am back, back from the past. Summer Magic, which is what we are going to be doing. Also, to put this here, character study. Let's do a character study today. Complete. Group.
Oh, I think I'm gonna make up my own stories and pitch my own
Let's
projects
go.
and see if I can't get something of my own turned into a movie. So that was the beginning of that story.
See how this will
very
go.
Impressive art with it too.
Mm-hmm.
I remember
And that's
you.
how I, yeah, that's how I knew to. That's where I knew to start because that's what I'd spent so long working. I didn't know how to write a script. I just knew this part happens here, and then there's this cool fucking moment here. So I painted that, and then there's this other moment at the end that's really great. So I painted that, which is a great, by the way, an amazing for everyone coming out of an art background. You are equipped with an amazing gift that most of the people trying to get stories told in movies made do not have, and skill. That's a huge asset, for sure.
Right, being able to draw and paint is akin for pitching to being able to pitch, being able to public speak, because not everyone can do it, and it doesn't cost any money. It's just a matter of whether you will devote it. I remember this was around 2003, 2004, wasn't it, that you were making pictures like that, and you were sending some of them to us in email threads. And I was thinking, well, if it doesn't turn into a movie, it's going to be a great book. But they were also wonderful looking shots. How much were you involved in the look of Wish Dragon? Because you had Arthur and Shelley doing the production design, so they must have been extremely involved.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I found myself a little shocked at the end of the movie that I'd done like 2 or 3 paintings over the course of the whole thing. But I think that was the end of a long journey of coming to understand what was most important to the overall quality of the movie, which involves story and editorial and writing and animation and all the other aspects beyond the department that I was most comfortable in. That was a long journey. And knowing that part of it, the production design, so well that I instantly knew when I was dealing with a special talent, and I instantly knew that if I hired this person, all my questions would be answered, that all the decisions that I would otherwise come to me and stress me out and have me have to solve would be solved by them, and what came to me would be like, oh, that's great, nudge it 5 degrees this way, tweak it 4 degrees that way. And that's what you hope for in your leadership on a film, is that they are the filter of all the easy decisions and the taste decisions. That you have a bad leadership position, of those 100 decisions, 99 of them end up for you to solve. Like you're sitting there with 99 equations to figure out in one night. If you have a great person, it comes to you, and not only have they solved most of them, they've solved them in more elegant ways than you would have.
Yeah.
So yes, I think it was invaluable for helping me essentially delegate most of the design work of the movie. And I tortured those guys. There were many times with character design or certain paintings or lighting keys or whatever where I just kept demanding things that they're like, we can't do all this, dumbass. It's impossible. We can't have this lighting and this thing of it. And I just keep pushing until we got somewhere close to that.
The Great Courses Plus is now Wondrium.com. Not only does Wondrium have all the content of the Great Courses Plus, they've also got tutorials, how-to videos, documentaries, travel series, and collections from Kino Lorber, who you know about if you love classic film. One thing to take a look at while you're exploring Wondrium.com's vast library of content is Joel Sartori's Fundamentals of Photography course. I loved it. Partly because I love reviewing the basics of light and camera and lenses and form and space and people and landscapes. But the big reason is that Joel Sartori is a really good photographer. Go see. He shows us how he does it. You will learn and you will enjoy it. Now, for the offer. If you want to expand your mind, take a look at Wondrium.com. You can get a 14-day free trial of unlimited access with our special URL, Wondrium.com/draftsman. That's WONDRIUM.com/draftsman. And while you're there, check out Joel Sartori's courses, Wondrium.com/draftsman.
It can be hard to squeeze time out for therapy sessions, especially if you're always on the go. If you're someone with a busy schedule, then you should consider taking your therapy sessions online with our sponsor, BetterHelp. They give you complete control over your therapy experience. Convenience is a huge part of why so many people choose BetterHelp. It's very reassuring to know that when you need someone to talk to, they're only just a click away. Plus, BetterHelp does everything they can to match you with the perfect counselor by assessing your needs, and at a rate that won't destroy your wallet. With a large network of counselors across 50 states, there's always someone waiting for your call. Plans for BetterHelp typically range between $60 to $90 a week, and they're based on your location, preferences, and your therapist's availability. If you end up not liking the service, you're free to cancel your membership at any time for any reason. Right now, all Draftsman listeners get 10% off your first month by visiting our sponsor at betterhelp.com/draftsman. Join over 1 million people who have taken charge of their mental health. Again, that's BetterHelp, HELP.com/draftsman.
Is it your gentle nature that is forceful, but soft on the surface, but hard on the need to press for it? Because this was long-term relationships, and when you're torturing people in long-term relationships, but they're still working with you and liking you.
It was really funny because I convinced myself, because I try to be positive. I also just, if you can't deliver, I just fire you. Not in a mean way, but like, if you either don't care enough and you're not trying hard, or you just are not you just don't have the skills that the film needs, then I'm sorry, but like, it's time to move on, because it's torture for you at that point too. Nobody wins. But what I thought I was doing always was like, so a storyboard artist, Rad or Josh, would show me a sequence, and they'd do a fucking great job. They'd take the pages I wrote and make them all better. And I would see that, and I would instantly take for granted all the great work they'd done and only care about the remaining 25% where we could make it even better. So, but what I thought I was doing in every review, whether it was art or story, was like celebrating their great work, giving them a huge pat on the back, and then very subtly, gently guiding them towards that last 25%. That's how I saw it in my head. And then when people would finally roll off the movie, we were always friends. We never had a single like nasty argument in 6 years. It was a wonderful environment. But they would all basically be like, "Oh my God, I'm so glad to be free of your just relentless." It's like a giant. It's instead of the boulder from Indiana Jones, it's like a giant mound of soft grass that just suffocates you slowly, but never
there
stops.
it is. That's you.
It's just like a death by relentless. One more thing. Can we also just? But it's funny because it shouldn't be this way, but I was proud of that because I had an epiphany in about 5 movies into my career as an employee. I'd worked on Monster House with Gil Kenan. I'd done Coraline with Henry Selick, and then I'd done 3-4 more movies. And I realized that the directors that I ended up respecting in the long term and whose movies I was proud to have made had always been pushing me. They'd acknowledge, like, great job, very talented, good painting, but I want more out of this, and I want you to finish that part, and I want that to be perfect, and I want that to be like that. And I was most uncomfortable on the movies that I turned out to be the most proud of later. Not in the sense that they were being jerks. Didn't have to be a jerk. It just meant that you always wanted excellence. You always pushed everyone for more. And so when I heard that from my own team, I was weirdly proud because I felt like that's how you should feel, that your talent is validated, but also that they are trying to make you run faster than you've ever run before, to jump higher than you've jumped.
It's a great image too, and not comparing you to a rock or a hammer, but to a huge mound of soft grass that rolls over. It doesn't hurt, but it definitely makes you move.
And you keep thinking it's going to stop, but it just keeps gently rolling over you, until there's nowhere left to go and the sun is blotted out. Yeah,
got a new image of you. I like that.
Yeah, but going back to what you had asked about, I think that pivotal transition in my mid-20s when I started sharing, like I remember sending stories to you and ideas and paintings and sitting down over lunch and pitching them and talking about them. But I think the moment I broke into the actual writing side was very fortunate, and it was, and I think I look back and think I was very lucky in this moment to be made to think that I had permission to be a writer when I didn't before, and that was the first film that I pitched was this basically Stranger Things, but as a feature film with kind of with a more dramatic A-plot, kind of Last Starfighter-y thing. I did all these paintings and I had a nice 15-20 minute pitch and I was super convinced it was great. And unfortunately, it was at a time when those type of things like 80s nostalgia, this was probably 2006, something like that. It was just, nobody thought that was cool yet. Nobody thought, let's go make Spielbergian type stories again. And nobody wanted to make a film with a bunch of kid protagonists. So I pitched it all around town, but at one point I pitched it to the company called Image Movers, which is they are the studio that Robert Zemeckis founded. He made what's it called, the Christmas one,
Polar Express.
It's all the mocap, yeah. And they had made Monster House, and I had met Zemeckis and Spielberg a couple times during the making of that, and was just so awestruck and amazed. But they have also made the mocap technology, honestly, it was not ready for Showtime. I don't know if at some point that will work, but it doesn't really right now. But this was a live action movie, and so I pitched it to their team, and I went in and met with their development team, and I got my paintings out and I pitched my story for 20 minutes, and they were like, this is great. I mean, this is very like kind of in the tone that we love, and it is a little throwbacky, and we love it, and I think we might want to buy this idea. And I was sitting on the couch like, oh my God, it's funny. Somebody's going to make a movie out of my idea. And they immediately started to talk about, all right, so who would we hire to write this? And they started naming like writing duos, like, Flenderson and Abbott. No, I don't know about those guys are busy. What about they're $3 million a draft. And I didn't even, at the moment I was like, this is great. They're going to hire some writers to write this. This is so cool. And then a person who'd been sitting in the corner of the room on a laptop the whole time, I didn't even notice, turned around, it was Robert Zemeckis. And he said, we always fucking do this. People come in here with this cool idea, and then we hire these writers, and it's millions of dollars, and the draft always sucks. Then we start over, and we do it again. And he looked at me, he was like, you just pitched the story, right? I listened, that was a good story. You know how to write a screenplay. And I had no idea. But I knew a moment when you threw it in my lap, and I was like, oh yeah, sure, yeah, no problem. He's like, he's cheap, have him do a draft. And so the executives, of course, were all like, oh yeah, of course, yeah, we were going to pretend we're going to do that anyways. And so off of that one moment, I was offered the chance to write the first draft of this thing. And Zemeckis pulled me aside and he said, here's the one book that I think is the best screenwriting book ever, which is the Art of Dramatic Writing. It's that old playwriting book.
Leo Segri's book, yes.
Yeah, fantastic.
I know it well.
It's the Bible of this stuff. And he said, read this. I think it's the best one. Good luck. And, I was super cheap, and they hired me to write a draft. And I went back and started to figure out, okay, this is a craft that I don't know. I know my story. How do I apply the mechanics of a screenplay and also of a not just pitching something for 15 minutes with a cool beginning, middle, end, and a lot of broad statements, but like really build characters and build scenes and build drama. And that was I spent a year writing that draft, which was partly just an education of like how to write a screenplay simultaneously. Mm-hmm. And and then I turned it in, and they liked it, and I got to do a round of revisions, and then I turned that second draft in literally on a Friday, and on a Monday, Disney announced that the partnership they had with Image Movers, they were going to end, and they weren't going to make any more movies with them at this time, and
Be
they
right back.
split up. So Disney and Image Movers had a partnership, and under the terms of their contract, Disney was allowed to keep like one thing from the slate that they co-developed. And they called me like on Tuesday and were like, yeah, they took yours. So then Image Movers no longer owned that project. It was kept by Disney. It went into the Disney vault. I was out of the conversation, and they ended up, because nobody wanted to make a movie with a bunch of kid protagonists, they ended up rewriting it like 7 different ways to try and incorporate The Rock or some other movie star, and it never worked because the point of the movie was a coming-of-age story, and kids don't come of age when there are adults there to tell them what to do. So it was just inherently a doomed proposition. But in the long run, I made this
Remember me for
crossover
centuries, and just
from
one
somebody who
mistake
likes to tell stories
is all
and
it
likes to
will
paint pictures of
take.
the stories I like to tell, to somebody who had started the journey of learning how to write and write screenplays to go along with that. And that was a real gift. That was so lucky, because if Bob hadn't been in that meeting, they would have patted me on the back and sent me a check for a 2-year option on the idea or purchase, and I would have gone back to like doing paintings and wondering if I should pitch my next idea. It was a gate kind of opened for me. And I think my biggest lesson from that was don't wait for other people to open that gate. There's no reason I couldn't have gotten a screenwriting book a long time before that and sat down and said, I really want to learn the craft
Be
of
right
writing
back.
as much as I want to learn to draw or paint. And so here I go. I know how long it took me to draw. It's going to be a similar journey to paint. And I went through the exact same roller coaster with the film that I developed at Leica, which was, now I knew, in a weird way, it was very humbling. You write a script, and if you have any self-awareness at all, you're immediately humbled by any movie. Any movie that just is an absolute piece of trash. You're like, oh my god, good job.
Go
It
down
has a beginning,
in
middle, and end. It's
history.
coherent. You're amazing. Just like
Remember
when you
me
draw,
for
you're humbled by good artists,
centuries.
right?
It takes a ton of work to make a bad movie.
A ton of work, and every good movie is just like a good drawing. Think about the difference between a great drawing and a kind of wacky drawing. It can be 5 or 6 lines in the wrong place.
It's right. It's a very hard call because it's such a complex form. But you stayed with this, and I was exposed to how development hell and pitching stories and the movie industry and TV industry worked a bit in the late 80s, and just decided it wasn't for me. I didn't really want to go in that direction, partly because it takes 100 collaborators, and many of these collaborators, including the most powerful, are going to be people where there's going to be conflict that is not going to make it better. It's going to dull it down. And it just seemed like the way that Charlie Schulz took the attitude that he would rather just work alone. And it also seems like working with small teams, that there's more potential for harmony in a small team.
Totally. I had a moment of truth when I had to choose where to make Wish Dragon, which was, do I go to one of these big studios where that exact situation you're describing is just waiting with all the different cooks. They're all there in the kitchen waiting for you to come in with your little recipe so they can tear it to shreds, or go this other crazy route in which nothing was certain except that people would be involved in this journey, in this movie, because they were on board with the story we wanted to tell. That's the only way I know how to do it, because the only reason I got into, I never wanted to direct a movie because I wanted to direct something. I just had a story I wanted to tell, and I thought it was good, and I thought I knew how to tell it, and in order to tell that story, I had to direct it. It was like a means to an end. It wasn't the capital D directing job. If there was not another story I wanted to tell, I'd never direct another movie again. It's not worth it. It's too painful. It's too much. Takes too much out of you to do it just to do it, just to get paid. Are you crazy? Oh my God. so many easier jobs.
Yeah, now that leads to what I want to ask you in a moment about what you want to do next. But I want to back up a little bit. Even though our job here is not to teach, this is a Draftsman podcast, and many people listening who are pursuing the visual arts, whether connected to story or not, may not understand when we talk about a production designer and how is that different from an art director, and who is a concept artist and who hires them, and does the director, the cinematographer, layout, all of those things are foreign languages. So rather than explain them, did you have any surprises? You started as a concept artist and then became an illustrator and then became a storyteller who was hiring other people. Did you ever storyboard, or did you have other people storyboarding for you?
Yeah, I storyboarded for a couple, maybe a few years at DreamWorks. I kind of realized that's where the story was happening, and I weaseled my way in there. And I'm a serviceable storyboard artist, but I'm a 6 out of 10 compared to the true talents. And that's, to be honest, I'm exactly where anyone will be if they spend 2 years doing it and they work pretty hard. You will not get to the level of Josh or Rad or any of those elite people. You won't get there in less than 6 or 7 years. It's not possible. It's the same reason that other than maybe the occasional prodigy, there are not people conducting orchestras when they're 22. It's a long journey, and the same reason that anybody you see who draws well, they've gone on a many-year journey. They might have compressed all that work into 3 insane years of living it night and day, or they might have gone slower over 6 or 7 years, but nobody just skips. It doesn't happen. You don't just build those muscles. So I think I had experience storyboarding. I had experience throughout the art department. I had experience writing. And I think that probably the big places that I didn't have experience was directing talent, which was a really nerve-wracking to be doing that.
When
for
you
the
use
first
the
time.
term talent, even that.
Like actors.
Yes.
Yeah. So doing the voice acting, the directing of the voice talent, of the acting of the movie, and also the editorial side. I had spent time in editorial, but tip of the iceberg. And so I was lucky to be, again, going to that talent network. Aaron connected. We had 2 different editors at different times. Early on, Mike Andrews, who's directed or edited a bunch of great movies, Megamind, and some of the Shrek movies, and he did the latest SpongeBob. He's just brilliant, incredibly funny, incredibly smart, incredibly ruthless with how he views the material and making sure that it deserves to be in there. And then another editor, Darren Holmes, who's done The Croods and The Iron Giant, great. And they split shifts because of their other career stuff, but was very lucky to work with both those guys. And in editorial, really, that is the reckoning of everything you think you're doing storytelling-wise. And it's the place where it's the most painful place to be a lot of the time, because it's the reckoning of whether or not this stuff works. Does it actually make you laugh when you cut all the pieces together?
Yes.
Okay, we have one good scene, but now we string 6 of them together and we want to kill ourselves because it's so boring. So that editorial side was a real humbling, eye-opening part for me. And then the directing of talent was really, or the voice acting was really challenging, because I knew what I wanted, but it's a real craft in and of itself to cultivate actors, to give them confidence, but also to get specific, to help them follow a process that they're comfortable with, but also push them, just like we're pushing everybody to give more than they are comfortable with sometimes. So I think those were the 2 big creative things. And then the other big blind spot I had was just the kind of assumption that whatever the money amount was, we'd figure it out. And the truth is, you can pull off some minor miracles, but at the end of the day, it's talent and time and iteration to make something really great, and those things cost money. So if depending on how much money you have, that is the exact number of shots you're going to get to hit your 3-pointer, you know. And if your game plan, we had this analogy as we were going to the end of the movie. We had a quota of animation that was like 175 feet a week or something really crazy for a small team. And we were basically, you know, early on in the movie, you're getting a shot from the film that you want to animate, and you're looking at a first pass and you're giving notes, and a second, third, fourth, fifth, sometimes a sixth pass, and now you nailed it. It's finally in character and funny, and the animation's right, and the movement's great, and the story point lands. So you're 6 shots at the thing before you're done. By the end of this, you're seeing a shot once, you give 1 round of notes, you see it again, and the only notes you have left to do there, you're not going to see the shot again. It's done. So it's 1, 2, done. And that is really hard to maintain quality when you're doing that. Just in the same way that when you're doing a painting, sometimes it goes great and you just sail right through, but a lot of times, you know, you make a wrong choice, you realize what you had was cool, you back up a little bit, you rediscover the color combo, you have a happy accident. It's a journey to get something great.
Yeah.
So we were using the analogy of, basically when we looked at our budget, we're like, our plan to win the basketball game was, we just will only shoot 3-pointers and we will never miss any. I was like, that's not a plan. A plan is like, we need to make 60% of our 3-point shots and try to, you know, but it was a sort of a delusional plan. So I think I came to respect the money side of it in the sense that you should be designing your creative to match the money you have, which doesn't mean your quality. It doesn't mean a lower budget movie is a lower quality. It means we are going to focus on it. Just like when you illustrate, you paint with a limited palette. Some of those Cornwell paintings or pile paintings that are black, white, and red, they are better looking paintings than what 99% of painters who had all the colors of the rainbow ever made, because they served the fundamentals with what they had.
The principle of limitation, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
You've got something to press against that makes it harder, so you press harder. The money thing is something that a lot of artists have a hard time with, but it is an art form, and that makes a difference in success sometimes. But that was one thing you learned, is that when you're dealing with a lot of money and it's a complex arrangement of the money, that needs to be attended to.
Gotta respect it, yeah.
Editorial was something new. Working with voice talent was something new. But I must assume that working with character designers and color people and all of the other people who are responsible for the look of the image was something that was at least on your territory, if it wasn't easy.
Oh, yeah. That was primarily because of the people I hired were so great. That was my safe zone, you know. And I actually, it was interesting. I remembered working with a director at DreamWorks who came from a layout background and was incredible with camera. And that was sort of where he built his career, and then he was directing. And unfortunately, there would come times where the real hard decision-making of the film, which had nothing to do with layout, were at stake. And his inclination was to go work on the layout. It was his safety blanket. And it didn't. And the train just kept getting farther off the tracks. And so I really had to discipline myself to say, at the end of the day, you've hired all these great people. Give them the direction they need, and then you need to go and stare into the abyss of all the other parts of the movie that are a lot harder, that don't have either only you can answer those questions, whether that's writing or... I spent about 4 months in Xiamen where basically I would work from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. at the office trying to get stuff done. Then I would go home and do another 3 or 4 hours of editing the dialogue because we have recorded the actors. And you go through this intense process of, you've done 25 takes with John Cho, and it's of one line of dialogue. And you're going through and you're picking the best pieces of that line of dialogue and Frankensteining them all into your favorite take that has the beginning you loved and the emphasis in the middle and the funniness at the end. And you're adjusting that. And I remember so badly wanting to go do color keys or go do things that I was naturally had experience with and I knew exactly how to do. And I thought, And every night I had to sit there and say, no, you got to go do this part because no one else can do this part. No one else can essentially cut together the performance that you directed and make it the best it can be. You have to do this thing. And that was a big part of what made me very convicted by the end that, like, the only reason to do this is because you believe in it. If you're directing just for the title, it's not worth it because you're going to have to do that same torturous process, except if you don't care about the story you're telling, no way. It's not worth it. It's not worth being up at 3 a.m. on your laptop with the poor people at the coffee shop, like, forcing you out the door and telling you to go home because, they're trying to close the whole mall down. So,
and for years.
Yeah.
Now, but Chris, you did it. You pulled it off. You directed a feature animation, and it was your own idea, and you assembled the whole thing. Are you going to do it again? Do you aspire to do it again?
Yeah, the pain. Think of the journey of a drawing that comes out really great, and the love and feedback you get for that. It's a feedback loop. That's what the arts are. As much as, there's a few artists that truly do it for their own gratification, but I think you want to make art because you think you're capturing something that will make other people feel something, and it's the journey is torture, even if it's. I think the principles of the creative process just apply instantly to all subgenres, So I was doing sequence illustrations. It was great training because they're really hard. They encompass a lot of pieces. You got to be able to draw characters, but not just draw them standing there. You got to draw them doing stuff. So you need to learn how to tell stories with poses. You need to put them in compositions. You need to understand camera. You need to learn how to light, basically, and how to costume and how to color. But great sequence painting is real heavy lifting. A lot of juggling, a lot of stuff. It's being a great illustrator. So what that taught me was just how arduous a journey that was, and that would be a journey that would last from Monday to Wednesday, or from for a few days. You'd be on that journey, and at the end, you would feel a certain way about the painting, and if you were lucky, you'd show it to your team or your classmates, and they'd be like, "Oh, that's fucking great." And it would all be worth it at that point. You'd be like, oh, yes. The thing in my head got out of my head and other people loved it. And so I guess I'll do this again. And I pretty quickly realized that was what was happening, that there was going to be this long, painful journey with basically no rewards in the middle. It's just getting smacked in the face over and over and feeling like you don't know what you're doing. And then at the end, you managed it, you share it with people, and whether it's the email I mentioned from Michael that was very personal to me, or just hearing the feedback from the audiences in China in the theatrical release there, who really, many of them really connected to it and really felt that it was authentic and that it made them think a little bit about their life and the way their country was changing. And hopefully the audience here, when it comes out this summer, will have their own, people will care about it in that way. So once you get to that point, then the pain starts to fade, and you sort of say, I might want to do this again, because if I think of another story or find another project that feels like it has that potential, then it is worth the pain, and then it's every wonderful feeling at the end. So as every artist knows that feeling if you make it to the end, and it's something pretty good.
And a story about being granted a limited number of wishes also makes you sit and think about your own life and what you would wish for, and it can be very introspective and stimulating to assess priorities.
There was a decisive moment. I was working on a movie called Hotel for Dogs from like 2006. And guess what? It's about a hotel for dogs. Nice and creative title. I never saw it, but I don't think it was a bad movie, but it wasn't too inspired. I was in the middle of doing a painting where like a van in the shape of a dog had 3 characters that were driving the van, chasing a giant herd of dogs with police helicopters chasing them. And the girl in the van was having an emotional response to seeing one of the dogs in the crowd of dogs that was her dog. And it was such a hard illustration, and I was struggling over it. I'm like, what am I doing? I don't care about this story, and I'm applying all of my life's work of learning to do this craft or something that doesn't mean anything to me just to get paid. I don't think that this is the kind of relationship I want to have to my work. I worked on many other films where I would love the film so much that just illustrating on it was a joy. And there are films out there right now that I'll bet I would love just going into the art department and sitting down and being an art department person and just working on that part of the movie with a great director and a great project. That'd be so fun. It'd be great. But I think what I realized in that moment was I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this career unless I care about the film that's being made. And so if that's the case, if I can't find them, I need to make them for myself. And I think the Wish Dragon journey really affirmed that for me, because there's so much about the release that sucks, that it had to come out during the COVID times, that it never got a proper theatrical release here, that it probably won't get much of a marketing push because it's just lost in the sea of the movie business right now. And I thought I would feel more bitter about that, but I think the combination of being fulfilled of the film that we made and also looking back at the people that I spent 6 years of my life with, and what was it like every day to go and to work with those people, because that's what you realize after some period of your career. Is like, this is your life, dude. These are the memories you're going to make. It's going to be films you make with the people you make and how you navigate that every day. That can be an empty, lonely, or antagonistic thing. It could be a really painful, really dramatic, but eventually look back with fondness kind of thing. It could be all kinds of different things. But it is your life, and there's only so much of that. So it really, to your point, I think it really made me think about the real estate that you have as an artist. It seems infinite, but it's not. It's a limited quantity, and those relationships and people you do it with they're 49% of the equation in terms of your satisfaction, at least.
Do you miss drawing and painting?
No, because I always could do it when I really needed it. The film would require certain moments. Like, I think we got into a crunch period where one of our climactic sequences, we had some junior people doing color keys, and they just couldn't solve it. And I knew how I wanted it to look, and so I just jumped in over a few weekends and I just did the color keys. And they weren't the greatest thing ever, but they were cool, and they were kind of what the movie needed. And there were other times where, in an earlier stage of production, there's a moment in the film that the storyboard artist has done everything perfectly, but there's one emotional moment with 6 or 7 shots intercut that you know exactly how those need to be, and you just draw them. Or when you're doing sequence paintings, you have a couple iconic shots and you do a napkin sketch of that. And that, in those moments, you're pulling on every shred of your skills, because you're it's not a fancy drawing, but you're trying to get composition, all the things you practiced over the years, composition and posing and character, trying to get down into chicken scratch something that you can then hand to a great painter and have them paint up and look exactly like you want it. So the movie demands of you those skills if you have them, and you use them suddenly in those emergencies. So that, even though you're a little rusty and you're not cranking out paintings yourself, it's an interesting process of learning to delegate and being okay with that, but also being on your toes, occasionally plug the hole yourself. So, and some creators like Miyazaki, I can't even fathom. It's just, he's just so talented and so dedicated that he essentially boards it himself.
Yeah, he's immersed in originating these images and carrying the images so far. Yeah.
It's incredible. On the other hand, you look at that team around him and you realize the extent to which some of the things you love about those movies truly come from those other voices. That the quality of those background paintings, the quality of light, the magicness of details, the subtlety of some of the animation choices that reveal character, that's all done by his stalwarts,
It's no one person's baby. Now, I want to go back to, before you came out to California, did you have training in art? Did you draw as a kid?
I drew I love D&D, so I would draw if you guys are art nerds, you'll know the old Larry Elmore D&D artwork. I didn't know about Frazetta. It's so crazy how limited your exposure was back then. It was I would go to the hobby store in Idaho, whatever D&D books they had, I would buy, and that would be the art that I had to look at.
Mm-hmm.
In high school, I found an artist named Tony DiTerlizzi who did a lot of stuff for a D&D subgenre called Planescape. And I loved his stuff. It was really great pen and ink wash stuff that was sort of Arthur Rackham-esque.
Mm-hmm.
So through him, I found Arthur Rackham, and I loved Rackham. But it was it was like picking through a Goodwill in terms of what's available to kids now. Where the entire scope of me discovering cool illustrators over 4 years would take 5 minutes on the internet now. And you'd be introduced to this whole other library of people that I didn't find out about until college. So I think I didn't. The art teacher in my high school was the football coach, who was I don't know, here's a magazine photo, see if you can trace it.
So you did not have any real education in art before you decided to come to California, to go to Art Center, and then when Justin and Vance hired you, you were not graduated from school. You were still a student.
Yeah, I was a sophomore, I think. It was my first summer, yeah.
And they were really excited about you. So I never did see the portfolio of your work that got them so excited about your work. But it
was okay. It wasn't that great. I mean, I'm so biased now because the people who are the age that I was then now are so advanced that I'm embarrassed. I think for the time it was pretty good. I'd learned how to do good portrait paintings, and my figure drawing was okay. But I think they also liked that I had a lot of that a lot of my work in there was drawing for story, and they appreciated that because they're very much both very soulful, very storytelling people. They're creating art purely. They're creating art out of a desire to capture some essential truth or some deep thing, and it's and that was the great. I mean, having those guys as my mentors was a real gift because they're both also freakishly technical in ways that are well disguised. You don't realize it. It's
you don't realize how good they are technically with their skill. Yeah,
because they work the opposite way. They work from raw
emotional impulse,
the raw ambition to capture something to technique. And I think Art Center was great in that it taught me a lot of techniques, but it was very much more start with the process and then arrive at a piece of artwork. And that was completely opened my eyes to say, start the other way, start with the feeling, and then apply the technique to get you to apply the craft to channel that. And I was really lucky because that affected everything I did. It affected the way I thought about story was not to go and necessarily build each piece of the story chapter by chapter methodically. I would start with just images in my head or moments that stood out to me, or a piece of a character's journey that I was holy shit, I don't know what this means, but I just see this moment where this character's feeling this thing and they started here and now they're here. Very much the way that those guys work. So I didn't realize it at the time, but really changed the way I thought about it. It was a real gift because I had some teacher who said, or I had a boss at that point who said, first you start with these following brushes, and first you do your thumbnail, and then you do your next step, and then you do all of which are valid ways of working, by the way. But I think if you're really fishing for the deep fish, you can't catch them doing that. You got to try some other more complicated journeys.
Yeah, I've heard them use that analogy more than once too, of going for the deep fish. That's the one of David Lynch's.
He's a great thing about that. Yeah,
very much about emotional, the emotion that started the thing in the first place. So they were, in a way, an antidote to what could have been an imbalanced education, because you were around them so much, and they were so ferocious in their holding accountable that your work be up to that level. And if it isn't, you're not going to get a compliment. You might get a compliment. Oh, it's technically nice, but it bores me. There was a lot of that.
I think it was the fact that they valued essentially the soul of the work you were doing. It's not so common, and also it's what I'm better at that than I am at the technical stuff, to be honest. I think if you need a level of technical stuff to communicate using the craft such that whatever emotion you have actually comes through. It doesn't matter what abstract idea you're after. If you don't understand color theory, you're not going to make it work. So it's a real chicken and the egg, but I think at least for me, like I said earlier, because of I never enjoyed drawing or painting to do it. It was never. I know a lot of people who like to draw, and they just like to draw. Like, what are you drawing? I don't know anything. I'm like, oh my god, I would never even draw again in my life if I didn't have something I needed to communicate by drawing. And that's not better or worse. It's just different.
Last night in the story class, we watched the 41-minute documentary on Stevie Ray Vaughan from Legends, 1990s. Oh, wow. Sean Penn narrated it. I've seen it about 15 to 20 times. And one of the things about him is that he meant the music. This music was so emotionally important to him. All of the technique was there to serve what the screaming sound of anguish in Electric Blues that he was hearing in Albert King and B.B. King and all those others. That was really exciting. That's a moment in the documentary where you feel like that is what this is about. If it isn't what it's about, it means you could get hired to use your craft. But if you are the one who's going to call the shots for the craft, there's got to be some thing in you that says, I mean this. Now, back to the thing that you mentioned about work of choice, that if you're not working on something you want to, what a grind it can be. And everybody knows that because everybody has to work for things that they don't want to do, but it's just necessary. So in order to make a career where you're going to be working on stuff that you want to do, what advice would you have for people who, even if they don't want to be film directors, they do want to enjoy this thing that you've been talking about? What advice do you have for them?
This is a hard question. I think there's two aspects to it that at least I think I stumbled across one of them, and the other one I kind of figured out. First one is, if you put yourself in your work, if you learn the craft, but for the purposes of expressing yourself as a human being through your art, and that sounds maybe a little frou-frou, but it's not so much like I was so inspired by all these artists in my art center in early days, but I also couldn't help but have my own Chris Appelhans-ness to what I did. In fact, I just wasn't a good enough mimic. Otherwise I just would have been Paul Felix, or I just would have been Arthur Rackham, but I wasn't good enough. So I had to rely on the content of my imagery and the feelings and the other insights that I have that weren't just how skillfully I could draw or paint. I had to rely on those. They needed to contribute too. So if I did a painting for Monster House, not only was it a competent, well-painted thing with good characters and good lighting, it had an idea that elevated something in the script, And what that was sort of a survival thing for me, almost, like, because I couldn't just paint what was written so spectacularly that was enough. But it was also, that's who I was. That's what I offered. It wasn't just technical virtuosity. It was a lot of technique combined with some insights about how the movie could feel or what a moment could be. Which is a long way of saying, then I started to get hired to be me. So I got hired on other movies because people were like, I like the vibe of your stuff, and I want some of that, I want that voice in my chorus for this movie. So rather than being just hired to perform a service, I was being hired to perform that service in the Chris Applehan's way, which I don't even think people thought of it that carefully so much as it was like, I do that all the time. I just see an artist when I'm looking at character designers. There's so many skilled designers now who can draw. They can look like Nico Marley, or they can look like, the best Disney cliches. They can draw poses really well. But what happens is you start just looking for voices. You start looking for personality that is unique in the work. And that never happens with that technique, but it also is more than technique. So once you put that in your work, then you're getting hired to be yourself a little bit, and that's a good feeling. I think that's very fulfilling. And then I guess the other aspect was something that I think it just comes to, I really value I just really value like the amount of time I have on the earth, and so I guess it's because I don't love drawing and painting so much that when I'm doing it, I want it to have a purpose. It's a means to an end. I'm cooking food so someone else can eat it and say, oh my God, that was great. I don't want to just cook it and eat it myself. I don't want to just cook it and throw it away. So that constantly kind of asking myself that question, kind of asking myself whether or not my work would mean anything to anybody else, was the flip side of the coin. Was a different question to ask, and it to me, it gave me a lot of gratification when your instinct told you, I think this is a powerful moment that could be powerful for other people. It's not just something that I think is cool. I think it speaks to something that lots of people feel, whether that's a story or a moment. And so once you get addicted a little bit to the ability to, I remember even with Justin and Vance, like there was definitely a moment with both of them. They would torture themselves, and they would create a piece to their satisfaction enough so that they would show it to me. Like they might still be secretly thinking, this piece of shit, oh God, I hate this nice script, I don't even know if this works at all. And then here are these two people who are my bosses who I really admire, and they show me the painting, and I could feel them as artists, not physically holding their breath, but like as an artist holding their breath.
Yeah.
And the moment that I was like, holy shit, that's cool. You could just feel not relief, just like the journey's complete here. We did it. We crossed the finish line. This was the point, to make somebody else feel something.
To see if it has the same effect on them as I was experiencing in the hope of it.
Yeah, and then a lot of times that would be followed, and I'm the same way, by this outpouring of caveats of like, I know, like, look at the arm. I didn't know how to do that. And look at that shape up there. And Justin would explain all of the things that he couldn't figure out. But it didn't matter because they were figured out enough, because the moment happened, the magic moment happened. So they were done, even though he was thinking they weren't done. Yeah. And that's what's funny is that has translated all the way to the present, where when you're working on a movie, as Aaron, the producer, told me at the beginning, he's like, you're not going to finish this movie. You're just going to run out of time.
Right.
And I was like, no, I'm going to finish it. What are you talking about? I don't want to. And up to literally today, I wish I could still go in there and do more stuff. Yeah. But you have a few screenings, you get your audience scores. It's clear they love the movie. It's clear that what you thought you were talking about, the things that made you feel, made them feel. And then there's that total exhale, that sense of the mission complete. So I think with those two things, trying to be yourself and have a voice to your work, and yet it's just not in a vacuum. It isn't. So, I think the catch-22 in a weird way is, for the most part, people will not react to your work they will not be moved by your work because.
Snarkity says, hello, Arfus. How's your hand today? It's much better. Thank you for asking. My back, on the other hand, is a bit aching. What about you? How are you today? Oh no, did it crash?
That's a part of our journey as artists and writers, to go through those stages. We're like, holy shit, I drew a hand and it looks like a hand. But that's just the intermediate stage too. I now am drawing a hand as part of a bigger composition that's really great, and it tells you how that character feels when they're holding the sword and swinging it. That's where the payoff comes. So it's a weird the weird catch-22.
But it's a common theme with directors and art directors and editors and publishers who will say
Yeah.
that what they're looking recruiters too. One of my former students is a recruiter for big studio, and he said I've asked him more than once, and the thing I get out of him is that someone with a vision. So having a vision that it can
Yeah.
look this way, and then doing the work to bring the vision to some kind of reality,
Yeah.
that is a part of it. If it's a creative position,
Yes, right.
if it's going to make decisions. Now,
I'm curious. I'm just curious. Do I get
yeah,
that?
yeah. Go ahead.
With a lot of your listeners and your audience, what percentage of them are sort of in that role that I was in of concept artist or illustrator who's learning all these skills, but to the
I just arrived home from a meeting, so now my brain is a bit shit.
making these sort of
That's
using
fine.
the visual form to capture
Maybe you can relax and release here.
character
Yeah.
and journey.
I have no idea what the percentage is, but I do know that some of them are there, and I know some of them are there because they're taking story classes from me, and
cool.
and so you get students who found the podcast and recognize this is a way to get integrated into a story community, and that's been very exciting because I
Yeah.
always felt the same way. I loved imagery and I loved art and I liked just almost every aspect of the visual arts, but the stuff that meant the most to me emotionally, by far, throughout my childhood and adolescence and even to this day, is the stuff that tells a story, that hooks me, that makes me care, that makes me think about it day in and day out because of
Yeah.
what happened, what the character did, what the world's response to it was. Everybody
Yeah.
loves story, but there are
Yeah.
a few people, though, who really want to live their life within the understanding of it, the enjoying of it, and the creating of it. I'd love to find a way to get them all together and know how many there are.
You know what's interesting? I think I realized this too was I think also the craft demands things of you, whether it's art or writing, whether it's drawing or painting or screenwriting or editing or whatever. It demands of you a certain amount of sweat and blood and bone in order to reach the next level. And you throw yourself against those challenges and you will find out where your threshold is. You know, you will find out what stuff you care about that you can't quit on, you know. And that's something I loved about, for example, Justin and Vance. Like, you could tell that they didn't enjoy learning anatomy. They didn't like it, but what they wanted to do, the visceral and essentially true feeling they wanted to capture in their work required that.
There's a means to an end.
They just did it, yeah. Like, I'm sure there's a lot of...
I didn't sense it that way. I sensed that they did enjoy. I mean, there was a real love of the subject, but not for its own sake.
Yeah, exactly. And so, like, basically, there's all these things that you're asked to master, so for a higher purpose, and that higher purpose either turns out to mean enough to you that you're willing to go through the long journey, which is any of these jobs we're talking about. None of them are shorter than a 6 to 10 year journey to something approximating real professional elite level.
Indeed.
That's fast, right?
Indeed.
And so, like, it was the epiphany I had maybe towards the beginning of this project was, oh, what's that thing for me? It's story. I will never quit on a story, and I will never say that the story is done and I like it if I don't think it's really good.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean it's perfect, but like, I have an endless willingness to throw myself against that wall and try to figure it out and make it better and funnier and more true and structured, however. And there are other things that I don't feel that when it comes to animating. Animators are freaking crazy. They're insane to do what they do to get 7 seconds or 2 seconds of performance. It's for crazy people. To me, I admire it so much, but I don't have it in me to be an animator. I just fall apart if you throw me against that wall so many times. But that's part of the wonderful thing of the process is what you're doing is bringing all these. It's like some kind of bad, movie about a bunch of misfits who are thrown together, each with their own skills. You need people. You need 50 people who are so insane that they're willing to animate at the highest level, and then you need 7 to 10 people who are. I think being a lead storyboard artist, a story artist in animation is probably to me the most robust and complicated and hard job to do everything really well in the whole field. And it's the smallest pool of people who do it. So you need people who are crazy enough to master that and people crazy enough to master the editing side, you need all these people who literally don't have it in them, don't have the passion for those other crafts. They've got it for this thing. You need that. And then you need all those people to work together for 4 or 5 years and not kill each other. It's crazy. It's a crazy process. But that's what I kind of love about it is I felt like here I am, I'm blessed. Here I'm surrounded by this editor who's so good and will not show anything to me until he's finessed it till it's really lean and I don't even notice all the smart shit he's done. And then I've got my Hoka, my head of character animation, who has tortured his team all weekend so that the first round they show of the latest, of our scene that we're working on this week is up to par. And we're talking about the character's feelings and not some technical thing that's not working with the movement. You find yourself surrounded by all that passion and it's very inspiring and you realize this is how good things are made and how lucky am I to have these people on my team making this thing. So that's to your point, that's where I'm not actually a person who ever really wanted to be in a leadership position. I was very much of the mind of, oh, that seems really stressful, and you got to talk to people all day long. Oh God! So I had to sort of be incepted with the love of the story I wanted to tell, so that I was willing to get into that position and go through the daily grind of trying to lead a team of people.
So how do people find out about Wish Dragon?
Wish Dragon will premiere on Netflix June 11th, and that's set in stone. And there will be some amount of promotion for it on the platform and online. I would say whatever marketing materials you see or don't see, I'm pretty confident if you cue the movie up and you push play, you're going to make it to the end. You're going to enjoy it. You're going to feel like it was a story worth experiencing. You're going to get a glimpse into, I think, a pretty lovely set of characters and a pretty great journey. So if everybody just goes and pushes play, I think you'll be glad you did. And then there will be some great behind the scenes stuff. We're hoping to do an art up book. Some of the art leadership will be putting stuff on their Instagram. There's such a wonderful library of the making of art and design that's gone on behind the scenes. So I think that's going to be great for up and coming artists to see. And we're just really proud of it and excited for it to finally be out in the world.
If we change the word wish to work for, is what do you wish? What do you want enough to work for it?
Yeah.
It works that way.
It's interesting because a lot of the stories I've told have been about my own. They're about my internal debate about this stuff. And I always found the term, I wish blankety blank. I wish this would be. I always found that a frustrating term because I'm like, it's just so impotent. What do you mean you want something? Okay, I guess there's value to saying it out loud, but to your point, it's not actionable because nobody's going to grant it. So how about you just say, man, I really want to finish this. I really want this screenplay to be done. So I'm at ... Here I go back to work, as opposed to, I wish I could just jump from A to B or whatever the thing might be. So no, I think that's very well put. Yeah.
I work for. It's the easy way would be I wish.
Yeah.
Hey, I wish my memory card had more space. I'm afraid it's going to shut down. So we've gone over 2 hours.
Oh
why don't we wrap it up and then we'll just we'll say anything else we want to. Great. Thank you, Chris, and I hope for great success with your movie.
Oh, thanks. Well, I'm really glad you watched it and enjoyed it, and we're proud of it, and I think people will enjoy it. So
Okay. Well, keep
yeah,
in touch with you.
thanks for having me on. It was really fun to talk about, and I to all those folks out there at some point on this journey that we talked about today. It's a long one, and take your time and do it right. And I think it's personally my favorite thing about it is we're lucky to be in the arts, because to me the arts, you don't age out of them. It doesn't matter if your knees get bad or if you're throw out your shoulder, you're not as fast as you used to be. You can evolve as an artist and a creator literally to the last breathing day you have of your life. So it's a long journey, and I personally am just shocked at where I ended up now, and it gives me a lot of I have no idea where I'll be in 20 years. I certainly didn't think I'd be here. So to enjoy that journey and kind of just work towards the wish of the moment and see where that takes you. I think I'm excited, and I feel very grateful to be in an industry and doing a craft that just allows you to keep growing infinitely. How cool is that? How many other jobs are like that? So,
Yeah, the arts.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thanks for being with us, and we'll see you next week.
There are many tools that you can use to draw a ball. But when it comes to shaving balls, there's only one tool that you should use. I'm talking, of course, about the Lawnmower 4.0 by
What?
Manscaped. Manscaped is helping us out. Manscaped is helping us out by sponsoring this episode, and they're helping you out by giving you a sweet discount on their wireless, skin-safe ball and body hair trimmer. Get 20% off and free shipping with code DRAFTSMAN at manscaped.com. That's 20% off with free shipping at manscaped.com and use code DRAFTSMAN. Unlock your confidence and always use the right tools for the job with Manscaped.
Greetings, listeners. Stan couldn't join us this week. He'll be back with us next week, but we have a special guest, the incredible creature designer, Terrell Whitlatch. Here we go. Hi, Terrell.
Hello, how are you?
I'm glad to see you and glad to get a chance to talk with you. How are you today?
Oh, I'm well. We're enjoying a beautiful sunny day here in northwestern Oregon. Like, wow, the sun, and I'm not sure, maybe it's a UFO.
Really?
We're
You're in-
grateful for the rain. We are grateful for the rain because we know all the hardships that our neighbors to the south have been suffering, and we had our own taste of it over, in the fall. So we're grateful for the mud and the rain and the wetness.
But right now you got sun in Oregon, huh?
Yes. Yeah.
And here I am in Southern California where it never rains, and yet it rained today. And it will throughout the day. So this is our moment of counter change.
Oh, well, congratulations. That's something to be grateful for.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, we've got things to talk about, don't we?
Yes.
Let me take a moment to introduce you, although I know that many of our listeners know about your career already. And if they don't know about your career and you by name, they know your work, because you have a list of clients and a list of accomplishments that is amazing. And the first time that your name started to get known a lot publicly was because you designed Star Wars characters for the 1999 movie. Is that correct?
Yes, that is very true.
You were doing work well before that, and you've done much since. Charlie, if you just put Terrell's client list and the stuff that she has worked on over the last 3 decades or so, it will be enough to keep the screen busy for a while. And I want to talk with you about your career and how it happened, even if you want to go back from the early influences that brought you to it. But one of the main things we're interested in is how you went from being an amateur to a professional.
Oh, goodness gracious. Well, the first thing I guess I can say is that, I never intended to be working in the entertainment industry, that is, the movie and animation industry and other things related to that. I had always wanted to be a scientific illustrator, an illustrator that would work for, say, National Geographic or the Smithsonian Institution or that sort of thing, from zoos and museums. I was just so fascinated by animals from a very, very, very early age, living things, and I loved drawing them, and I couldn't think of a happier thing to do than to be able to portray them for scientific institutions, because I loved going to zoos and I loved going to museums, and I was just raised on that. My father would take my sister and I to our local zoos and museums when I was a little girl, faithfully, and he also he taught biology and chemistry in the local high schools, and he had also been all over the world as a naval officer. So when he wasn't on the carrier, he was teaching, and so there was this kind of this sense of adventure, sense of love of nature and science that has just been imbued in me since I was a tiny, tiny girl. So,
how about your mom?
My mother is an artist. She's still living, and she was always drawing and painting. And to this day, she does little editorial cartoons for some local newspapers.
Mm-hmm.
And so I had both those two influences, a love of nature and then
What
art.
are you drawing? I am doing character studies from Samurai Jack. Let me show you.
As I mentioned, I wanted to be
We are in
natural
326.
history illustrator.
This show,
And
because I
that
really like the art style, and it's what I'm gonna be basing off
I was 15 years old in high school. I
the
was a
game.
sophomore, and I knew I wanted to do something with science and something with
Pretty
art.
much.
And I'm not sure how this happened, but the senior scientific illustrator from UC Berkeley.
How to be student.
Say, Stan ought to be any minute now, huh? I'll be there soon, Marshall. Well, sooner is better, because I'm ready, Stan. Oh, don't worry, Marshall. I'll be there. Just give me a little time. Well, been waiting a while here. Our audience is waiting. I'm busy, Marshall. I got a little kid.
Cool. Yeah, well, the show is cool.
Okay, well, whenever you're ready, I'm ready. Yeah, just hope you don't die before I get there. Yeah.
Should I just do character studies on characters that excite me? Maybe.
There we go.
Oh no, you can see me, right?
I can see you.
Hi, Stan.
Clearly. Hi, Marshall. How are you doing?
Glad to see you.
Nice to see you again.
Everything going there okay at home?
Yeah, everything's going great. It's been an interesting week for me.
Want to tell us about it?
Sure. I just launched the beta version of Proko 2.0. That thing I've been talking about for years.
That's a big deal.
Yeah, it's beta. It's closed beta, so I invited a small group of students to test it out. So far, very positive experiences. I'm happy.
Okay, but that's what's been taking all of your time.
Yeah, recently, yes. How about you?
Well, I've been just sitting here for the last hour and 3 minutes.
What? What do you mean?
No, I'm teasing. Not much new with me. It's Southern California, and it's not sunshiny. That's a little unusual.
Does the weather really matter?
Yes, the weather matters
No,
to me.
To our listeners.
Maybe I should do faster studies. I don't know.
No.
No.
What are we going to talk about today, Stan?
Okay, so today we're gonna. It's very much related to the Recreating Art School series we did
Uh-huh.
very recently,
Mhm.
but it's a slightly, it's a little branch off of it, right? We're gonna be talking about how to be a good student, and more specifically, how to be a good art student.
Yes.
I think that if people watched or listened to the Recreating Art School series, they'll get a lot of tips on just being a good student, because recreating your own art school requires you to be a good student, and we talked about a lot of stuff in that. So
But
we'll see how much things we
Oh.
how much we repeat in this one, but hopefully not too much.
Yeah, well, I think it's inevitable that we'll repeat stuff. And I do think
Repeat
that the
stuff,
people who
repeat
take the
stuff.
time to watch 8 podcasts on
Mhm.
recreating your own art school or how to go to art school are going to be the bunch that are some of the best. I think that they're motivated enough to say, I'm getting something out of this. I'm gathering that from some of the responses that I've got. And honestly, I think that between the two of us,
Mhm.
you have proven yourself to be a better and a more efficient student. But what we both have is we both have enthusiasm. I think we both come out of an excitement and just a love of the subject, which that's the first thing I'd say. If you don't have a love of the subject, if you don't have an enthusiasm for the subject, if it isn't something you want to do, you can still be a good student. But it makes it so much easier when it's work of choice. I found this out because I was not a good student
Oh.
in elementary school and junior high, which they call it middle school now, and high school. I got decent grades, but I only got decent grades because I needed to get decent grades to not get in trouble.
Mhm.
There was very little interest except in a few subjects and with a few teachers. And I did not intend to go to college. My mother bribed me to go to college. She knew that I liked art and that I wanted to do art. And so she told me, if you will go to college and be an art major, I'll buy all the art supplies you want. And I thought, that I could do that.
Okay.
And even just going there and trying to go through all the rigmarole of signing up for classes was so complicated that I almost gave up. But once I got into classes, I was so excited to be surrounded by other students and by teachers who cared about getting good at art that I became a good student within a matter of a year.
I wasn't a very good student either for a long time. Elementary school, middle school.
Why not?
I had a hard time paying attention.
That might be partly a boy thing.
Sure. Partly. Not all boys have that problem, but sure.
No, but I've heard that statistically. I remember certainly that way when I was in elementary school. And
Sure, yeah.
Robert Sapolsky said the same thing happens with baboons.
God.
The young baboons, the girls learn from their mothers.
Uh-huh.
The boys don't learn because they're out running around creating havoc. And so apparently there is something biological that's connected to this.
Huh.
Anyway, I'm trying to give you permission for having been a bad student
Oh,
or
okay.
not a great student.
It started with first grade. I didn't speak English. I came to the United States when I was 6 years old.
Really? I didn't know you didn't speak English when you came here. I don't know why I assumed otherwise.
No, I was 6 years old. My family just kind of suddenly decided to move. I mean, my dad came here a year before us, and during that year, I think my mom signed me up for like some kind of English class, but all I learned was how to count to 10. They didn't teach a 6-year-old how to speak English. You know what I mean? And plus it was like once a week sort of thing, right? For maybe a few months. When I came here, I could not speak at all. I counted to 10.
Wow.
And I came here in July. And so just, what was it? Like 2 months later, I was already in first grade. And I didn't understand anything the teacher was saying.
Huh.
they throw you in right just into class with everyone else. You know?
Wow, Stan, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That sounds harsh when you're 6.
Yeah, I was very confused. There was only about maybe a third of the time of my day where I would leave the regular class and go to the ESL class, the English Second Language. And there they had someone who spoke, I think, Polish, not even Russian, and who could kind of speak to me and teach me a little bit of English. But mostly I learned through just absorbing it in class. So the first like 2 or 3 years, I struggled paying attention because I just didn't even understand what she was saying. So how could I be interested when I didn't even know what they were saying, right?
Yeah.
And the class wasn't made for people who don't speak. So anyway, maybe that's where it started, and then it kind of continued on through the rest of elementary school.
What was it like by the time you were in 6th grade? By the time you were 10 years old, or 11 or 12?
I was fluent at English by then. That wasn't an issue anymore. I think by 3rd grade I was fine, but I was still having a hard time paying attention. I just wasn't interested in a lot of subjects. Some things I liked, but some things I just didn't really care. I mean, you know my personality. If I don't care, I'm not going to do it. By high school, I think I was a good student, but a bad learner.
Distinguish for me.
I learned how to get good grades. I got good at taking tests. I got so good to the point where I could not come to class or not pay attention at all in class, like sleep. And then the next day there's a test on it. I could study for like 15 minutes before class and get 100% in Spanish. That's what I did throughout Spanish. It was so easy to memorize the stuff because once you learn the teacher and you know what they're going to do, you know what they're going to put on the test, you know exactly what you need to study or memorize, and you do it. Some subjects you can't do that, right? Like you can't, go to, AP Bio and study for 15 minutes before. There's just too much material to read and understand. But some subjects, that's what I did, and I aced them. But even just things like AP Bio and stuff, like you just learn the things you need to get a good grade, but not fully understand or observe the topic to the point where you know it enough to put it into any kind of practical form. And that's what I think is the difference between learning it and just knowing it enough to get a good grade.
And part of this was figuring out the teacher.
Figuring out the teacher, figuring out how to work the tests, knowing how to take a good guess on a test.
That's where it becomes a contest. The competitive teacher says, "Watch me trick you."
Yeah. And the teachers didn't try to trick you either. At least my teachers didn't try to trick you. They were usually on our side, and they would try to get us to get good grades.
The benevolent teacher.
Yeah. In high school, I started taking a lot of art classes too, and those were ones I was actually interested in. And that's what I spent a lot of my time doing at home, is just doing art stuff. I was good at learning that stuff because I was actually interested. So the thing you said at the very beginning of this episode, the passion, that's I feel like that is extremely important, because without the passion, it's hard to find the drive to go through the hard work it takes to actually learn something at an efficient, at a fluent level.
And also, when you're in high school, your brain is so ready to learn the important things about art. It's you're enthusiastic about it. They're almost all graspable concepts by the time you're in high school, so that when you get good training in high school, as you seem to have done.
I got like an intro basic level. I mean, high school in general isn't really, at least in the United States, it's not, it's government controlled, right? Like it's made for teaching the general person how to draw, not someone who's really passionate about it. Now, I did have a good few teachers there that really cared, and they knew when one student was really interested and really passionate about it, that they gave us extra resources. So I started studying at Watts Atelier when I was a junior in high school. So I was going to an atelier, college level art school 2 years out of my high school years, right? So I obviously learned more about drawing there than I did in high school.
Mhm.
I think I said before, I took 4 years of animation in high school, every semester, and the animation teacher was great.
What a wonderful way to start out, too. To start out by having someone train you who's training you toward animation.
Yeah.
You've got to simplify your drawing.
Mhm.
You are aiming it toward an end, to tell a story. There's just so much in it. I wish that I'd had animation training early on.
Yeah, that's what kind of gave me that passion. It was really intense passion of art. The drawing wasn't as intense until I was, into Watts Atelier, but the animation made it fun for a high school student. It wasn't just about drawing a picture; it was about telling a story, and that made it much more interesting to learn to draw in order to do that. It had a bigger purpose to me at the time.
Yeah. How do you want to do this today?
With our mouths.
But I mean the order.
I think we could just throw stuff. No specific order. Just jump all over the place.
Yeah, boy, that's chaos.
Just jump around.
We'll start with what I think is the age where your brain alights, 11 years old or so. And you decide, I want to be a really good artist. Well, in the next few years, you're going to be learning the craft. And here are some things that will help you to do better with it. And my first thing is let's choose what you're interested in to start. That way you're excited about this and you own it. It's nobody putting you onto it. You are embracing it, inviting it yourself. That's the first thing I'd say. Enthusiasm, passion. In fact, Itzhak Perlman, the great violinist. Years ago, I remember seeing him on TV. I think it was in the 1980s, and the interviewer was asking him, how do you become a great violinist? And he said there were 3 things: talent, training, and an absolute passion for the music. And I wrote that down. He believes in talent, that there's raw material that can or cannot. I know that that's under question now. Training, certainly, that's what a lot of people don't get adequately. It's what I missed. I needed better training. But the absolute passion for it, that's where I'd start. Then where? Where would you take it from there?
I have basically a list of qualities that I think make a good student and some tips, some advice. And there's a bunch. So, I mean, if you want me to go through this, it's going to take the rest of the episode. I think we should have a conversation about a bunch.
Good. Let's just use your list as our structure.
Okay. My list is not very structured. It is very randomized. Some things are related. I mean, the first thing I want to start with, and I think this is kind of an obvious one, is that you have to take it seriously. You don't go to school and just go through the motions and kind of hope that the school provides you with the structure that we talked about, and you kind of just do the things that are expected of you, and that you come out on the other side the way they want you to come out, and you're set. Don't do that. You need to actively try to learn. Everybody learns differently, and you know yourself better than anybody else. And so you need to make sure that everything that you're studying, you are actually trying to learn that thing. Even if you have a bad teacher, or you're done with chapter 1, you're moving to chapter 2, but you still are interested in chapter 1, continue learning it. You don't just follow the lesson plan. This is your education. So take charge of it and do everything you can to make sure that you're understanding everything to the point that you're satisfied with it. And I think that general mentality kind of encompasses everything about all the tips I'm about to say. It's kind of a general attitude.
Hear ye him.
Okay, are you a pirate?
Yeah, I do think everything else comes out of that. And that attitude is rare in a lot of college classes. It is not rare among the people whom I've seen in the profession who've succeeded. Their attitude was that I'm going to find this one way or another. It's self-motivation. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's been a theme of what we've talked about.
Cool. You want me to keep going?
Oh, wait. Let me stop us for a second.
Yeah.
You know, one of the most common questions we get over and over is that I'm not motivated. I'm not sure. I don't have a vision. That seems to be one of the biggest problems, which is, I think, why we have not been that helpful. You know, for people who are lacking motivation, I don't know what to say, except this is the first thing. Choose the thing that you really want to do. If there isn't a drive in there, if there isn't a motivation, that is a question worth spending some time with. What is it that I do want to do?
Yeah, you do have to figure out why you don't have motivation. And it could be, there's a lot of things that could be causing it, and you do have to identify it. But some of those things could possibly be you're not sleeping enough, your diet is bad, you're not exercising, you have bad habits of being lazy that you need to get rid of. The people around you maybe are impacting your decisions. Maybe, you just kind of hang out with people that aren't disciplined and are not passionate about something. And so you kind of follow that pattern of the people around you. So surround yourself with people who have passion in the thing that you're doing. Sometimes that is difficult to do. You might be living somewhere where there isn't anyone interested in that. But these are just general tips that I'm kind of throwing out there. You have to identify what is causing that lack of drive.
Big deal. And you know, when people are asking over and over, asking for help with problems, I don't know how many times I just say community. You don't have people that are giving you feedback. You are not among others. But hey, here is something that can help tap into it. We did this on Monday night with the creativity lessons from Master Filmmakers class. In fact, we spent maybe 15 or 20 minutes in our online class time doing this. It is to make a list. If your project that you're working on, your dream project, if you knew that it was going to succeed, how would you do it differently than what you're planning? I know it's going to succeed, so I don't have to worry about the risk. And spend some time. In class, we spent 5 or 10 minutes on that, but you could spend a few days on that if I knew it was going to succeed, and then flip into the other mode. If I knew it would fail, so it's never going to see the light of day, what would I do just to indulge myself? That's what Mel Brooks did in working with Richard Pryor and others, that we've got money to develop this. It's never going to happen. They're never going to put this on screen. So write whatever movie you would want to write. And they wrote Blazing Saddles. And of course, that became a part of history. But their attitude was it's never going to happen. So where would we dare to go? That might tap into taking away the concern for whether it succeeds or doesn't, and narrowing down to what do I want to do? Sometimes asking, if you had $1 billion, what would you work on? That is a way to get at what's inside me that is driven by desire, but that is blocked by anxiety over whether it will work.
Right. If you didn't have to make money with the thing that you're choosing to do, what would you do? That's where the passion is.
That's worth taking time with, not just saying, okay, I've taken 1 minute with it, but actually spending some time and talking about it with the people around you, and waiting until you get the little voice that comes up and says, yeah, this is what you want to do. That can make a big difference in your motivation. Okay, what's the next thing?
The next thing is related to questioning things, right? Not just trusting the status quo, trying to conform to fit in all the time. I mean, there's a balance. You don't want to just be different just to be different either, right? But, if teachers are telling you rules, hard set rules, question those with respect. Of course, you still want to respect your teacher. You don't want to make any enemies and be a jerk in class or a smartass either. respectfully question why. And you don't even have to do it publicly. You could just go home and research it and see, okay, why is this? Or have a conversation with your classmates about it. Like, what do you guys think? Is this true? Like, why is it true?
Yeah.
That kind of curiosity, first of all, if it ends up being true, what the teacher said, you'll learn a lot more about that thing that the teacher said, because now you know why.
Yeah.
If it ends up not being true, now you know more about the thing the teacher said.
Right.
And honestly, like, any good teacher will respect and actually enjoy a student that has that kind of mentality, again, in a respectful way. Because all it means is that the student cares enough to do more research on the thing. You know, not just like, oh, you said that? Okay, cool. I'll write it down in my notes.
Yeah.
So that's just generally being curious and questioning things.
I believe in that, and I do believe that good teachers are. But let's first of all deal with what you started out, not just as a smartass. There are some people who cannot learn because all they want to do is shoot the people who are actually out there on the stage.
Yeah.
There are some people who just like to fight, and they really aren't interested in learning. But
I'll be
when
right
you get
back.
a student who
Be right back. Ay, querido.
Cares and wants the conviction of this. It's the difference between kind and wicked learning. Have you ever heard that term?
Kind and wicked learning.
David Epstein, which one of our listeners referred me to, did a podcast in which he referred to research done by 3 people on the difference between kind and wicked learning.
Where's
kind
my pen?
learning
Okay.
Is
there it is.
Where the teacher teaches and then tests the student, and the questions on the test match what the teacher teaches. So as a student, you get kindly taught stuff that you then show that you know it, and that's kind.
Oh no.
Wicked learning is where there is a mismatch between what you are taught and what happens in the real world that doesn't fit the theory that you expected because of the teaching you got. And wicked learning means you've got to make choices, refigure it out. It's harder, but David Epstein referred to, I think it was some Navy training or something, where they had a group who were taught a procedure. Learn this procedure, we do the procedure over and over, it becomes easy. And those people were quite satisfied in doing their job because it wasn't that hard. But when the people being trained were given a different situation every time to where the challenge didn't fit the information they were given, they were frustrated. And they were frustrated until they started to give the 2 groups problems to solve, and the second group, who experienced wicked learning, destroyed the first group because they learned how to apply the knowledge, or not how to apply it, but how to figure out the problem. So that's a difference between learning to take the test and passing the test, and then you don't have any practical skills, and then doing the thing where you've got the knowledge and you try to work it out in the real world and it doesn't work, and then you've got frustration, but you're also going through the difficulty of applying this knowledge, which is much more practical than passing all the tests.
That's exactly what I was saying about my being a good student, but a bad learner in high school. I wasn't bragging. I was saying that's a horrible thing I did. That is the completely wrong approach to learning. But
well, you went into a kind environment and you brought your own wickedness.
I brought my own wickedness? What do you mean?
You went into a place that gives you information.
Yeah.
Tests you on it.
Yeah.
And you figured, I'll just figure out how to pass the test without. Yeah. You made it practical so that you could get good grades without even having to be that concerned with the.
I was trying to figure out how I could get good grades in the smallest amount of time possible, with the least amount of effort, so that I could focus on other stuff, because I really didn't want to do it. Yeah. But yeah, no, that's a really good story. I'm glad. I've never heard of that training.
Let's put the link.
Okay.
David Epstein had a podcast.
I'd like to listen a little more about that.
Let's go back to the maxim that you brought up, though. What was this? This was to...
Questioning things.
Questioning things, yes.
Yeah.
Why?
Just being curious. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I thought you were asking me why.
You know, there is a difference between arguing energy and curiosity. You notice it in political arguments. One person just wants to make their point, and the other person wants to make their point, and they never affect each other.
Right.
But when there is genuine curiosity as to where does that come from, where does that belief come from, then there is genuine learning going on. There's exploring as to why the clash of right and wrong and the clash of rights happens in political conflict. And the only people I ever talk, I've got 2 people in my life that I talk, 2.5, that I talk about politics with. a lot, and it's enjoyable. And it's not that we're even necessarily together on it, but when there's a spirit of curiosity, trying to understand where it's going to go, trying to understand where it came from, it can really be enjoyable because there is learning going on, not just posturing. So questioning comes out of a spirit of curiosity.
Yeah, and it does come back to what I said in the beginning, that mentality of not going through the motions, but doing what you can to learn as much as possible, right? Your motive is to learn. So you're not questioning the teacher to make the teacher look stupid.
Mm-hmm.
You're questioning the teacher because you want to learn. So when it comes from there, then I think it's good. Everyone's on the same team.
Starting out with a good spirit.
Yeah.
Okay, what's the next one?
This is kind of going down a different path. Having thick skin and seeking feedback. So I know there's students that that like to kind of stay in the back, not participate. They are afraid of feedback because they're going to feel bad about themselves. And that makes sense. You know, maybe they already kind of feel bad about themselves, and getting some kind of bad feedback will just take that to the next level. So I don't know, like that's kind of the goal, is to have thick skin and seek feedback. Do you have any advice on how to get thick skin?
No, but I can tell a little story about being in therapy.
Okay. Let's hear it.
Having spent a fortune on therapy, and it does not mean that I'm not screwed up. It just means that I spent a lot of money and I have something to say about it. One of the worst things you can do is to go into therapy and not be frank and open with the struggles that you've got. Because the therapist's job as a detective, if they're a good therapist, is to figure out what's the source of this and how can we get at this without just pointing the fire extinguisher at the tip of the flame where the hottest part is. They're looking for the core problem underneath the presenting problem. And to be very clear about the presenting problem, therapists have heard it all. And then they can figure out, okay, here's what we're dealing with. It's all been laid out. But the idea is, if we go into therapy trying to protect ourselves, then we are not going to, it's going to be way, way, way more expensive and take much longer. So that's my first advice if you go into therapy, is to tell the truth and get it all out and answer the questions honestly. And then it's not like you're going into the doctors and you've got jaundice and you're going to put makeup over it so that you will not be humiliated. You just bear the situation. And I think the same thing happens even in an art class, is that if you aren't willing to put your work up early on,
I think that's it for the character study.
That you've got a teacher
8 minutes,
trust,
sure.
Not to humiliate you, but to look at the work and say, here's what we need to work on. Granted that you are in that kind of an environment, that's an attitude to take. Drew Struzan told us, as professionals who were going there to learn from him back in 1985, that you've got to check your ego at the door. And it's much harder than it sounds.
Yeah.
The idea is you're seeking feedback and not hiding from what isn't working. Is that correct?
Yeah. Jeff said that all the time, is to check, leave your ego at the door, or leave your personal problems at home. You're here to focus and learn, and leave your ego at the door. But I didn't listen to that, obviously.
Well, it's easy to tell somebody else to check their ego at the door. It's very hard to tell myself to check my ego at the door.
Well, it's an emotional response to something. You're not. You forget to think about your instinctual response at that very moment, and you just respond, and then you're like, crap. You have to train yourself to not act with an ego. It takes growing up. Just growing up.
How do I train myself to not act with an ego?
You act with an ego and you get laughed at, and then you realize, oh crap, I need to work on it. And then over time, you just slowly become more aware of it, and then you just grow up.
So humiliation is a part of process that nobody gets spared?
This is my personal story.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. There's probably multiple ways. That's the only way I know.
I think the less humiliation, the better, and the more let's look at it and say, okay, what can be better here? And we're fellow travelers.
Well, it's hard not to get humiliated a little bit when you're, acting with a big ego. People laugh at you.
We laughed at a student who did a voicemail that we're editing right now who asked about whether ballpoint pen was a viable medium.
Sorry.
If I were him, how would I feel? And what I hope is that it was affection for the fact that that thought can get into your head. Is it a viable medium? And we're looking at it saying that's not a good question. But then it gets zapped, it gets zapped and you say, okay, that was a question that I believed or I heard or I was asking about it.
Yeah, sometimes you do need to be slapped a little bit.
In a case of whether ballpoint pen is a viable medium.
Yeah.
For that question, I'm sure there are many good questions to come from you.
Therapy isn't for everyone, but if you're interested in having a session with a trained therapist, you should look into my sponsor, BetterHelp. They've taken the traditional model of therapy and completely streamlined the process by putting everything online.
That's study composition.
Sessions are controlled by you, and you're not just limited to the therapists that are in your local area. With over 3,000 US licensed professionals, BetterHelp will help you find the right therapist. I like the control BetterHelp gives me during this process. When you sign up, not only do they ask you about the kind of therapy you're seeking, but they also take into account your personal preferences. Feel more comfortable talking with a male or female therapist? BetterHelp will take that into account. Religious? Maybe you'll want to be paired with a therapist that shares your faith. These options and more are available when you fill out their questionnaire. Right now, BetterHelp is offering all Draftsman listeners 10% off your first month with discount code DRAFTSMAN. To get started, go to betterhelp.com/draftsman. Simply fill out a questionnaire to help them assess your needs and get matched with a counselor you'll love. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/draftsman.
There's a few things on my list that we talked about a lot before, and I just want to mention them because they are important. But we talked about them so much, I don't think we should discuss them.
Okay.
One is do more than what is assigned. It goes with several things we actually already said in this episode. Is you got some homework, don't just stop there. Do more than that. Do what it takes to learn the actual thing. Good students are usually disciplined. I say usually, but yeah, discipline is a big deal. We've talked about that. And a good student is usually organized.
Ooh.
Enough.
Ah.
Organized enough.
Mm.
I know. That's why I added the word enough in there, because when I wrote that down, I was like, really? I started questioning myself. Like, is a good student usually organized? And then I realized, like, you can have, like, I'm not that organized, but I'm organized enough to the point where the disorganized part of it doesn't get in the way. And when it does, I fix that just enough to be, so it doesn't get in the way. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, Stan, and I overestimated how organized you were because I see you as so much more organized than I am. I've watched you over the years and thought, wow, he's organized, but it's partly because I had a tough time with it. I was not organized, and I learned through pain. There was a guy that I really admired in junior college who I wanted to be friends with, and we had an appointment to get together at my parents' house. And I remember coming home one time in an afternoon, and he was there, and I said, how long you been here? And he said, I've been here for 2 hours. And I had forgotten that I had that appointment because I had 2 calendars, and I didn't know that that's one rule about calendars. Don't have two of them. Have one of them. And so it was through the pain of having damaged that relationship that I got my act together on having one calendar. But a lot of learning to be organized just came out of pain.
Oh, you had 2 calendars.
I had 2 separate calendars, and that appointment was...
Oh, I thought you had 2 tasks.
That appointment was not on the good-looking calendar that had the artwork on it.
Okay.
This was it was on the other one that was a practical one, and I had looked at it and forgotten. You get the idea.
Yeah, I get it. That's funny.
Sometimes we learn organization through pain, but better to have someone teach us. I mean, there would be a good thing there. To take the first class that you should take is how to be a good student, and that would include at least one thing on how to be an organized student.
I also want to mention that being organized doesn't necessarily mean being clean. It could, but not always.
I know I'm slowing us down by asking, but how would you be an organized student and not be clean? What's that mean?
Well, being organized goes beyond just, having a clean desk or something, or a vacuumed floor. It's having systems to put down your thoughts, taking notes in a way that you can find them later.
Mm-hmm.
And also having a note system where you can put things in it at any moment. Right? Like I have a pretty organized way of taking notes through my phone that's connected to my computer. I used to do it all through like email. I would email myself some notes, and that would just get lost. That's an unorganized way of taking notes. So now I have list-taking software that I go through that I can access with any device at any point, whether I'm on a walk or I just got out of the shower and I got to quickly write something down. That's just an example of one way of being organized. Not just physically, but mentally.
Yeah, and I think the earlier that we get organized, the better, because creativity and learning happen in emotional states of flow when you've got ideas and they're just coming to you like crazy, but you do not have a way to document them, or they get into one file and another file and written on a Post-it note here and written on a piece of paper over there and spoken to a friend over here, and they're all over the place. It means you've got lots of raw material, but it doesn't mean that you're going to be able to access it or even put it into anything that is organized. So to have the structure, the empty structure that I know how I want to arrange my containers and keep them together, and then you are prepared for when the crop of ideas and the learning is going on. So you don't have to think about it later. Somebody said organizing is so that you don't have to think about organizing.
Right.
You just think about the content that you're working on.
Yeah. One issue for me for a long time was just I had too many buckets to put stuff in.
I still have that problem, yeah.
You still have too many buckets? Yeah. You got to consolidate.
Yep.
It's really great with how all our devices could be connected now.
Yeah.
I always try to make sure that if I'm using something, I can access it through my phone. It's always in the cloud, so that I don't have a situation where, I want to add something to that one note, but I'm going to have to just put it in a different bucket temporarily and then remember to move it later to this other place. When you have too much stuff like that floating in your mind just becomes cloudy, and you forget to do all this stuff and you lose things. And I hate that when my head gets that way.
On a scale of 1 to 10, where would you put yourself right now as far as being organized?
What's a 10?
If 10 was where it's never an issue, you never lose information, you never lose anything, everything is efficient because you know where it is, a place for everything and everything in its place, that's a 10. And a 1 would be most of your energy is wasted on having to find things and sort through them. And where are you?
Man, I think right now I'm pretty good. I would say I'm like a 9.
Are you really?
At least specifically with the things that I want to be organized in, with information. And I'm thinking of just information.
Yeah, just information.
Yeah, my systems right now are good. Like my emails are a mess.
Yeah.
But I don't mind because I don't put anything really important in there anymore. I learned not to do that.
See, I haven't learned that, and my emails are at about a 1 or a 2.
Probably same here, a 1 or a 2 in my emails, but it's just like I'm almost just like giving up on emails. It's like, man, like it's not the best way of communicating, and it's also not the best way to structure your day or organize anything. It's kind of I forgot who said it. I think a lot of people have said it at this point. It's like email is other people's to-do list for you.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's why it's such a burden.
Yeah, it's like you wake up and you've got all these emails and people are asking you to do things and reply to them and asking you questions. And if you start with that, you're like, oh crap, it's 1 o'clock. I haven't done the things I'm supposed to do.
Yeah.
So you gotta treat email correctly.
What is your main structuring system now? If email is not.
Workflowy is where I take notes. It's my bucket where I kind of like throw ideas, and it lives in there. Sometimes that's the only place it goes, is it lives in Workflowy. It's just it's an infinite list. You could just keep adding things to this list, and you can indent infinitely.
Yeah.
So it's like branches of thoughts. And so I have several categories as on my main structure of like business, personal, and then within that is like categories that break it down even further. And so whenever I take a note, I put it in the right place when I write it. And then Google Docs is where things go from being just notes to being actual, documents that are shared with others and take it into something that is more of a final product.
Do you take notes by hand or digitally or both?
I take notes digitally now because I don't want to have to convert it to digital later. I know that some people prefer to write it down because I guess you memorize it better if you actually write it. I don't know if is there research on that? Maybe, I don't know.
Yes, there is research on that if you write it out longhand, it's going to stick with you better than if you type it in for whatever reason.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't experienced that personally. When I write it out, I'm trying to write it really quickly, and I'm really sloppy, and I don't know. It doesn't help me. Typing it out to me works just fine, and I'm more likely to revisit it because it's organized. My notes are there. I go back to it. I remember it. I could search for it. That's a big thing for me, is searching through my notes. I can't perform a quick search in my notepad, my physical notepad.
Yeah.
But yeah, everyone could have their own system. That's just mine.
Everyone has their own system. I've got one that I've landed on that I really like. I expect to use it for the rest of my life. I take notes by writing it out by hand chaotically, not in an order, but filling up a page and just starting in one portion and then filling in areas so that it's a mess. It's okay that it's a mess, because the real learning is going to happen later when I transfer those notes using dictation, speech to text software, into digital, and taking a lot of time to do that, reordering it, thinking about it, and that's where most of the learning takes place. I also enjoy that too. I enjoy sitting down and just filling the page like a bunch of doodles, and then later slowing it down and analyzing what should go where.
Yeah. Okay.
I feel like this is not something that I am qualified to teach, though, because as being organized, I'm somewhere typically between a 4 and a 6. The only thing I've ever been good at organizing is a train of thought, when I'm going to spend hours on that train of thought in an outlining program, because I can throw the chaos into that program and then start to indent and collapse and that kind of thing. And to spend hours on that is very enjoyable for me. And so you spend hours and hours on it, and eventually you get this train of thought that makes sense. Since I enjoy that, I enjoy it more than improvising. I mean, even like what we're doing here, we're just pulling stuff out of whatever is our instinct to say.
Yeah, I learned you're very good at that by watching you go, write scripts and brainstorm lesson ideas and work on the perspective course.
I'm not. That was not meant to be a little punch.
Not consciously. Okay, what's the next one?
Prioritizing your time. I guess that ends there. I think people know what that means. I've also told several stories about time management already.
Yeah.
I don't know if I should do it again.
Yeah, I don't know that even that we're the best ones to do this, because there's courses in how you put color coding or you put numbers on the priorities, and they've got columns and rows and that kind of thing to say this happens first, that happens second. But the whole thing we're saying here is that before you even start studying the subject that you're interested in, you are building an infrastructure. We are building an infrastructure for, I'm going to go into this and be ready to live. The building is built. Now I'm going to go live inside it.
Yeah, that is kind of a form of organization, isn't it? It's a way of organizing your time.
Yeah, that's right. It's also subject independent.
Right.
Doesn't make any difference whether you're studying biology or art. It applies to both.
It's specifically about, for being a student, it's about, prioritizing what's most important. And what's most important right now is like, do I study information, do more research? Do I practice and just like go sketch? Do I go enjoy the subject somehow just by having fun with it? All of these things matter, and you have to prioritize.
Did we talk last season about arranging a calendar so that it has an elegance in its arrangement?
Probably not, because I'm not sure what you mean by an elegance to its arrangement.
Since the calendar is composition of life, it's composition of time.
Mm-hmm.
I dealt with this even in the last month. We were going to have the Bridgman course on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And I had a class on Monday night. It was during the daytime for me. I had a class on Monday night and Tuesday night. And I contemplated that calendar for so long, and it was so discomforting the way that thing was arranged. And then I finally decided, and it took some rearranging things, to just cluster all of the figure drawing stuff over here on Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And that way my mind is free for Monday and Tuesday, and that I've got a day in between subjects to rest. And that was prioritizing the calendar's arrangement to not exhaust me and confuse me. And there's such a sense of satisfaction that, I've got a better graphic design, a better composition for how to arrange life in this coming month.
Yeah, that's a big deal. Constantly switching topics in your head is a waste of energy. Switching what you're doing and what you're thinking about takes time. And so if you got two really important things to do in one day, you're working on one, that other thing can get in your way because you're thinking about that as well. And both things end up not being done as well as they could be.
Yeah.
If you have two tasks, if you start with the first one, then you switch to the second one, then you go back to the first one, that's very inefficient because you have to kind of backtrack a little bit on that first one again. So yeah, that what you did is clustering like things together. I think that's a really good idea.
And sometimes you do alternate because you've got enough of this. Now I need a dose of that. Now a dose of that. Now we got enough of this. But I think that that's one helpful hint about organizing time is to get it out graphic on your calendar and say, I like this. I like the way it looks.
The next one on my list is presenting your work like you care, like it's a job. And actually, I think you've said before, just like treating your study as if it's a job. You said something like your teacher is your boss. Did you say that?
I talked about this, metaphors for the classroom, yeah.
Like your teacher's your boss, and these projects you're working on are like real jobs. And so now, or not necessarily your boss, maybe just a client. And now you have to present this project as if you're getting paid for it. And the grade is how much you get paid or whatever.
I did make that point to say that it's pretend. The teacher is not the boss. The teacher is the supplier, and you are the boss. The teacher plays that role so that you are rehearsing. to when it actually becomes somebody who's paying you as opposed to the other way around. But yes, the presentation in a group of people is respect for the group of people, which means that the slide that you present or the work you present, you figure out how many people you're showing it to, how big it's going to be, the architectural school 10-foot rule that anyone who's 10 feet away from it should be able to see it clearly, to make sure that you've maximized the space of the presentation you make, and you haven't made it so that you got a big slide and a little tiny thing in there, or was shot with a cell phone and it's all somewhere in all that lost contrast. That's not taking the environment of learning seriously. Taking it seriously is that every time you make a presentation, you put energy into this presentation as if you were in the real paying world.
Yeah, when I get requests for critique, and this is online, so they're sending me photographs of their work, not showing me the real thing, and I get a really bad photograph of their drawing where I can't even see the lines, or there's a big shadow going across and it's taken at an angle, it doesn't really help me be motivated to give you a critique. It shows me that you as the student don't really care enough about your work. Then why should I? Right? And I know that I still should, but I can't help but think that. It doesn't help to motivate me. So as a student, you shouldn't give your teacher that barrier of trying to stay motivated to help you, even though you just show that you really don't care enough about your own work. And don't make it harder for them to critique you either. You know, if I can't see certain things, then it's harder for me to critique it.
And a lot of students don't know to do that. They just haven't given it thought.
Yeah.
But it's something to give thought early on, and eventually, once criteria have been explained that this is going to be shown to a group of 30 people, or this is just going to be between me and you, then it will be taken care of, not by instruction, but by an attitude. Then you've got the wicked environment, right? The wicked learning environment. I have got to figure out, I was going to make a presentation just to these 2 or 3 people. And now I found out 10 minutes beforehand that it's going to be a group of 20 people. I've got to think quick for how I'm going to make sure this works with that many people. That is an attitude of getting into the head of your audience and asking what is it that they need. They need to be able to see it. They need to be able to make it efficient. They don't want to sit around and wait for you to deal with technical problems. That's what you've got to do in an environment, any professional environment anyway. Why not start in the classroom? Okay, where else? Did you really just burp on a Draftsman podcast?
I'm showing what you shouldn't do in class. Don't be like Bart Simpson. Bart Simpson is an example of a really bad student.
Well, he also proved himself over and over. Have you seen Bart Gets an F?
Is it in the first episode or first season?
I only know the first 3 seasons.
Okay.
But Bart Gets an F, which I've shown to students about 20 times. I feel like Bart Gets an F and Krusty Gets Busted are 2 of the most well-crafted stories in the history of the human race.
Wow.
They are so perfectly crafted, and Bart has got this label of being a bad student, when in fact he's one of the smartest kids of the bunch. And so the way to get protagonist empathy is that everybody has had trouble in school, so we just label him as the bad student and show where he's bad, then we connect with him, and then in connecting with him, we start to see how you can be brilliant.
Let's see. Oh, this one is big, I think. Getting real world experience while you're a student. You mentioned William Stout when I interviewed him, how he said that when he was in college, I believe, his school gave credit for real world stuff. So instead of doing the real projects that were assigned to him, or the fake projects, he would do the real world projects and get credit for those instead.
Yeah.
Or it was a class. He would get class credit. Yeah. He would get class credit. And that's cool. But even if your school doesn't do that, you should still try to get like little mini jobs, or maybe, the thing I did was that I would
even as like a teenager, my parents' friends would hire me to do portrait commissions.
Mm-hmm.
And that was great real world experience because I was actually getting paid. I had a client, I had a deadline, and I needed to do something good in that time. It was great training for me to start taking projects like that seriously. And I think that it's never too early to start that.
Yes.
It's never too early.
That's a great way. It's a risky way, but it's a great way to design your own education, is to get any kind of jobs and hire people to help you with them and teach you as you do them.
Even if you're like 8 years old.
Well, yeah, why not? That's mentorship.
Yeah.
Let me tell my story of that. When I did not know digital and I got an opportunity to do digital jobs before I even had a computer, in fact, it was for Mad Magazine, I took the money that they paid me to hire people around me who knew how to use these tools. And I spent all the money that I made from the job to hire mentors. One or two of them weren't that good. And it was not money well spent, but they were only people I had. But a couple of them were very good and helped me to learn Photoshop. And it was before the internet. Even the manuals were very difficult to learn it from. But so that was it. I've got a deadline. I've got work to do. I've got to meet this deadline. I'm not completely familiar with it, but I've got a team of people who are going to teach me as we work.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's a big one. To learn while working. How did you phrase it?
Get real world experience.
Get real world experience.
Yeah. I only have one more left. And this is pretty much what we did in, I think, the last episode, depending on the order we published this in. But it's teach. Learn by teaching. We have a full episode on it, so we should not, and we're about to release it, so.
Yeah.
It might already be released by the time this one comes out.
It was that if you understand it enough to explain it, then you know it.
Yeah.
Or to put it the other way around, if you want to make sure you understand it, explain it to someone who doesn't know it and see if you got it through. And that way you've struggled through the simplicity of the thinking.
If you're stumbling with your words explaining it, that means you don't have it organized in your head yet. And if you're not able to simplify the concepts into something that someone who doesn't already understand it now gets it, then you need to go back and figure out what it is that you don't understand. Why can't you simplify it?
It's how you learned anatomy, right?
I knew anatomy when I started the anatomy course. Come on. But I learned a lot more about it.
You learned a lot by teaching it, yes.
At that point, I was already studying anatomy for like 8 to 10 years.
Okay, yeah.
But actually, you might be right, because I did learn a lot of anatomy teaching at Watts before I even taught the online class.
Yeah.
And I think I did not really know that much anatomy going into teaching those classes. So yeah, you're probably right. I learned anatomy by teaching it.
Yeah. I've heard people criticize teachers. I've had people criticize me that he doesn't know it as well as other people do. And I'm happy to have a teacher who doesn't know it as well as other people do, if that teacher makes it so that I can learn it easily. And if they're only one chapter ahead of me in the book, but they make it easy to then move into the next bit of information, that's great. That's parsing it out. And we might have mentioned this, that if you want to learn something well, find someone else, they're going to learn something well, and each one gives reports to the other. And this means that by learning it and then repeating it, you sink it in, and then they get the benefit of getting an efficient education in it. It's a great way for symbiotic learning. And it happens in healthy communities all the time. It just happens naturally.
Right.
What are you reading? What are you learning? Oh, I'm learning this. What are you getting out of it? Oh, yeah, well, here's what the teacher said, but here's what we did. And, here's what I found out. And just that exchange makes learning happen really rapidly, really naturally.
Nice. Well, I'm done. You got anything else you want to add?
One of the things we had on our list was that social skills are a part of learning. And that's part of what I was just mentioning, is that in a healthy social environment, we work to explain things clearly and save people time if they're trying to learn something. And some people's educations do get hampered by the fact that they just don't do well with others. And so they don't get the benefit of what others are learning and sharing. You have any thoughts about that?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you're difficult to work with because of, lack of social skills, it affects the teacher as well.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I know that at Watts, there were several students who were just really difficult to be around.
Mm-hmm.
I know the teachers didn't want to help them. They didn't have a desire
Mm-hmm.
to go around and hang, give them advice, because they're probably going to get an unpleasant experience from that. The teachers still put effort into it, but it was a smaller effort than for the students that were very pleasant to be around. It's just human nature, right?
Yeah. Enjoyment of each other covers a multitude of flaws that we just like being with the person for whatever reason. And so good things will come out of it.
It's unfortunate because sometimes a student might have maybe a mental disorder that can't just be solved by like learning social skills.
Yeah.
But that person still, wants to learn how to draw. But it does affect it, I think maybe online learning would help those kinds of people,
Oh, Stan, I've got to tell you about something I did in the last month that I didn't even intend to mention in this.
What's that?
At the junior college, we have moved online. And so the teachers have to go through a certification process to prove that they can teach online. So I had to take 4 classes that I did in the last month. And they took some energy, and I got tested on them. So I was right back to being a student in order to keep teaching at Fullerton Community College. One of those modules, one of those classes, was in dealing with students who have challenges, students with disabilities, and how moving to the online environment can make some things worse and make some things better. So we were being schooled in what the research shows about how disabilities can be exacerbated or overcome by online learning.
Is it that bullying can become easier online because people aren't there to feel the pain of the person, or what were the negative things?
They did mention that without emoticons and without emotional cues, things can be misread, and that is harder on some people than others. They also talked about the difficulty of having to type your words in a chat environment. It was really down. The research is really down on how chat can be counterproductive and confusing to some people more than others. I've seen it be very good, but that was one of the things that came up. It was good for me to have taken that training to heighten sensitivity to that everyone sees the world through different eyes, and that now that we're online, you've got to go through this training, and you're going to know that it isn't always easy for everybody.
Yeah, and online you'll probably experience a larger variety of students because they're from all over the world now. Not just like 80% from this local area where the school is located, and then a few people coming in from other cities.
Yes. A good deal of my response, though, was just repentance for I apologize to you if you've been in my classes and I have not been as empathetic as I should have been. There's another thing I want to say about this, the training, and it has to do with being a student, because I've been a student for the last month and a half. And the first 2 modules were pretty good. I learned. The third module was just great. It was called active learning. The difference between passive learning, where a student comes into the class, listens to the lecturer, the sage on the stage, as they call it. They take notes, and then they take the test. So that's where they're active, is they're going to take a test, but it's essentially all just feed me information, good, I've got it. Now I'll prove that I've got it. And active learning is particularly important to online teaching because people don't want to sit in front of their computer with you for 6 and 7 hour stretches. My community college classes go that long. So the idea is to give the students a project that they will do in the next 10 minutes or the next half hour or the next hour. And that way, it's go out into the field and do this. A great one for composition is to do what George Pratt calls vision mongering. You will take 20 minutes, you will take an hour to go out with your smartphone and to shoot pictures that do not include people, that you try to find certain challenges. How can you show the least amount of this thing and yet let people know that it's that thing? How can you find an interesting combination of textures? And to go out into the field, and the rule is don't talk about anything except the task at hand, total concentration, and then come back and share that. That is active learning, so that it's not just taking notes, constant projects, feedback on projects, feedback on projects. I loved it. Now, here's the point I told it, though. I went on a long time on that, but the reason I told that is because I needed that. Because I do a lot of lecturing and people take notes. This is, let's do less lecturing and put them on tasks. And I got 100% an A+ on the tests because I cared about this subject. The next subject, the final class, I didn't really care that much for what it was about, and I also felt like some of the questions which I answered correctly, they tricked me. One of them was, some research shows recently that the difference between a live classroom and online learning has a little better advantage, but it was so small that it wasn't a big deal. And so they asked the question, there were multiple choice. One of them was, does it have a little bit better advantage? And I checked that, and the correct answer was there's no discernible advantage because it was too close. It was a trick question, and I got it wrong. And so I felt like if you're going to do that, I went ahead and got a C. I got a C on that course. It's first C that I've had since I got out of high school. But you know what? Do you know what they call?
What do they call?
A medical student who graduates at the bottom of their class. Do you know what they call them?
A medical student who graduates at the bottom
A
of
doctor.
their class.
They call them a doctor.
Because they graduated?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got to see. I could have gone back and taken it for a better grade, and I thought, well, I don't care about getting a better grade on that class. So I was a good student. Good students get C's in the right subject.
That's an interesting cop-out there, Marshall.
Okay, so you're putting it back on me.
Do you know what they call the worst doctor in the world? A doctor.
No, wait a second. Yes, but the one who graduates at the bottom of the class might be a very good doctor.
I know. I'm just saying.
Who knew not to waste time on stuff that isn't going to save this patient's life.
Not always. Sometimes they're
Not
just
always.
the worst.
No, but it could be. Okay, here was the big purpose of telling all that. It's the difference between studying to the test. When I took a class in sociology of education, there was a lot of controversy back then about studying to the test because it doesn't make people better at what they do. But my teacher defended it by saying, studying to the test, give me information, I'll take a test on it. It does do one good thing. It teaches you to pass tests, and life is full of tests. But a couple of those subjects, as soon as I pass the test, I'm never going to think about them again. The one that I did because I was interested in it, I'm going to be applying it even this summer.
Yeah.
Hey, there was one other thing that we didn't mention. This has to do with what we were talking about earlier. Ritualizing concentration time is useful.
Yeah.
That if you're going to study and you're going to be distracted, isn't it better to take it like a yoga class where you have ritualized it, you've lit the candles, you've cut out the distractions, you've focused, you've got your body posture in there? Not only is that going to sink the knowledge in better, it also is really enjoyable. you've got that sacred time where you're going to concentrate on this subject. That can help you be a better student. That is something I've learned to do, and I don't want it taken away from me. Even if I was not studying to any goal, just to have that hour and a half of concentrating. Very, very enjoyable.
Hear ye, hear ye.
Okay, anything else?
I think that's it. We've overextended our welcome for this one.
The well is dry now.
They've finished their walk if they're walking. They've finished their exercise if they're at the gym. They're not listening to this part anymore.
No, and if you want to go to experts on this rather than us, I have not taken the course, but I've read through it, and it's been very well reviewed. It's How to Be a Superstar Student, I think, from the great courses.
Yeah, you've recommended that, or I don't know if you recommended it to me or another episode, but
I've recommended it to myself, and I haven't gone through it, but it's very well reviewed.
Oh, okay. Oh, so you haven't gone through it?
No, I haven't gone through it, but it's been so well reviewed, and I've read the reviews and I've read the synopses of every lecture title in there, and it seems like that would be someone who's devoted a good portion of their life to studying what makes students excel and what makes them not excel. And here is my truckload of 24 lectures that will help you through that. So I'm referring you to something I don't know from the inside out, but has been well received by others. Okay, Stan.
Okay.
I guess we're done?
We're done. Thank you, everybody, for listening to the Draftsman Podcast. We've enjoyed having you here. Kind of, not really. I mean, we've enjoyed it, but you weren't here.
We did it. We said everything we know and more.
What's our next episode? What do they have to look forward to?
People have asked how to study composition, and that is something that we can speak with authority on.
Well, you mean you?
I've taught composition a lot to a lot of students, and I've seen students excel way beyond me. Yeah, I do have some things about how to study composition.
All right. Next episode, How to Study Composition, everybody. See you next week.
We are recording. We are recording. We are recording. And Stan will call. Stan Prokopenko is going to call me. And we're recording. And that is all, that is all. I've got my coffee, a little shaky, here as we're waiting for Stan to call. I wonder if it's going to take 20 minutes, or if we're ready. I've dropped the ball. Sometimes when you can't think of a rhyme, it's a little awkward when you're on camera and there's no cuts, there's no editing, there's no saving it. It's just, you did it or you didn't do it. I'm feeling a little self-conscious. masters.
How to copy masters. Interesting. Okay,
Yeah.
that is a good one.
I'm just sitting here waiting, sipping coffee and waiting, wondering what's taken stand to be here. I am drinking coffee, you are drinking what you're drinking. Everyone's drinking something, somebody's drinking beer. Yeah. Hey, there's Stan. Hi, Stan.
Hey, Marshall. Sorry, lunch took a lot longer than I thought.
I was never judgmental.
Sarcasm?
No, I was singing a song, having a great time. How was your lunch?
It was good.
What'd you have?
It was a combination of a bunch of leftovers.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You want to describe them?
There was some beans that my wife made for some tacos.
Uh-huh.
There was a hot dog. And there was Thai food.
Beans, hot dog, Thai food. Okay.
Yeah, and the Thai food were spring rolls and these fried crab and pork balls.
Wow. And so you feel well fed right now and comfortable.
I'm full.
Good.
How are you? What did you do during your break?
I looked over my notes on how to study composition, and there's so much in there that it's just too much.
Should we not do this?
Yeah, maybe we shouldn't do it. There's just too much, and I don't want to
Okay.
overfeed you.
Okay.
So thank you for being here with us. This will be the shortest episode we ever did.
Okay. Bye, everybody.
Bye. What's the title of this episode?
How to study composition. Right?
Okay.
Or
Yeah.
wait, hold on. No. How to learn composition.
How to learn composition. You're going right for the success, not how to study it, which creates a little tension that maybe we might study it and not master it.
Yeah, well, it's also because that's what we titled our previous episodes about anatomy and perspective. How to learn anatomy, how to learn perspective. I think that's what we called the other one. So we're just going with the theme.
Yeah, and this is a big one because people have been waiting for this for a long time.
I'm going to try to play the role of a student in this episode.
Okay.
Because you have way more experience teaching composition than I do. In fact,
Okay.
I've never taught composition, so my experience is zero.
Okay.
I mean, I've kind of given advice on composition in other classes, like you know, like plein air painting or still life or any class. You know, you kind of have to talk a little bit about composition, but I've never really taught that subject.
How do you even define it?
I don't know. That's the you're the one. Why are you asking me?
I'm
I
asking
just
you
told
because you're the student, and this is the Socratic method of bringing the knowledge out of the student by saying,
Oh.
"What are your preconceptions?"
Okay. So this you're trying to get the wrong answer out of me. Okay, let's see.
No, I'm trying to get a good answer out of you.
Yeah.
This, I was figuring this was respectful.
Okay, so first of all, my experience learning composition. I've taken, I think, one class on composition. I think Eric Gist was the teacher.
Mhm.
And I think it was more of a compositional templates course. And I think he even acknowledged that here's some templates, you know, Steelyard or Ball Yard? No, Steelyard.
Oh yeah, the Steelyard composition.
There's like, what is it, 6 or 8 of them or something?
Edgar Payne breaks it
Yes.
down into several basic ones that are very basic. If you've got a vertical and a horizontal in there that dominate the image for the angles, and it's offset from the center, Steelyard. What were some of the others you remember? Any?
There was some kind of yin yang one.
The yin yang one is a major one, yeah. That you've got a set of opposites, however you arrange them, and that there's an irony in them. They flip flop. Radial patterns.
I remember like a triangle, kind of like a thing, kind of everything pointing at the top. Like Frazetta did that a lot, where he's got this group of people, and then at the very top is that hero. And everything just kind of points up to him, and yeah. I don't remember the other ones.
Well, there are many other ones.
Okay.
Edgar Payne makes a chart of a number of basic compositions. You can even base them on letter forms.
So that was my course that I took from Eric Gist, and he acknowledged.
Be right back. And I'm back. Back. Back samurai jack.
That like these are kind of guidelines that like all of these can be broken. They're just little templates.
But what do you use them for then? What is their value if they're little templates? I'm using Socratic irony. I'm asking rhetorically.
I don't know. I mean, it's like if you want like a quick composition that'll work, or if you're like, for example, if you're plein air painting and you look out and you're trying to find something, you see a big tree and a little tree, and you're like, oh, cool, I'll paint that. And it kind of looks like that compositional template I studied. And you can kind of fit your painting into that mold.
Okay.
Now, I don't know. I don't like that. I mean, maybe for like a beginner student who's starting to learn it, that might be cool. It's like a quick way to get some kind of success, right? But going beyond that, I don't like that. I want to learn it a little bit deeper.
We've had students ask more than once, a number of times, what do you guys think of harmonic armatures?
Yeah, you're going to have to explain that to me.
Yeah, harmonic armatures would be that if you're composing within a rectangle, for example, that you can divide it with corner to corner X's, and then you can start to divide lines up within there. And there are certain divisions of lines that are pleasing to look at, the way certain frequencies make pleasing notes. And there's a lot of talk about harmonic armatures, and I'm trying to see if the subject of harmonic armatures has anything to do with these templates that you were learning in the composition class.
Is the golden mean, is that a harmonic armature? The little spiral pattern that kind of goes into... Yeah. Okay. Probably then. Yeah. I mean, that's a template.
Okay. Well, let me start with this. Here's what I'm getting from you. In many a composition class, the first thing you study is that the arrangement within the rectangle that you are composing, whether you put something here, affects the picture. It affects how it feels. It affects the success of it to some degree. And there are prescriptions. There are templates. There are ratios that a lot of people have passed down over the ages that say this is a good ratio. One of the most common is the golden section, or the golden mean, or the golden rectangle, whatever you want to call it. You can learn about any composition course. You can type in golden section, golden rectangle, golden mean composition into YouTube, and you're going to have more people who will take the time to explain it than you need. But let me tell you how it was explained to me by my teacher, Don Wyden, when I was 18 years old in a design class, that the ancient Greeks wanted to find out what pleasant divisions were. So somebody took a stick and gave it to all sorts of people and said, hold this stick somewhere from left to right in the way that just feels most pleasing to you, I guess, just an emotional decision, and they didn't tend to grip it toward the middle. They tended to grip it at a ratio of about 1 to 1,618 or something like that.
They calculated.
They calculated
Wow.
what the math was to quantify what the emotional decision was that this is where I like to do it. And that is passed down, and it relates to the nautilus shell, the Fibonacci, the spirals, all the stuff that you'll learn about when you look this up. It's very popular. And sometimes composition training never goes any further than that. When we've talked about this very little, I don't know that we've spent 2 minutes talking about this in all the years that I've known you. You said that you weren't a big fan of it, or
what?
that you don't use of the conforming your compositional choices, the organization and arrangement of how you put things in that rectangle, conforming them to a template or a mathematical ratio.
I think there's something to it, but I think I've seen people take it way too far, in my opinion. There's been some people that have emailed me with these PDFs full of studies of master paintings that are divided up into 100 different triangles and swirls, and it's like, look how it matches this perfectly. And it's like, well, because you divided it to match. Like you can take any painting, just crop it in a different way and divide it up into triangles that will fit this painting. It seems like it's kind of, you're making a template to fit the painting instead of a you know what I mean? It's like a customized template. I don't know. It doesn't feel like it's going to help me be a better artist.
Yeah.
It's a mathematician who's probably a really good mathematician trying to analyze paintings that maybe the original artist thought a little bit about that, like maybe a little bit of imbalance, but not to that degree. I highly doubt it.
Okay.
I mean, of course there are some, like maybe Michelangelo did at some point, but
let me tell you what I know about that.
Okay.
Is that harmonic armatures and conforming to grids, as it were. Many great masters have used them.
Okay.
And if you were to study with someone, say, like Myron Barnstone, he would have you turn all curves into straight lines. He would have you carry those straight lines through so that you can see where they disappear and pick back up again. He would have you understand the angles of everything you can perceive in that picture. And there is great value in that it heightens it heightens a student's sensitivity to the fact that those angles are in there. And they're a part of the composition. And if we're not sensitive to them, I made it 12 to 15 years into my training and professional life without ever being sensitive to the fact that there was a pattern in there that I was not kicked into viewing it emotionally and critically. And so there is value in that. And when you say, well, what masters have used it? Certainly Rembrandt did. We know, because there's some that you can see. He was deliberately and self-consciously dividing up the space. Constable, the landscape painter. Oh, many of them.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead.
Those paintings where they deliberately made it fit perfectly to some templates. If we just take those paintings and shift things a little bit, just a little bit, so that it doesn't fit that anymore, is it going to be a worse painting? Like, is it actually going to look worse to an observer that has no idea that we just did this?
We'll get to that in 5 minutes.
Okay. And I'm actually curious. I'm not arguing against it. I'm figuring out, like, does it actually have an effect on the result?
Stan, I feel the same way your instinct is leading you.
Yeah.
I think that harmonic armatures and studying that stuff has value. But I think that it's something like astrology. there's got to be something to astrology
Yeah.
because it's been around a long time, and there's a lot emotionally to it as an art. But when you start to critique it as a science, as anything claiming to be a science, it falls apart in some important ways. So what do you make of it? I'll leave astrology up to you because I don't know enough about it, but I do know enough about harmonic armatures to tell you that great masters used them. And
I can hear
Garbage-
that.
yeah, garbage trucks here.
Ah, Cooper's
I
favorite.
hope this isn't a metaphor.
It's that Wednesday garbage truck.
Well, no, it's that once Marshall starts talking,
Oh.
the garbage truck comes in to say, "Don't listen to this."
Yeah, garbage is spilling out of two places.
Yeah. I hope not. Hey, let me tell you, I got to tell you how dynamic symmetry, which is another harmonic armature, dynamic symmetry was very popular, probably in the 1920s. There's a book, it's still in print, I think, that Dover came out with. And Norman Rockwell was
That's the
working
study of
as a professional illustrator and quite popular.
Bingeningi.
And people, illustrators around him said, "Are you using dynamic symmetry in your composition?"
Wow.
Now, he didn't know what it was. Oh, this is the scientific way. Science is moving us ahead in how to compose. You've got to do this. So Norman Rockwell got the book on dynamic symmetry and learned dynamic symmetry and started arranging his Saturday Evening Post covers so that they conformed to dynamic symmetry. And he even shows some of those pieces. And they were good pieces. But as time went on, he saw that using dynamic symmetry did not make them any better than they had been in the first place. So eventually he abandoned it, and he did good work when he conformed to dynamic symmetry, and he did good work, great work, when he didn't. So this is the biggest problem I have with harmonic armatures, is that they are overrated. They give beginners something that say, if I just do that, it'll work. And too many of the teachers of it do something where they will take everything they can to show how the proportions of a human hand, for example, a nautilus shell, and many great master paintings do fall into it, whether the artist was aware of it or not. And in some cases, they were aware of it. And in many cases today, they are aware of it because they've watched YouTube videos that said, you'd better move it over there so it falls on this pattern. But what they don't do is show that many, many great masterpieces and much of nature doesn't conform to this, and so it becomes selective arguing. There's a term for it. It's called cherry picking. It's that I will use the examples that support my argument, and I will ignore or withhold the arguments that don't support it.
Yeah.
And that's a lousy way to find truth. Lousy way to find truth. We should always embrace the opposite argument as much as we can. And if you're trying to find out the value of harmonic armatures and the golden ratio and dynamic symmetry in any compositional templates, one of the things you want to do is look to the side that says, that's questionable.
You know, I ran into that issue when I was writing my hand lessons. You know, obviously proportion was a big part of the hand lesson. And I read about all these several different ways of measuring proportions on a hand. Ultimately, I picked one that I thought was a really easy way to get in the ballpark. But even that kind of still fell apart. Even the one that I thought was the best one had like some flaws. But when I was going through these and I would test them against actual hand photos, they were all over the place. Proportions don't match these systems. You know, you talk about the golden ratio and how it fits a hand. It doesn't. It fits a percentage of the population's hand. And then everyone else, it doesn't fit. It's kind of like somewhere near that. But even that, there's other people that are very much different from that.
I've got to quote Robert Beverly Hale here. In what I think is the best drawing book in the world, he says in the chapter on driving all the horses at once, I think it's the second page into that, page 210, as I recall. I know because I've read it a number of times. He has 3 paragraphs in that entire book, 3 paragraphs on composition. And one of the things he points out is that a lot of times from drawing, you're not going to learn composition. It's better to go to finished pieces where people have really self-consciously arranged. But let me tell you what he says, his first point about composition. Beware neat theories of composition. The artist's feeling for composition, like the artist's feeling for proportion, is a highly personal thing. Now, what does that teach you about composition? That doesn't help me. But that is the first point, is that composition is so subjective. How do you compose a piece of music? How did Beethoven do it? He did learn musical form, but he also came up with ideas that were Beethoven, as opposed to Haydn, as opposed to Bach, and every person who composes music. It is a highly personal thing. This is my idea for how I want to organize the notes. And it comes from, I feel like it should be this way. It's emotional, it's intuitive, it's instinctive. Now, that is the first point Robert Beverly Hale makes in a great book in which he talks very little about composition, but he does say, watch out for neat theories of composition. It is very personal, and the proportions of the hand proved the point. Hey, have you seen Hogarth's thing where he makes the hand into divides it into halves and halves and halves?
That's the one I chose. That's ultimately the one that I felt like was the best one, because it was very easy to remember.
Yep.
And it kind of worked. I mean, it was close enough. I still pointed out in my video the flaws, where it's like, there you divide this one in half, but it's usually a little shorter than that. And then you divide this one in half, and it's actually a little longer than that, in my experience from when I actually tried to apply it. But it still is a good one to kind of get you close. So it has value.
Now, the issue came up in the adopting your art parents. Some people said the best art parent to adopt is nature. Nature is my art parent. Well, what does that mean? It means that we can go to harmonic armatures and we can go to master master compositions. But we can also go to nature and we can see that the ratio of a head to a body is a certain ratio, and that it changes from the time we're children to the time we're adults. And getting familiar with proportions and ratios is useful. But here's the last thing I'll say about the limitations of it.
If I study something else, will it be exciting? I study the head and hands, maybe.
Photocopy of what it was and how to find it,
Perspective,
and I put that in my
shading,
studio in front of my face, and it was there for a few years. And for about a year, I referred to that thing constantly, and I conformed a number of my compositions to them, and quite frankly, they sucked. Now, they sucked for a number of reasons. I just wasn't that good a composer. I didn't know that much about it. But one thing that the harmonic armatures are going to help you with, in fact, almost the only thing, is where to place things on the picture plane. Do you recognize that as important as that is in composing, that it's only one element? You've still got lights and darks to deal with. If you're working in color, warms and cools. If you're working with edges, which you are working with edges in one way, what you're going to do with the edges. If you're going to work with whether you fade something back or pop it into relief, how contrasty, how non-contrasty they are, textures, deep space and flat space. Composition has a number of elements going on, and placement is only one. So, in summary, my attitude toward harmonic armatures is that to go through that training where you heighten your sensitivity to divisions is valuable for you, but do not rely on the template to bring out your best work. And the fact is, the people I know around me, including former students, who are the best composers I know, miles, hundreds of miles beyond me, I've watched how they got good at it. And I think that to a person, not a single one of them ever measures this out. They go with something much more valuable, which I hope to land on, which is tapping into emotion and using nature as your parent. Now, there was one other thing I wanted to say about that. Alphonse Mucha wrote a book on composition. Alphonse Mucha was deliberate, calculated, mathematical, and he would arrange the way the ratio would change as things moved through there for their size and everything else. It's an impossible book to learn from. I couldn't get through it because he was expecting you're going to compose like me and you're going to use my, before they were talking about fractals, my fractal divisions to make this change, this gradation of size. Mucha did beautiful work, and it lasts. It's got qualities of nature. Frazetta, from what I can gather, never measured out his canvas to conform to those rhythmic divisions. And if they landed there, it's probably because Frazetta was doing the thing that this all came from. The Greeks didn't start with the math. They started with, what do people tend to emotionally prefer? And let's take all that and quantify it and say that is one potentially powerful thing to know about it. Study it. Don't put too much energy feeling like it's a rule or something you need to conform to. There's something much more important coming up.
Okay.
How'd we do for the first part of this?
I like it.
If you're playing the role of a student, what would you ask next?
I would ask, then why do we even how do we study composition and why? Because if it's all about emotion and how it feels and it's subjective, you know, every artist is going to think differently. Why is this even a field of study? I could just do it how I feel like it's supposed to be.
You know, I feel like I did some of my best compositions before I knew anything about composition. When I was 18 years old and I was going with my instincts. But that is typically a stage of beginner's luck, that you were tapped into something. And then when you start to make, I came up with a tune on my own. I composed a tune. It's a good tune. Yeah, but you're going to take it to the next level where you're going to have accompaniment to it. Are you just going to have the accompaniment ape the tune? Or are you going to try to counterpoint things? And what if you're going to have several instruments? And what if you're going to have some in the higher registers and the lower registers and it gets more complex and then you lose the ability to juggle something complex? And composing finished works. There's a lot of juggling acts. That's one of Robert Beverly Hale's metaphors for making a picture. It's like juggling. You're trying to do many things at once. Hey, let's go back. Let's go back to Robert Beverly Hale to see what he says next, because I told you he gave 3 paragraphs. He said, after he said it's a highly personal thing, he says this: however, certain principles of composition may be learned by studying the masters. Goya's mastery of the balance of blacks, gray, and whites is a case in point. That tells us something. That tells us what Howard Pyle, well after Goya, made a big deal of. He said that essentially studying composition is learning to see the world, to see everything in terms of black and white. No, wait, it's not black and white. It's the darks and the lights. And he was big on that. Now, there's another way. There's an alternate way, and that is to see the darks, the lights, and the things in between.
Okay, so everything.
But you see, if you start to make it more than 3, actually,
no, I got
there's 256 levels of dark to light. Well, how are you going to juggle that many balls?
Yeah, I like to break my compositions into 5 values. 3 in the lights, 2 in the darks.
And breaking a composition into 5 values is complex. It's too many to start with. And here's what I've learned after whatever it's been. It's been about 23 years or more than that. My goodness, it's been about 33 years of teaching composition to students to find out what works. Howard Pyle's approach, which is what Robert Beverly Hale was talking about, here is one of the most fundamental things, is to study masterpieces and reduce
maybe
them.
tomorrow.
Saying that wrong to reduce something? No, that's to simplify. Reduce them into just a pattern of what people call notan, just a pattern of the light areas and the dark areas. And this is really hard to do because you have to make choices that you are going to lose that night scene where you've got the dark trees against the dark sky and the bright moon. If you treat
Right.
the sky,
Let's
the night
call
sky
this
as
a day.
light, you don't get a moon. But if you treat it as dark so you see the moon, you're not going to get the dark trees. And you have to go, what's more important? And then you are put into the wicked learning environment
Alright,
of
that's it
having
for
to
today.
interpret that
Thanks to
composition
everyone that
by
dropped
making
by,
choices which
and
means
I'll
you
see you
sacrifice
guys
things
next
one thing to
time
gain another,
on Dragon
and then
Balls.
you are off into the position of
Peace out.
what you do anyway when you're